Dong finally found Xia Fei on a hill south of the city. He was sitting on a huge rock and smoking with his back toward the fumes rising from the city. The city is in a complete mess. Butcher is leading his men to fight Hook's men in an intense battle. There are casualties on both sides, but Hook's men are slowly losing their ground. I'm afraid that they won't be able to last until the next morning, Dong said. Xia Fei nodded indifferently. There aren't many good people in this city. Those warriors need a way to vent their frustrations after holding back for so long. No one can stop them now. Dong sat beside Xia Fei and stared at the night sky with him. The sky was surprisingly clear and densely filled with glowing stars. You sound like you don't really care about Hook. I was thinking of killing that bastard for your sake, but I decided to come first because I was worried about you. We can make it in time to stab the guy a few times, ensuring that he's dead. If we go now, Dong said. Xia Fei shook his head. I'm not interested. Everything is already set. Whether Hook lives or dies is none of my concern. Besides, he's not the one who set me up. He's just a pawn. Dong let out a sigh. What about the girl? Did you find her? No, replied Xia Fei in a hoarse voice. Her warship had just taken off when I reached the city's south spaceport. I only had enough time to catch a glimpse of her. Why didn't you say it earlier? Dong slapped his leg. I just got a Tristan-class frigate from my family. We might be able to chase it down. It's no use. Their warships have the cloaking system. They turned invisible immediately after taking off, Xia Fei said. Dong nodded. It was indeed difficult to track down a warship with the cloaking system. The only way was to use an electromagnetic shockwave with a huge coverage to force the warship into showing itself. Otherwise, they could only watch the warship get away. Dong's warship did not have an EMP shell. Besides, it was already too late now. After all, the radius of an electromagnetic shockwave was limited. The cloaking system is very expensive. Only the major organizations or sovereign territories in the alliance can afford it. Your friend doesn't sound simple at all, Dong said. Xia Fei shook his head. No, she's actually very simple. Dong did not ask any more questions. He did not like meddling in other people's business, most likely because of Xia Fei's influence. Madman, how did you end up here again? Xia Fei asked. Huh, Dong frowned. Wasn't it your fault? I didn't know what I'm supposed to do after hearing your teaching and just kept agreeing with everything people asked from me. So I've been busy running errands. Xia Fei smiled. Isn't that great? Otherwise, you wouldn't have stumbled onto me here on this planet. Dong fell silent. He could not help but agree with Xia Fei. He would not bump into Xia Fei coincidentally if he did not end up here. Xia Fei was no longer in danger now, even though Dong was still worrying about him just a moment ago. Speaking of which, how did you manage to escape from that death trap? I couldn't figure it out no matter how hard I looked at it. Those pulse lasers were so deadly that even my ice armor wouldn't stand a chance. It's a huge relief that you are safe now. I was worried about you, Dong said. Xia Fei said, those are concentrated pulse lasers. Their energy is higher than normal pulse lasers. Normal people will have trouble escaping them, but such pulse lasers have a weakness, too. Since their energy is so high, they have to rely on compound energy reactors as their energy source. Those compound energy reactors consist of a primary reactor and several tiny reactors, so they occupy a huge space. I've been observing the town carefully since the moment I arrived. None of the buildings here has enough space for those reactors, so I deduced that the reactors are located underground, and it's very likely that they're right under the blood matrix. Therefore, I convinced Butcher to do me a favor by locating the cluster of reactors and destroying it. The slightest damage to the outer layer containers of the reactors is enough to affect the energy core, bringing the whole system down with it. Dong gasped. He was a brilliant warrior with all the important traits and skills, but he knew nothing about technology and warships. Xia Fei's explanation was like an alien language to him. Does it mean that Butcher and you were already planning to destroy the reactors? You two left all that mess on the surface on purpose? Asked Dong with a confused look. I couldn't even tell. I thought that you two were seriously fighting each other. Xia Fei smiled. That's exactly what we were trying to achieve. We were actually locating the reactors and destroying them. Dong thought for a moment and said, if you already knew the reactors are at the center of the place, why didn't you destroy them right away? Why did you bother wasting your time on destroying the whole place? Xia Fei explained. There's a little nuclear energy detector on my armor, but the titanium floor was screening the nuclear energy from the reactors, so I had to keep digging holes to observe the change in the radiation level, and the spot with the highest level then was where the reactors were. In addition to Xia Fei's bloodthirsty ice god, almost every armor had a radiation detector to determine if there was any danger in the surroundings. Hook made a big mistake when he did not take away Xia Fei's armor. He was overly confident in his pulse lasers, which led to this outcome. The formation of pulse lasers was only protecting the surface, but the underground was still vulnerable to powerful attacks. Every system had its strengths and weaknesses. No system was perfect. Titan was the closest to being perfect among the warships he had seen, yet it was not perfect still. On top of Hook's mistake of underestimating his enemy, Xia Fei's domain knowledge played an important role, too. If a warrior who was clueless about the pulse lasers found himself in the same situation, he would have no chance of escaping even if he was a lot stronger than Xia Fei. Xia Fei was in a bad mood for being unable to locate Xiaoyu. Shindong sat on the hill with him throughout the night. The flames and killings in the city lasted the entire night, too. A thin mist rose into the air at dawn as the sun gradually revealed half its face. The flames in the city went out as sun rays began pouring into it. It was quiet all of a sudden. Xia Fei rose to his feet and said to Shindong, "It's almost time. Let's head back to the city to look around." They went down the mountain and followed the muddy road into the city. They saw a few warriors who were previously trapped in the blood matrix. They were fully covered in blood, but their hands were carrying prizes of war. Xia Fei had obviously done a great deal for them. If it had not been for him, these people would eventually turn into wandering spirits. The warriors smiled at Xia Fei. Some gave him a hug and expressed their gratitude. They even shoved some of the loot into his pockets. After several stops along the way, Xia Fei and Shundong finally arrived at the place where Hook used to reside. A few hundred dead bodies were hanging on the trees in the front yard. Their bodies were full of holes like beehives. The grudge that the warriors were holding against Hook's men was beyond anyone's imagination, but it was quite expected since most warriors were savage in nature. "Xia Fei, I've been waiting for you." Butcher was now the leader of the warriors. He was waiting at the entrance with a large group of people. "Where were you last night?" Butcher asked. Xia Fei smiled, but did not answer the question. "Either way, I'm glad you're here. Come with me. I've prepared a huge gift for you." Butcher dragged Xia Fei into the place excitedly. Hook no longer had his lofty bearing now that he was all tied up in the middle of a hall, with even a few needles stuck to his nose. Courtesy of someone who had wanted to humiliate him in this way, which were so tightly packed they were blocking his airways and forcing him to breathe through the mouth. While his nose was large, his mouth was small, so he was currently panting laboriously like a dying man, for the air he was getting through the mouth could seemingly not supply his body with enough oxygen. The battle was one-sided. Hook's men easily outnumbered the once-imprisoned warriors in the blood matrix. Hook's men were well-equipped and well-trained, whereas many of these warriors from the blood matrix were injured, with most having scrawny physiques and gaunt faces from long-term suffering and imbalanced diet, which had led to severe malnutrition. However, these just-freed warriors had managed to take out Hook's elite force in such an unfair battle, and the key to this was their mentality. The mentality of fighting to earn money was completely different from the mentality of fighting to regain freedom. When death was around the corner, no one was willing to risk their lives for a monthly wage. The majority of Hook's men had, thus, surrendered without even putting up a fight. Xia Fei pointed at the badly battered Hook and asked, "Don't tell me that you're planning to give him to me? I'm not interested in him at all, but he's tortured you all for so long, so I think it's better for him to be left in your hands." Butcher smiled. "I shall gladly take him if you say so. Brothers, take him out there and deal with him as you please." Butcher already sounded like a leader among these warriors. "I've long waited for this day. USSHL-. It's payback time for all the sufferings you've given us." The group carried Hook out of the hall and threw him onto the ground in an uproar. A bloody feast soon took place. The warriors needed to vent out their anger and hatred, and Hook was the perfect target for them. Only Xia Fei, Shindong, and Butcher were left in the hall. Xia Fei said, "If there's nothing else, I'd like to head back. Butcher, you should contact your family as soon as possible, too. It's been so many years. Your family must be worried about you." Butcher nodded. Of course, I'm going back, but it can wait. Come with me first. The three went to the backyard. Hook's mansion was nothing but big. Xia Fei was surprised to find a hill in the backyard. It was not just a rockery for decoration purposes, but an actual hill with flowers, plants, and a flowing stream. A clear spring was flowing down the hill, forming a little waterfall, which was less than half a meter wide. There was a pond of clear water at the bottom of the hill, too. Butcher brought Xia Fei and Chun Dong to the side of the pond. He pointed at the water and said, "Under here is where Butcher keeps his wealth. Most have already been taken, but we still found some nice things. We only managed to escape because of your plan, so everyone agreed to repay your kindness. Please don't complain that it's not enough for you." Xia Fei smiled. "There's no way I'm going to turn down money and valuables. Should we go down and take a look?" The three took a deep breath and jumped into the water. The pond was around 37 meters deep. There was a secret door on the wall which was big enough for only a person to pass through at a time. A faint light was coming from it. They swam through the door and found themselves in a small artificial pond. Xia Fei reached the surface and observed his surroundings. He saw a copper statue over 10 meters embroidered with various kinds of jewels, but someone had already taken the jewels, leaving nothing but holes on the statue. The place was already empty. Only the ventilation system was still working, as it had no idea its master was dead. Hook's men looted this place as soon as something went wrong with the blood matrix. They took most of the stuff. Luckily, we found some of his men in time, or else there wouldn't be anything left here, Butcher said. Xia Fei nodded. It's more or less the misery of a ruthless man like Hook. He was too powerful and thought everyone would be willing to obey his order, yet his men were only listening to him out of fear. Once Hook lost his power over them, his end was all but guaranteed. Butcher only understood half of it. He patted Xia Fei on the shoulder and said, "Here, let me show you what the others agreed to give you." Butcher jumped onto the statue's shoulder and took out a red wooden box from its head before jumping back down. It turned out that the statue's head was hollow and was hiding something inside it. "It's something we found coincidentally. We believe that it's very valuable, considering the effort put in hiding it," Butcher said. Xia Fei put the box away and nodded. "Thank you. Dong, and I will be going back. What are you planning to do?" Butcher replied, "Many among us need some rest. After all, most of us are injured after having been trapped in the blood matrix for so long. Besides, we are trying to contact the Admiralty's headquarters to get rid of this drug-producing base. We don't want more people falling victim to the bliss powder." Xia Fei thought for a second before taking out his notepad and writing his email address on it. He tore the page off and gave it to Butcher. "Here's my contact. I own a company in my hometown. It's not too big, but feel free to contact me if you need any help." Butcher put the paper away and nodded. "Xia Fei, until next time." Xia Fei smiled. "You haven't told me your real name yet." Butcher laughed. "Name is just an identification. You can just call me Butcher like everyone else." "Very well." Xia Fei smiled. "We'll meet again." Dong's Tristan class frigate flew into space. He left the control room after putting the warship on autopilot and saw Xia Fei brewing tea in the pantry. "It's done. The destination is the capital ring. Hook's base is hidden in a unique space. It's impossible to search for it without the specific coordinates. Luckily, I've memorized them. We can leave the area in just 2 warps and we'll be able to connect to the interplanetary internet by then," Dong said. Xia Fei poured Dong a cup of tea. "Get some rest. What are you planning to do when you arrive at the capital ring?" Dong said with a grim expression and sighed. "There are so many things to do. Do you remember me promising Moon Song to look for those strange things?" Xia Fei nodded. "I do, but Moon Song is at the capital too. What is she doing there?" Dong asked curiously. Xia Fei replied, "Apparently, her family is preparing for her marriage with Bai Yi. It's against her wishes obviously, but she can't just turn her family's request down, so she's in a pinch." "Bai Yi from the training camp?" "Yeah." Dong shrugged. "I already knew that something was up between those two. The way Bai Yi looked at Moon Song has never been normal. I heard the Bai family and Planet Conglomerate are pretty close. I bet Moon Song isn't afraid of the Bai family, but the Li family instead." Xia Fei said, "Exactly. The Li family is worse than I thought. Perhaps it's a common issue with the upper class. They think they own everything just because they're wealthy." Dong frowned. "What happened? Did they do something to you?" No, Xia Fei did not want to involve Chen Dong in his trouble, so he said, instead, I heard it from Moon Song. Chen Dong did not think too much of it. It was unlikely that Xia Fei would have any dealings with the families at the top of the food chain. You did great in the Golden Finger Cup. Maybe I should rest for a while in the Capital Ring, too. I'll be on my way again after the tournament. I feel exhausted from going between places lately, Chen Dong said. An unyielding man like Chen Dong rarely whined about hardships, but humans were not machines after all. They would feel tired eventually. If Chen Dong said that he was tired, it meant that he was seriously overwhelmed by fatigue. Chen Dong said after a brief silence, I can now relate to you after I've visited many places alone. The truth is, you don't have to carry all the burden yourself. Moon Song is right. Her illusion, my ice, and your speed are one of the best combinations. Just say it if you need my help. After all, I've already decided to go around places. I'm not planning to settle down anytime soon. Xia Fei smiled. Sure. He chatted with Chen Dong for a little longer and went back to his room. He was preparing to contact the others. It was already part of the standard procedure. Every time he was back, he would report to Avril first before asking about the company and Qin. There was some time left until the next warp, and right now, the interplanetary internet was still out of range, so Xia Fei decided to check the little box Butcher had given him. There was an old-school combination lock on the box. Xia Fei simply broke the lock since he could not be bothered cracking it. A thick smoke suddenly burst out of the box. It took Xia Fei by surprise. He quickly left the room and activated the ventilation system on the wall to draw the air within the room and cast it into space. What happened? Chen Dong came right away after the alarm went off. Xia Fei said, the box that Butcher gave me contains poisonous gas. Luckily, I was quick enough to leave the room in time, or else I would be poisoned by now. Chen Dong frowned. Did Butcher do it on purpose? Did he give you the box because he knew it's filled with poisonous gas? Xia Fei smiled. You are being overly suspicious. He gave me the box without taking a close look at it. There's no way for him to know that the box is booby-trapped. Besides, he wouldn't even cooperate with me if he had any ulterior motives. He would have set me up when he had the chance. Why would he wait until now? Chen Dong found Xia Fei's analysis reasonable, so he did not ask any further. The two went back to the control room to monitor the condition of Xia Fei's room through the surveillance system. The warship belonged to Chen Dong's family, so the decorations were more opulent than a commoner's spaceship. It had everything that one expected to find, but the room was now in a total mess. The bed was ruined. Even the titanium wall had holes of different sizes due to corrosion. Xia Fei had already turned on the ventilation system right away. If he reacted any slower, the poisonous gas might even damage the warship, resulting in unimaginable consequences. Xia Fei smiled. I'm sorry, I've messed up your room. Chen Dong let out a sigh. My goodness, what the hell did you even trigger? The poison is insane. Luckily, your reaction speed is on point. If it were me, there would be nothing left of me by now. Xia Fei shook his head helplessly. It's just that box Butcher gave me. How would I know it's so dangerous? Chen Dong's eyes glittered. To think that that ordinary-looking box contains such a deadly trap. It doesn't make sense if it only holds something ordinary inside. Perhaps Butcher did give you something valuable. Let's hope so, Xia Fei said. As a matter of fact, not only was the room damaged, the ventilation system had severely been corroded, too. Luckily, it was not too serious to influence the warship's operation, but Chen Dong would have to spend a fortune to repair the warship. That being said, money was never a problem for the Chun family's empire of frost. Xia Fei could not enter the room for now, so he had no choice but to find another room. He was planning to tell Avril his whereabouts first. The microcomputer finally connected to the interplanetary internet. It was showing network busy previously. The interplanetary internet was not the same as the one on Earth, but its nature was more or less the same, despite the large difference in technology and quality. To think that the interplanetary internet would have a problem like the network being too busy, Xia Fei was very surprised. He could not even remember the last time he had experienced something like it. It must be the first time the interplanetary internet was having congestion issues since he knew about it. Countless notifications were popping up like a series of explosions. It was not scary to receive notifications in the Pan-Human Alliance considering the amount of information being shared every day. The scary thing was when thousands of notifications popped up at the same time. Xia Fei frowned. It had only been 3 days since he boarded Lucien's freighter until he left Hook's territory and returned to the capital ring. What had exactly happened in such a short time for the ever-reliable interplanetary internet to have congestion issues? He visited the biggest news website, EC Media. It took the computer a few minutes just to load the page. Xia Fei kept seeing the same news on the page. Even the latest politics news was nowhere to be seen. Over 10 minutes later, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took a deep puff from it. It seems that something serious happened while I was away. Eden? Phantom, have you heard of it before? Phantom shook his head. He was just as shocked as Xia Fei was. Chen Dong came into the room without knocking at the door. Xia Fei, something big happened. Xia Fei pointed at the screen with a smile. Are you referring to this? Chen Dong nodded. That's right. Who would have thought that the world would have a new place called Eden in just over 10 hours? Xia Fei said. The universe is filled with wonders. We still know too little about it, so even the slightest whiff of trouble is enough to startle us. What do you think about it? Chen Dong asked. Xia Fei said. The news is mainly about the warship called Hope and the 165 crew members on board it. Although the ship doesn't belong to any of the known organizations in the Alliance, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're indeed from a place called Eden. It's not entirely impossible that someone purposely built a strange-looking warship to trick the world. After all, in addition to the 4 main ship manufacturing companies, there are many others that are capable of building a warship, so I think we should wait until the official confirmation. It's too early to assert that they're indeed from Eden. Xia Fei was being rational with his analysis, but Chen Dong was slightly disappointed in it. After all, who would not want to communicate with humans from ancient times directly? The whole incident started when the Omist Star region, which was far away from the capital ring, received a strange SOS signal. The signal was not being transmitted with the usual frequencies, which the Alliance normally used, but consisted of a message asking for help in an entirely different ancient human language. Omist was close to the boundary of the Alliance, so it was stationed with fleets of the Admiralty. The headquarters decided to send a fleet to investigate the signal and look for its source. After searching for a few months, the search team found a strange-looking warship quite a distance away from the Alliance. The ship was in extremely bad shape, as if it had gone through some of the harshest conditions. The 165 crew members on board the ship were all humans, communicating in ancient writings and languages. They claimed to have come from Eden. According to them, Eden was mankind's greatest discovery since ancient times. It was a rich and colorful region, a quiet and peaceful place that did not belong to any known space and existed solitarily in the universe. It did not have any known intelligent creatures, so humans immediately became the ruler of the region. Thousands of humans embarked on a journey to Eden, hoping to live a better life, using an unknown wormhole. Unfortunately, good times never lasted long. The wormhole to Eden unexpectedly became unstable and eventually collapsed. The brave migrants and adventurers were stuck in that place forever. Since Eden was a solitary system, there were no routes to it. It was like an enclosed room that existed somewhere in the universe. The people could only navigate with their eyes, yet they could not reach other places other than Eden. A long time had passed since then. The humans on Eden had been living alone in an unknown corner of the universe. They did not go through the period when mankind was rebuilt after it was destroyed by machines. However, the humans in Eden had never forgotten their roots. They formed countless expeditions, trying to find a way back to where they had originated, the venal galaxy, but the distant trip was more difficult than anyone had ever imagined. The efforts of several generations were in vain, and countless lives were lost in every journey. These 165 crew members were the first batch of residents from Eden who had succeeded in reaching the Pan-Human Alliance. The whole alliance burst into an uproar after their arrival and subsequently resulted in Eden entering the limelight. The information we have is too limited. We will have to wait until our alliance's fleet returns with them, but for the time being, I will remain cautiously optimistic, Xia Fei said. Chen Dong was confused. Isn't it a good thing for us? The humans of ancient times have reunited with the humans of today. We should rejoice since we are of a common origin. Xia Fei smiled. First, we still haven't verified if those people are telling the truth. Second, they're saying that Eden is a perfect place with no wars and sins. I only believe that conflicts exist wherever humans are, Same with wars and crimes. The more perfect they describe Eden as, the more doubtful I become. Chun Imo said after a brief silence. I can only say that there's seriously something wrong with your way of thinking. You don't believe a perfect world exists. Xia Fei smiled. There's nothing wrong with my thought process. It's you being too optimistic with everything that has a problem. Let's go. The poisonous gas should be gone by now. I can't wait to see what's inside the box after seeing the poisonous gas. The monitoring system indicated that the poisonous gas in the room was no longer at a dangerous level, but considering how deadly it was, Xia Fei still put on a gas mask as a precaution. He opened the door. The exhaust fan was operating loudly. A large amount of gas was being released into the universe, while fresh air was being pumped into the room. Xia Fei lifted his arm and glanced at the value on the detector before entering the room. The red box was lying sideways on the table with a little crack from where the poisonous gas was released. The poisonous gas had been fully released, so the box was no longer posing any threat to humans. Xia Fei put the box upright with a thick protective glove, then he took a deep breath and opened the lid. Inside the box was a metal can around the size of a toothpaste. Its delicate mechanical structure was linked to the combination lock. If the right combination was entered, it would not release the poisonous gas. However, if there were more than 3 failed attempts, or if anyone tried to snap the combination lock, just like what Xia Fei had done, the box would release the poisonous gas to destroy the surroundings. There was nothing else in it. Xia Fei thought for a moment. He brought the box into the washroom and cleaned it repeatedly with a sanitizer, which he had prepared earlier. He also removed the container of the poisonous gas in the box and cleaned it more than 3 times. The detector indicated that the box no longer had any poisonous substance. He could even use it to drink the 8 treasure kanji if he wanted. It turned out that the deadly poisonous gas was cleansable. The person who designed it was only trying to murder anyone touching the box without permission instead of turning the place where the box was into a barren land. Xia Fei left the room, and the titanium door immediately closed behind him. He took off the gas mask and gloves and brought the box into his new room. What's inside the box? Dong asked Xia Fei curiously when he left the room. He had been observing Xia Fei from the control room all along. Nothing at all. Xia Fei shrugged. Dong was startled. There's nothing inside it despite being booby-trapped with such a deadly gas? Was it a prank? Xia Fei smiled. I don't think so. I doubt anyone would use such a deadly poisonous gas for a prank. The red box was quite delicate. It might not have some fancy embroiderment, but the details of the corners indicated how attentive the crafter was. Xia Fei was reluctant to think that such a valuable box would only be used to store some poisonous gas. Xia Fei played around with the box for a good long time before he finally noticed something unusual. It turned out that the box had a hidden compartment. Its maker had ingeniously used optical illusion to set up a second layer at the bottom of the box, which was impossible to notice with only the naked eyes. The compartment was one with the box and did not have any switch to reveal it. It was only accessible by destroying the box. Xia Fei took out a dagger from his spatial ring and prepared to pry open the box. The box had released a poisonous gas the last time Xia Fei tried to damage it. Dong wanted to stop Xia Fei, yet he too was curious about the box's content. Thus, he went to the door and activated the ventilation system. Instead, Dong was not too worried about Xia Fei's safety. Xia Fei already proved that he could run away from any potential danger quicker than him if there was really an accident. Crack! The dagger pried open the red box easily, but it did not release any poisonous gas this time and only revealed an egg. The egg looked extremely weird. Its size was like a cocoon, while its shell was full of glittering golden lines like a glowing landscape painting with a mesmerizing illustration of a scenery. Xia Fei and Dong curiously magnified the pattern on the egg by 12 times and displayed it on the screen. They discovered that the pattern was not a landscape painting as they first thought. It was just some natural lines on the egg which resembled a painting. Do you know what it is? Xia Fei asked. Dong shook his head. Xia Fei proceeded to ask Phantom, who shared the same answer. Xia Fei picked up the white egg with golden lines and played around with it. The egg was heavier than it seemed. It was smaller than a thumb, yet it weighed around 1.5 kilograms. Most interestingly, not only was the egg warm when he held it in his hand, it had a soft pulse akin to the weak but rapid heartbeat of an infant. The microcomputer has an ion scanner. Why don't we use it to see what's inside it? Dong proposed. Xia Fei thought for a moment and said, can't do. The egg obviously has a heartbeat. It will be a great loss to us if what's inside is a rare and exotic species and the ion rays end up killing it. Dong frowned. Just let it die then. It's fine if it's a mild species, but it's going to be trouble if it's a dangerous savage beast. No way. Xia Fei quickly waved his hand. We might be able to earn a fortune with it. It's a waste if it dies. Xia Fei placed the egg in his spatial ring, but he suddenly realized the spatial ring did not have any air. What if the little beast suffocated before it was even born? After some time, Xia Fei decided to wrap the egg with a piece of cloth and put it in his chest pocket. I'll ask someone to have a look at it when we reach the capital, and we'll decide what to do with it, Xia Fei said. Xia Fei's disappearance for a few days did not seem so important compared to the sudden appearance of Eden. It was exactly what Xia Fei wanted, since he had never liked getting so much attention. That being said, his whereabouts was still very important to certain people such as Avril. Dong left to repair his warship. The two agreed to meet at the venue of the Golden Finger Cup tomorrow. Xia Fei also gave Moonsong a call. After all, the three of them were the closest in the training camp. Moonsong was not too surprised to see Dong. She immediately asked the man about the progress of her request. Dong managed to bluff his way through by claiming that he would soon set out to look for the things Moonsong had asked after a quick rest. Xia Fei went to Sunset Villa after he was done settling everything. Pang Xing even sent a car to the airport to pick him up. It was actually unnecessary, considering that Xia Fei's walking speed was quicker than the ride. Promise me that you won't disappear for no reason again. She seriously needs you by her side. Pang Xing's first statement after they met made Xia Fei feel aggrieved. It was not as if everything was under his control when trouble followed him around like his shadow. It was basically his destiny. At least, he knew that he was still a long way away from being able to live a peaceful life. I'll try my best. It was the only response Xia Fei could come up with after failing to think of anything better to say. Pang Xing was a little disappointed. It was obviously not something he was hoping to hear. He preferred Xia Fei to stop running around places and stay at home all the time with Avril, so he could take care of her and love her properly. Pang Xing had good intentions, but did he ever wonder if Avril would still like Xia Fei if he became a stay-at-home geek? Her father and grandfather aren't on the friendliest terms with you, so they've arranged for you to wait for Avril at the pavilion by the lake. Dinner will be served there, too. Her etiquette class is ending soon, so please wait for her patiently, Pang Xing said. Avril could no longer sit tight after she heard that Xia Fei was back. Her teacher did not have trouble reading her mind. Thus, she was dismissed earlier than scheduled. Avril trotted to the pavilion by the lake and greeted Xia Fei with a strange curtsy. What kind of curtsy is that? It looks very unique, Xia Fei asked. Avril smiled. I just learned it today. It's how the Murphys from the Cobalt region greet one another. Xia Fei nodded. He did not comment any further. Just like usual, no matter how worried Avril was, she would try her best to look joyful whenever they met. How have you been? Avril could not help but ask. Xia Fei smiled. Not too bad. If I didn't leave all of a sudden, I wouldn't be able to meet Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu? Avril exclaimed. She had long heard about Xiaoyu from Xia Fei. It was something that had bothered the man for a long time. Avril was very kind. She would not want anything like it to happen even if Xia Fei did not end up with her. Did you really meet Xiaoyu? How is she? Why didn't she come back with you? Xia Fei shook his head. I did see her, but she's with someone else. I didn't have the chance to talk to her, but she seems to be in good shape. She's grown a little taller, too. Xia Fei briefly described his encounter with Xiaoyu. He of course skipped the part about the blood matrix. He only told her how he had bumped into her coincidentally, but had not gotten the chance to talk to her properly. Avril twisted her lips and said, I feel so sorry for Xiaoyu. Xia Fei, you must find her and bring her back. Xia Fei was startled, then he nodded sternly. I will. Xia Fei went to Thurum's office after leaving the Sunset Villa. It was already late at night, but Thurum was still waiting in his office. Why do you want to meet when it's already so late? You may be a night owl, but an old man like me needs his rest, Thurum grumbled. You still went to Avril when you have something urgent to discuss, so I'm not important to you? Xia Fei lit up a cigarette silently. Thurum withdrew his legs, which he had initially placed on the table, and rose to his feet. Come with me. It's been a while since I last trained with someone. We'll talk on the way. Thurum's blonde secretary immediately went to prepare the training room. He was still at the office at such a late time. It was not an easy job being Thurum's secretary. You did well at Hook's base. I heard that the Alliance had sent 2 warships to clean up the rest of Hook's crew. You've done the Alliance a favor, Thurum said. Xia Fei replied. It was just a coincidence. I just hope that there's no follow-up trouble because of it. I already have enough problems to deal with. Thurum patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Don't worry. The military will only send someone over to learn the details from you. You think they're not aware of what you did? A lot of people have seen the fight between you and Butcher. By the way, why did you want to see me? Xia Fei answered. I once took part in a trial when I joined the Adjudicator Union. A little girl went missing during it, but I saw her again in the blood matrix. She was with a bunch of women in long, black robes. Thurum was startled. Why didn't you say it earlier? It's very important. Xia Fei was confused. Is it? I tried asking the Adjudicator Union about it back then, but they made me leave instead. They didn't look very concerned about her to me. Thurum wore a stern look. That's back then. You didn't have the clearance to learn about these confidential matters. Xia Fei said helplessly. I'm only a cadet adjudicator even now and a mere assistant librarian at the library. Thurum said in a mysterious voice. Did you forget? You have another identity, too. Xia Fei tilted his head and asked, What identity? You're under Qin Meng's wing, Thurum replied. Aren't you thick? You still don't know the power that Qin Meng's name holds. Xia Fei was speechless. He knew that Qin Meng had power, but it was too ambiguous. He could never understand how powerful Qin Meng was exactly. Come, it's time for you to meet someone, Thurum said. The Secret Investigations Department a few streets away from the weapons vault. It was already late at night. The mysterious 6-story building was dimly lit by a few street lamps. Thurum did not even look at the security guard at the entrance. He strutted inside, and the detector started beeping. The screen showed that Thurum was carrying a weapon, yet no one dared to stop him. The blonde secretary whispered to Xia Fei. The head quartermaster has always been like this. He insists on keeping his weapons even when he's attending the highest meeting of the Adjudicator Union. Even the president doesn't dare to say a word. I was told that Mr. Qin Meng was even more impressive. He blatantly kicked the door of the meeting room open and scolded the president in front of a few hundred colleagues. Xia Fei twisted his lips. Qin Meng and Thurum were indeed brothers. Even their styles were the same. The old man Qin Meng was no longer as hot-tempered as he used to be, but Thurum was still the same. Xia Fei met a skinny, old man on the 6th floor. The man had a tattoo of the thorn bird on his face. His skin tone and eyes were a lot different from normal people's. His skinny fingers were like the claws of an eagle, sturdy and sharp. He seemed to be from an ethnic minority in the Alliance. Otherwise, it was unlikely that a department head would be allowed to have tattoos, especially on the face. It must be a part of the tradition of his tribe. The door closed. The tattooed old man rubbed his temples and asked with an anxious look, What's so important that you have to come and see me today? Don't you know what time it is? Thurum harumphed and said, Raksha, it's something urgent. I've brought you some important intel. After some brief introductions, Thurum urged Xia Fei. Tell him everything that you told me. Xia Fei explained Xiao Yu's disappearance and how he had stumbled upon her in the blood matrix to Raksha. The man was more shocked the more he listened. He was no longer feeling tired. What do you think? Your secret investigations department hasn't found anything useful even after so many years. I would have long killed myself as an apology to the world if I were you. Thurum scoffed after Xia Fei was done explaining. Raksha was familiar with Thurum's hot temper, so he was not too fussy about it. He asked, Xia Fei, are you telling the truth? Xia Fei nodded. Every single word. Do you still remember those women's appearance or any distinguishing features of their outfits? Raksha asked. Xia Fei was confused. Xiao Yu had been missing for more than 2 years, and he had not once heard the Adjudicator Union taking it seriously. But it seemed to him now that the department head of the Classified Investigations Department was very concerned about it. It did not make any sense. Thurum knew what Xia Fei was thinking and said, The truth is, it's not the first time a trial candidate got kidnapped. It's happened a few times over the years, and the victims are all girls younger than 16 with high-level abilities. There's been no exception. The Adjudicator Union never found any useful information after years of investigation. They have no idea who's behind it. So the things you know might be very helpful to the Union. Xia Fei was shocked. It turned out that Xiao Yu's disappearance was not just an isolated case. Many other young girls got kidnapped during the trial, too. Could they be those women in black robes whom he had seen with Xiao Yu a few days ago? Raksha looked at Thurum doubtfully, as if he was wondering about the appropriateness of telling Xia Fei such confidential information. Raksha was very concerned about everything a person said, perhaps because of the nature of his job. Thurum nodded at Raksha, indicating that Xia Fei was one of them. There was no need to hold back any information. Raksha said, Xia Fei, everything we discuss in this room is confidential information. I hope that you won't mention it to anyone after leaving this building. Xia Fei said, I understand. Very well. Tell me every detail you know. I will ask the best painter to draw their portraits. The Union will send out warrants for them, Raksha said. Xia Fei did not dare to be negligent since it might help find Xiao Yu. He gave the Classified Investigations Department his full cooperation and described the appearance and outfit of the women he saw. It was almost dawn when they left. Thurum patted Xia Fei on the shoulder and asked, Are you going back to the Golden Finger Cup today? Xia Fei replied, That's right. I'm relying on it to promote my company's products. Thurum laughed. The energy shield booster is pretty good. Many people are demanding it from me. Unfortunately, your company's production rate is too low to support all the demands. You should stop promoting it. I'll take every piece you have. Xia Fei smiled. Mr. Thurum, the market is huge. I can't just keep munching a single bone, can I? Thurum did not say anything. He knew that Quantum Holdings was doing everything it could to increase production. Once all the factories were set up, the Adjudicator Union would be unable to take in all the supplies. Come, breakfast is on me. The Wangs around the corner have some nice bean curd, Thurum said. Xia Fei shook his head and looked at the gray sky. Maybe next time. I'm already worn out. I still have to deliver a huge gift to a mister. The event on the 8th day of the Golden Cup tournament was the emergency repairing of the life support system. It was already dawn when Xia Fei went back to his room after a busy night. He was going to take a shower before heading to the tournament venue. He took the strange egg out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Not having the chance to ask anyone what it was due to time constraints, he could only keep it on him for the time being. He turned on the shower and felt refreshed as cool water sprinkled on him. There was a waterproof computer in the shower, and Xia Fei turned it on to check the progress of the tournament. You were away for 5 days. Constantine is leading you by 943 points, while Li Mo has a lead of 1020 points. It seems that you won't be able to win the Icosaphetrathon, Phantom said after checking the current standings. Xia Fei smiled. My main focus is to promote the energy shield booster. I just need to avoid making mistakes during the warship modification event. The other events aren't really important. Phantom asked, How is it not important? Li Mo has taken the initiative to challenge you. It will be a disgrace if you lose. Xia Fei fell silent. It went without saying that he was unwilling to lose to the pampered man, but he could only do his best under the circumstances. The outcome of the tournament was not a part of his goal, since the game was far from the end. Avril came as she promised. Xia Fei and her went to the cafeteria to grab some simple breakfast before heading to the venue. Avril was quite fond of civilian food. Anyone who was used to eating exotic delicacies would want to try something different at times. Xia Fei was not fussy, either, since he was never a picky eater. There was an uproar outside the venue, and Xia Fei was surprised to find Chun Dong quarreling with the staff. Xia Fei called Chun Dong from behind. What's going on here? It's not good for your health to argue with someone early in the morning. Chun Dong snarled. These guys are stopping me from entering because they say I'm disheveled. Chun Dong was wearing a pair of loose pants as usual. His upper body was naked with a stream of huge beads around his neck, giving him a crude appearance. It was Chun Dong's usual looks. It had been the same since Xia Fei first met him, regardless of the seasons. Xia Fei smiled. You're in the capital. There are obviously going to be more rules than the Indero Star region. It's not like you're going to die if you put on a shirt. Those girls over there keep staring at you. They seem pretty interested in you. Chun Dong followed Xia Fei's gaze and indeed saw a few women in garish clothes eyeing him suggestively. Chun Dong immediately shivered. He had always been clueless about how to interact with women. He might be a huge bloke who was taller than others when standing, longer than others when lying down, and fiercer than others in a fight, but he was most scared of women. He would stammer, even when he was only exchanging a few words with a woman. "I'll wear a shirt, then if you say so," Dong said unwillingly. He took out a white singlet from his spatial ring and put it on. Xia Fei and Avril laughed when they saw it. The singlet was too small for him. His 8 pecs were exposed still. It did not make much difference. Most amusingly, there was a giraffe embroidered on the back of the singlet, as if it was meant for kids. No human was good at everything. Dong might be a genius warrior with incredible talents in fighting, but trifle things like wearing clothes and eating were all Greek to him. He had most likely grabbed the singlet from a random stall. The singlet was obviously meant for kids, yet he could not even tell this. Xia Fei asked, "Where's your uniform?" "We are both affiliated with the Adjudicator Union. It's more appropriate to wear our uniform on a formal occasion." Dong took out his uniform and put it on upon hearing Xia Fei's advice. His looks were appealing to women, not to mention his attractive muscles. He was clearly going to attract a lot of attention from the women by changing right in front of them on the street. The ladies eventually left in disappointment after Dong put on the enclosed uniform. He immediately felt at ease. Avril was giggling on the side still. She whispered into Xia Fei's ear, "Your friend is pretty interesting." Xia Fei did not comment on it, and just calmly introduced Avril to Dong. The man might be carefree, but he was from a renowned family. After all, he still knew how to behave himself. The staff no longer stopped Dong after he put on the uniform of an adjudicator. The group entered the venue successfully. Dong, Avril, Pang Xing, and the others went to the spectators' seats while Xia Fei took the participants' passage to the first floor. The lounge was crowded with participants of the tournament. There was still some time left until the next event, so the passage to the venue was not open yet, and the participants could only wait in the lounge. Constantine was standing in a corner. He was having a hard time blending in, and the others were purposely avoiding him, too. Xia Fei hesitated briefly before approaching Constantine. "You seem to be enjoying your piece here." Constantine looked at Xia Fei for a moment and asked, "It's been 5 days. Where have you been? You no longer have the chance to compete with me." Xia Fei smiled. "You weren't doing so well, either. Liu is leading you by almost 100 points. Constantine scoffed. "Everyone has their specialty. The events these few days just happen to be outside my area of expertise. The tournament hasn't ended yet. It's still too early to decide the outcome now." "Too early? Why do I think otherwise?" Xia Fei did not turn around. He knew exactly that this voice belonged to Liu. "I can get everything I want, but everything I don't want is mine, too. It's quite a pity. The tournament hasn't yet ended, but the outcome has already been decided." Liu walked up to Xia Fei and Constantine proudly as he spoke. Liu grinned and told Xia Fei, "Such a pity. The guy who scored full points twice is currently ranked last in the tournament. I thought that you're going to be a worthy opponent, but it turns out that you're just a coward. How have you been over the past few days?" Xia Fei smiled. "My well-being is the least of Mr. Li's concern, but may I ask, did you rest well last night?" Liu furrowed his brows and harumphed coldly. "It's you? You killed my Lunaneer Bell." Xia Fei spread his arms and said innocently, "Mr. Li, I don't understand what you're saying. Lunaneer Bell is a pure-breed female horse I was raising. Someone killed her this morning and threw her head into the pool. Did you do it?" Liu snarled. Xia Fei replied, "Your place has such tight security. I'm afraid I'm not capable of committing the crime, but I must give you a piece of friendly advice. If the person can kill your horse, perhaps they may harm you one day too. Mr. Li, you should be more careful. After all, it's hard to fathom a person's mind. A noble man who is neatly dressed isn't necessarily a good man." Constantine added, too. "Xia Fei is right. If I were the guy, I wouldn't bother killing your horse. I would talk to Mr. Li directly." Xia Fei and Constantine were not acquaintances in the first place, but Liu was being too full of himself, so they subconsciously teamed up against a common enemy. Liu left with a dark face. He did not say anything reckless, yet the look in his eyes was already saying how much he hated Xia Fei and Constantine. "Xia Fei, I already told you that it's unwise to alert the enemy inadvertently. Liu is clearly going to be on his guard from now on. It's going to be harder for you to take his life," Phantom said as he watched Liu left. Xia Fei asked indifferently, "Do you think he will be nervous?" Phantom said, "Of course, you killed his horse right under his nose. Anyone in his shoes will feel terrified. I'm pretty sure that he's going to be on his toes for some time." He might even struggle to eat and sleep properly. Xia Fei smiled. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. You'll soon know the reason behind it. Phantom shook his head. Xia Fei was not the kind of person who would act on impulse. He must have a reason for doing so, but intimidating the enemy was not the way of an assassin. Phantom preferred to deal with problems in the cleanest way possible. He was also worried that Li Mo might try to hurt Xia Fei again. The life support system was one of the most important safety mechanisms of a warship. If the air purifying unit failed to provide enough oxygen, humans would struggle to survive in space, let alone going after their enemy. The event in the morning was a scenario where the life support system of a warship suddenly broke down in a desolate region in space. The participants must repair the system within 3 hours, or they would suffocate to death. Constantine was the first to finish the event, followed by Li Mo. In terms of scores, Constantine received 130 points for repairing the system quicker, while Li Mo obtained 112 points. It took Xia Fei 2 hours and 21 minutes to complete the event. He was relatively slow compared to most participants, but he ended up scoring 165 points. He did not just repair the air purifying system, but also resolve the potential danger of the gravity regulator and the drinking water system. So the old folks in the committee gave Xia Fei 50 bonus points again. The tournament continued with its fierce competition. Xia Fei put up an outstanding performance and came first 6 times in a row. Li Mo and Constantine had great performances too after they were provoked by Xia Fei's results. Even though their scores were lower, Xia Fei's total score was still too far away from theirs. The tournament had already crossed the halfway point, but Xia Fei was still 700 points or so away from Li Mo and Constantine. The maximum score of an event was 120. Even if Xia Fei scored all the available bonus points from the committee, he still had no chance of making a comeback. However, Xia Fei's outstanding performance had gotten the crowd and the committee's attention. The spectators felt that it was a pity, for Xia Fei had already lost the chance to become the champion of the Golden Finger Cup after missing 10 events. Old Porter's stern face was displayed on the screen in Xia Fei's room. Xia Fei, the warship modification event tomorrow is very important. I know that you want to win the tournament, but you must remember that your priority is to promote the energy shield booster. That's the most important goal. Xia Fei nodded. I understand. Don't you worry. I also heard that the event is giving more points than other events. Porter said, That's exactly why I'm reminding you now. I've watched the events recently and noticed that you're trying to make up for the points you lost when you were gone for 5 days. It's good to be motivated, but you must remember that you should remain level-headed regardless of the circumstances. It's what I've learned over the years. Xia Fei was startled. I got it. Thanks for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind. But, Xia Fei paused before saying with a smile, I'll still fight for the things I ought to fight for. The warship modification event had always been the pinnacle of the Golden Finger Cup, since the participants had to optimize normal warships under certain conditions to maximize their fighting capabilities. It was an all-around test for the participants. The participants must handle the whole modification process on their own. If the participants' skills were not versatile enough, they would be unable to score high in the event. The warship modification was the longest event in the tournament. The participants had 3 days to modify the warships before they took part in a 3-day-long knockout competition. The finals, with only 8 participants remaining, would then take place on the last day. After breakfast, Xia Fei took the hovercar provided by the organizer to the hangar he was allocated to, and a brand-new Caldarian Kestrel-class frigate was parked inside it. The rich and imposing Caldari was sponsoring every frigate for the warship modification event. Other reputable companies in the alliance were sponsoring some parts for the event, too. The organizers of the Golden Finger Cup only had to arrange the venue and supervise the events, so they did not spend a lot on the tournament. Of course, the companies willing to supply the tournament with expensive warships and spare parts had their own goals. If a warship using their parts came first in the competition, their products would immediately grab a lot of attention and increase the sales significantly. Therefore, many manufacturers were more than willing to sponsor the Golden Finger Cup. Some of the companies would even sign a deal with the most talented participants of the tournament, hoping they would use their products during the warship modification event. As a matter of fact, a few manufacturers had already contacted Xia Fei 2 events ago, hoping to strike a deal with him over using their products, but Xia Fei had rejected all the offers. The warship modification event was the main reason he was participating in the Golden Finger Cup, for he was going to showcase the energy shield booster to the Alliance at large and claim a spot for it amid the fierce competition between the manufacturers. If he signed a deal with any of the companies, he would be restricted to using certain parts for the event. In addition to it, Xia Fei mostly relied on his instincts when modifying a warship. Even he did not necessarily have a standard approach. He might change his plan if he came up with a new idea in the process. After thorough considerations, Xia Fei decided to give up on the opportunity of finding a sponsor. The benefits might be enticing, but he had to put the future of his company, Quantum Holdings, first. If the energy shield booster managed to grab the Alliance's attention, the benefits were far beyond what any sponsors could offer him. Xia Fei stopped at the entrance of the hangar and observed the Kestrel-class frigate from this distance. Similar to humans, the first impression of a warship was very important, too. Warships gave off their own aura. Normally, a high-quality warship would instantly give an indescribable sense of astonishment to those seeing it for the first time. A man wearing the uniform of a coordinator of the Golden Finger Cup approached Xia Fei. He turned on a special computer in his hand to verify Xia Fei's appearance. Xia Fei, here is the list of spare parts you've pre-ordered. The goods are placed in the storage behind the hangar. I'll need you to confirm if everything is in the right order. Also, if you have any complaints about the warship, you can tell us right away. We'll contact the company to replace it, the staff said. Xia Fei took the list and looked through it. He said, if I decide to change the parts later, how long will it take to deliver them to me? The staff smiled. 15 minutes. It's the Golden Finger Cup, after all. The Association of Machinists is pretty efficient, but you still have to confirm the parts in the storage to avoid any accident. We will change the parts for you immediately if we have the stock. The total price of the parts is 37,511,000. Every participant is given a fund of 50 million, so you still have some available. Xia Fei nodded. I think that there's nothing else then. Thank you. The staff looked behind Xia Fei and asked, are you planning to modify the warship alone? Xia Fei nodded without saying a word. Well, the tournament allows the participants to hire assistants for the event. All the assistants are talented members of the association. You only need to pay them 30,000 each every day. Of course, you are allowed to use the funds allocated to you to pay them, the staff said. Modifying a warship was not an easy task, so most participants would hire machinists to lend them a hand. It was normal for the event. Xia Fei rejected the staff's friendly reminder not because he was putting on airs, but because he was being more cautious after the incident of the blood matrix. Liamo was surely going to pick on him in every way possible. It was difficult to keep his design a secret if he hired unreliable machinists as his assistants. If Liamo bribed his assistants, he might get his hands on the blueprint of how Xia Fei would modify the warship and use it to beat Xia Fei. Besides, Xia Fei was not afraid of getting his hands dirty. He was not too fussy with doing the manual labors himself. He would just eat a few extra bowls of rice to make up for it. After all, the tournament was providing food to the participants for free. Xia Fei inserted his card at the entrance. The titanium door immediately closed up while the lights in the hangar lit up. The system was specifically designed to ensure every participant's privacy. Only people with permission were allowed to enter the hangar to modify the warships. There was another door at the back of the hangar. Boxes of spare parts were placed in order inside the room. There was a tiny hovercar nearby, which the participants could use to move the heavy parts into the hangar. Xia Fei turned on his microcomputer and confirmed the parts on the list while moving them to the warship. He also brought out the needed tools and devices from the sides. The greatest strength of a Kestrel-class frigate is obviously its missile system, but its hull and shield are very weak. Plus, it doesn't have any advantage in terms of speed. It's a standard warship with high firepower. How are you planning to modify it? Phantom asked. Xia Fei tapped on the warship's hull. The knocks echoed about. If it's a firepower-focused warship, I'll fully utilize its firepower. As for its defense, I'm planning to set up a dual energy shield booster array to increase the energy of its shield as much as possible, Xia Fei replied. Phantom said after a brief thought. Aren't you going to modify its speed? This warship is pretty slow. Its agility is lacking, too. Xia Fei smiled. There's no need to modify its speed. Every participant's warship is the same. Everyone is going to use its missile system as the main offense for it has outstanding firepower and precision-guided system. There's no way I'm going to dodge the missiles unless I can push its speed to an extreme level. It's going to be a head-on battle between two Kestrel-class frigates. Little tricks aren't going to make any difference. Phantom nodded. The most obvious weakness of missiles was its long flight time. If the target was a distance away, the missiles would have to cover a long distance before hitting the target, unlike a blaster which could inflict damage on the enemy as soon as it was fired. However, the missile system had its advantages, too. It could swiftly lock down its target. It had 100% accuracy, unless the enemy's warship was able to outfly the missiles. The accuracy of blasters was significantly lower than the missile system. If an enemy slightly increased its speed, a blaster would lose a part of its firepower due to the need of readjustment and the lack of accuracy. Therefore, the duel between warships with missile systems was like a fight between two warriors without any protective measures. The two would take turns to throw punches and kicks at each other. It was a showdown of resistance, since the one less resistant to hits would fall first. The victory would only belong to the one with a greater resistance. As a matter of fact, the nature of the competition was in Xia Fei's favor, since the energy shield booster he invented would significantly improve the defense of his warship. Phantom shook his head. Is it really that simple? It's not like you at all. No way. You must have something else in mind. Xia Fei smiled, but remained silent. Huh. You smiled. I knew you were up to something. Hurry up and tell me what your plan is. Phantom exclaimed. The hangar doors were set to close at 6 in the afternoon of Earth's time. The venues were off limits, too. The organizer had allocated 12 hours a day for the participants to modify the warship to ensure that they were in their best shape throughout the event. The participants must leave their hangar when the time given to them was over. Xia Fei left the hangar and stretched. He was worn out physically from working the whole day, but his mind was in great shape. He had done half the modifications in just 12 hours. If everything went smoothly tomorrow, he would be able to finish the modifications and use the third day for testing and some final tweaks. Constantine walked up to Xia Fei. He was unkempt as usual and did not look like a prince at all. Similar to Xia Fei, Constantine was modifying his warship alone. There were 312 participants to the event, but only Xia Fei and Constantine were modifying the warships on their own. The others had hired assistants to reduce the workload. Xia Fei had a quick chat with Constantine. The man told him that he had not only come to take part in the tournament, but was also in the capital ring to find himself a wife, since the women in the Blood Candle Kingdom were too ugly and had their flaws. None of them were gentle, too. Xia Fei did not say anything. After all, it was not appropriate for him to comment on personal matters. He reminded Constantine that, as a man, he must retain his dignity at all times. Only then would he be able to win the affection of a woman. Constantine nodded sternly. The story Xia Fei told him had long been implanted in his heart. Since then, he had stopped approaching women shamelessly. Avril was done with her class for the day, too, and was now waiting outside the hangar with Pangxing. Constantine was envious of the relationship between Xia Fei and Avril. He grudgingly said goodbye and went back to his room alone. Xia Fei, Avril. They could hear Thurum's laughter from a distance away. Xia Fei went up to Thurum and greeted him. Avril politely greeted the elderly man, too. Thurum seemed to be in a great mood, for he complimented Avril on her good manners. The lady immediately blushed embarrassedly. I have something to discuss with you, Thurum said. Does it have something to do, Xiaoyu? Xia Fei supposed. The moment Thurum said that there was something he wished to discuss, Xia Fei instantly thought of Xiaoyu. Xia Fei had not forgotten her since that chance meeting of theirs in the Blood Matrix. Instead, he missed her even more after. Thurum laughed somewhat awkwardly. Sorry. The secret investigations, executive, headhunters, and all other relevant departments have been busy like ants on a hot pan, yet they can't seem to find any trace of those people at all. Xia Fei was slightly disappointed. He lit a cigarette and held it between his lips. When those people left, I noticed that their warship was fitted with a stealth system. The Alliance has strict control over all strategic equipment like stealth systems, so perhaps a look into the sales records of stealth systems for major companies may yield some clues. Thurum replied, We are the adjudicator union, not the military. We don't have the right to check the databases of other organizations. At best, we can ask them to hand over their data, and it will depend on them if they're willing to give permission. After all, client data is considered confidential information. Most companies will rarely leak such data, It just isn't that simple. Xia Fei thought about it and answered, "Since that's the case, why don't you make a report about the missing candidates to the military and let them assist in the investigation?" Thuram burst into laughter. "You have to be kidding me. Who are we?" "The Distinguished Adjudicator Union, the largest warrior organization in the Pan-Human Alliance, that has 175 combined fleets under our name, while our unintegrated fleets are uncountable. We have hundreds of millions of members, and it has always been the military who reaches out to work with the Adjudicator Union or the monastic order to solve whatever matter it comes across, never the other way around." Xia Fei pursed his lips. Compared to the other major forces, the Adjudicator Union greatly valued face. They had disregarded everything and investigated the candidate's disappearance all for the sake of saving face. And it was for this same reason that they had not sought the aid of the military as well. Though they had managed to keep their reputation intact this way, their inability to work together with the other organizations meant that they were on their own if anything happened. Besides, stealth systems are no longer classified technology. Recently, there are various locations in the Alliance where small underground factories have been producing stealth equipment. It's said that the biggest mystery behind stealth systems, its reverse coding, had already been cracked. As a result, there are quite a few workshops out there that have the capabilities to produce stealth equipment for warships. And because of how profitable these stealth systems are, many people out there are willing to take the risk and manufacture them despite the Alliance listing it as contraband. Thuram sighed. Xia Fei was quite surprised. It seemed that the core technology for stealth systems had already been secretly leaked to civilians. He inwardly considered if he should buy one and install it to Vampire, since having one would greatly increase his tactical flexibility in combat. "Uncle, just why exactly did you come here in person to look for me?" Xia Fei asked. Thuram answered, "Actually, I'm not here specifically to look for you. I happen to have something nearby, so I took some time to swing by as you're along the way. But honestly, I do have two things I need to tell you. First, I heard that the warship modification finals in a few days' time will have a big shot from the Alliance military coming down to spectate in person. I have yet to learn who exactly he is, but I reckon that the person should be one of the big three. Haven't you always wanted to promote your energy shield boosters to the entire Alliance? This is a great opportunity. While the Union's internal department's response to the energy shield boosters has been great, the military is still a different body compared to us. Our equipping of fleets we own is somewhat flexible, so not every warship has to use the same equipment. But it's different for the military, and they will do huge bulk purchases of the equipment they set their eyes on, rapidly spreading across all their fleets. If you manage to vie for a purchase order from the military, I'm sure you'll be smiling even in your dreams." Xia Fei nodded. "Thanks for telling me all this. As long as I'm able to get to the finals, I'll be sure to perform well. That isn't something you have to worry about." Thuram nodded. "Yes, having a calm mind is the most important. Do you know why it is so hard to acquire a purchase order from the military?" Xia Fei had no idea. "Is it because they have a high technological equipment to meet?" Thuram smiled and patted Xia Fei on his back. "Seeing you usually being quite clever, how could you not have made the connection? Go flip through the detailed purchase orders made by the military over the years, and you'll know that there are only a handful of companies that provide the military with the equipment they need. Plus, a large portion of that is actually made by themselves. After all, the military can't afford to be sloppy with the equipment it uses. There must not be even the slightest flaws, so the military has greater trust of the products made by the companies under it. Actually, most of the businesses that can get a military purchase order are those which have plenty of funds. Take, for example, the 4 major warship companies. The 4 of them aren't ranked highly in the Alliance, but everyone knows that their actual strength is enough to find themselves among the top 10 businesses operating in the human-occupied territories. But why is it that their financial reports aren't outstanding every year? The reason is that they get too many orders from the military as well as the other sovereign territories. Although the military will invite tenders every year, that will only apply for the purchase of insignificant equipment like logistics and ammunition. As for warships, cannons, and products related to the actual strength of the army, have these things ever been openly tendered? Everything is all done privately. The 4 major warship companies each have their ledger that can't be made publicly known. Inside will be all the purchase orders from the military, and so there's no way for them to reveal those to the general public since they're all kept confidential. That is why when the list of top 500 businesses in the alliance is published each time, the 4 major businesses always end up ranking low. After hearing Thurum's explanation, Xia Fei asked, "Thank you for your guidance on this matter, uncle. What I'm getting is that it isn't easy to obtain a purchase order from the military. I originally thought that the military would make a purchase as long as our product's good, but it seems that I've been thinking too one-dimensionally this time." Thurum said, "These are all facts. Even if the military has their eye on your energy shield boosters, they might mention some harsh conditions, such as having priority purchase rights, installment payments, and so on. I only hope that you're already prepared for this." Xia Fei nodded. "What is the other thing you want to tell me?" Thurum chuckled. "This second thing will be very beneficial to you. Raksha and I have discussed it, and he wishes to transfer you to the Secret Investigations Department, specifically to investigate the case of the missing candidates. This is a good chance for you to gain access to the core of the Union, affording you greater prospects within the organization." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. "Normally, Department Head Raksha and I hardly have any connection. Why will he want me to be transferred over to the Secret Investigations Department at this moment?" Thurum answered, "The reason's simple. First, you saw Su Ryu with those people, and you're a witness to the abduction back then. Raksha feels that this will be of help to the investigation. Second, your cultivation is still quite a distance away from joining the Union's inner circle, but you've got good prospects, so you barely managed to qualify. Furthermore, given the relationship you share with the old Qin Mang, Raksha of course sees no reason to be against this, doing this on account of Qin Mang. You don't have to give me your response now, and can take some time to think about it. I know you dislike being fettered by constraints, but this is indeed a good opportunity for you. I can even reveal a bit to you that Qin Mang has had thoughts of pushing you up Union management all along, and it's only because you are young and don't have any contract with the Union that this hasn't been implemented. Don't doubt Qin Mang's capabilities. Even I can't predict the lengths he is able to go." Xia Fei smiled. "Uncle Thurum, I won't treat you as an outsider. I can tell you right now that I've got no interest in joining the Union's upper management. Given the current circumstances, it is in my top priority to expand my own power. It is, as the saying goes, better to depend on oneself than on others." Thurum was not at all surprised to hear this. He exchanged a few more words with Xia Fei before leaving, so as not to bother Avril and Xia Fei. She had been standing at the side, and upon seeing Thurum leave, she came over and took Xia Fei's arm. "Something on your mind?" Avril curiously wondered. Xia Fei replied, "It's nothing, actually, but I was given a chance to search for Xiaoyu, which I rejected, so I can't help but feel somewhat dejected." Avril was stunned. "Why did you reject it? Isn't finding little sister Xiaoyu and bringing her home something you've always wanted to do?" Xia Fei gazed at the setting sun. "You're not wrong, but I know that there's no way of achieving this with my current power, which is why I need to become stronger as soon as possible. If 1,000 men isn't enough to find her, then I'll employ 10,000 men, even going to 100,000 if 10,000 doesn't work. As long as I have the funds to do so, I'll give it my all to achieve this." Avril leaned her head onto Xia Fei's arm, softly asking, "If I were the one who's gone missing, not Xiaoyu, would you do the same?" Xia Fei answered lightly, "No." Avril was shocked. She did not dare believe his reply, but the words he spoke next made her smile brightly. "If you're the one missing, I'd find you even if I had to turn the entire universe upside down." The 3 days for the warship modification had passed, and every participant's warships were sealed, no longer allowing any further modifications to be made until this event officially began. Every participant was free to choose parts valued under 50 million star coins. Xia Fei had spent a total of 41.22 million star coins toward this end, leaving the rest of his funds in preparation for the final stage of the event. If the warship received damage at that time, he would be able to swap out parts at the last minute, so it was necessary for him to keep some funds in reserve. Because Constantine and Li Mo were ahead in points, they had no need to participate in the ground elimination rounds 2 days prior, while Xia Fei, who was among those who ranked bottom, needed to participate in them. In a sense, Li Mo already held the upper hand even before the event began, whereas Xia Fei had to face a grueling match schedule. Early in the morning, Xia Fei ate his breakfast and made his way to the warehouse. He inspected the warship once before setting off, knowing fully well that while his enmity with Li Mo might be considered over, it was not something that could be so easily resolved. In fact, there was no telling if Li Mo would make another attempt to sabotage him. Unexpectedly, Li Mo had been as quiet as a house cat these past few days, bringing a host of underlings with him as he went about each day. Xia Fei had crossed paths with him several times, yet neither had said a word to the other. Actually, there was nothing much for them to say to each other. Warriors would always be innately aware of their own enemies, and Xia Fei saw Li Mo as his enemy and had never once thought that this would be the end of it. The crowd of bodyguards beside Li Mo actually revealed his unsettled heart. Otherwise, there was no need for him to mobilize so many men here in the heavily guarded capital ring. Xia Fei was very satisfied with this, for this was precisely in line with his plan. He did not reveal the reason behind this, but it was Phantom's guess that there was a deeper meaning to what Xia Fei had been doing here. Li Mo was not taking part in the competition today, so he was nowhere to be found in the participant staging point. Surprisingly enough, it was Constantine who was present. Xia Fei chatted with him for a bit, stating that he had no relatives or friends here in the capital ring, so he decided to come and watch today's event so he would have an idea of his opponent. Xia Fei mentioned that he could have done the same by watching it on the interplanetary internet. Yet Constantine said that the computer's screen in the living quarters was too small and that it lacked the clarity as compared to watching it live. Constantine and Xia Fei did not really have any deep animosity toward each other. With how much further ahead in points the former was, the latter practically had no chance of overtaking him, so the atmosphere the two men shared became very casual. The elimination round had 10 participants in each group, and they would be thrown into a free-for-all combat, with only the first advancing to the next round. Over 300 participants would be randomly divided into over 30 groups. Xia Fei got the number 7, meaning that he was in Group 7. When it was time, Xia Fei boarded his warship and engaged the autopilot system. This warship event was different from all the other technical events so far. There was a certain level of danger, which was why the venue for this was a warp away in space. The organizers for the tournament had long since prepared the routes out. Over 100 warships ascended into the sky, creating a long line as they sped into the starry space. These were just the participants for today's matches, and the remaining 100 or so were all scheduled for tomorrow's matches. The warships entered their wormholes. 10 flashing beacons were situated in different parts of an empty space, each serving as the starting point for the respective warships, approximately 1,000 kilometers away from one another. There were no safety measures in place in the venue, meaning that participants would have to engage in an emergency escape pod ejection maneuver the moment their ships were heavily damaged, giving up their ships in exchange for their lives. Of course, attacking the escape pods was strictly forbidden in this event. The fire control systems of the warships had already been altered, such that they were unable to lock onto any escape pods. If the enemy's firepower was truly so devastating that it could pierce through the reactor and cause the ship to explode, then the participants should just chalk it up to their misfortune. Every participant had signed an indemnity form before competing in this event, such that the Association of Machinists would bear no responsibility even in the event of a death. The organizers would at most pay a sum to the family of the deceased. Large organizations like the Association of Machinists and the Adjudicator Union were all financial powerhouses, so they did not really have qualms about making such compensations. Xia Fei felt that the reason many viewers enjoyed the warship event was their own bloodlust, wishing that an accident would happen during the fighting such that they could enjoy the spectacle. Humans were innately evil and cruel. This fact could be proven from the popularity of the blood matrix. Superficially, humanity was already a highly cultured civilization, but inner bestial characteristics were hidden in their very bones. It was only with the advancement of civilization that humans had become better and better at disgusting this. All the warships were soon aligned, and the instructions from the organizers came. 10 frigates rushed to their respective positions, ready to begin. Xia Fei did not bother looking at the screen. Instead, he stood by his ship's porthole and observed the fight with his own eyes. Because he had cultivated his ocular cognition technique through the Beast Spirit Codex, he was able to see the general activity despite being so far away. There seems to be some flaws to this sort of competition. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and muttered. What flaws? Everything seems to be very fair and impartial, Phantom said. Xia Fei shook his head slightly. It looks to be that way, but what if several people gang up on a single ship? What happens then? The 10 participants are all assigned different starting points. As long as any of them accidentally finds themselves entering a zone of fire, they'll end up having to face the enemy's attacks from all sides. If one wishes to be victorious, it is imperative to ensure their own safety first and not to enter anyone's fire range. That makes sense. Phantom thought about this for some time before saying, the venue of this event has been severely restricted, so you'll find yourself quickly closing in on your enemy no matter which direction you go. It will indeed be very troubling if you accidentally find yourself caught between 2 or more participants. As they chatted, the first round began. The moment the indicator lights flashed, frigate number 12553 rushed into the center and became everyone's target. It did not even take 30 seconds for that warship to be incapacitated. The fighting was extremely chaotic. The 10 ships sharing the same models kept exchanging fire with one another in that cramped space, their missiles whizzing past, leaving spectacular taillights in their wakes. This is far too much of a mess. There's no way to make sense of who's shooting whom. It's basically complete pandemonium. Xia Fei commented. It's very hard to determine advantage during such chaotic battles, and that's because the firepower is uneven. I think it will be hard for any ship to withstand being simultaneously targeted by several warships, no matter how amazing it is. We'll need to avoid getting caught in the chaos as best as we can, or else no matter how great our energy shield booster is, we won't be able to demonstrate the ship's fullest capabilities, Phantom reminded Xia Fei. Liamo did not participate in today's events, but was instead lying down on his couch, waiting for the rounds to start. Do you think that Xia Fei will find out this time? Liamo lightly sipped on his wine and asked. No way, young master. We've not started anything with him these past few days, essentially coexisting with him peacefully the entire time. I do believe that Xia Fei won't even have thought that we're actually here waiting for him. Besides, I've kept bribing all the players rather low-key. There's no way for Xia Fei to know. The mustached man bowed when he said this. Liamo coldly snorted. You also confidently guaranteed that Xia Fei would die by Hook's hands then. But look at what ultimately happened. The mustached man hurriedly defended himself. Young master, what we are doing this time is completely different from the incident in the Blood Matrix. This time, we're using a loophole in the rules to strike Xia Fei openly. No matter how clever he is, there's no way for him to imagine that we managed to bribe everyone in Group 7, and the random assignment was rigged. The reason we ultimately failed during the Blood Matrix isn't Xia Fei being powerful, but Hook underestimating him. Meanwhile, we've done ample preparations for our current plan. There's no way that Xia Fei can guess that we'll be making a move on him during this event. Liamo nodded as he coldly stated, Hopefully, it is as you said. What I want is results. I don't care how you go about it. If you are still unable to take down Xia Fei this time, you know what you should do. The mustached man could only feel cold sweat gathering on his forehead. It was as the saying went, accompanying a king is like taking a stroll with a tiger. Having followed Liamo for so many years, doing the young man's many biddings, he had truly made plenty of contributions, but all that was for naught, since all it took was Liamo's displeasure for him to be punished. Oh right, how did you solve the problem with the escape pod? If Xia Fei manages to get away in his escape pod, with the other warships failing to target him, he'll be able to slip from our grasp with his life intact again, Liamo said. The mustached man confidently answered, You can rest at ease on that, young master. Don't forget that the warships for this tournament can have additional weapons beyond missiles, only requiring the overall cost to be calculated under 50 million star coins. While it is true that the missile systems will require the fire control system for targeting, there are still weapons that don't require computer-assisted targeting to attack. In other words, if Xia Fei happens to be subjected to indiscriminate attacks while in his escape pod, Liamo slapped his thigh with realization, excitedly saying, What you mean to say is, that's right. Be prepared to raise your glass, young master. The rounds proceed far quicker than he had imagined. Frigates hardly had too high a defense rating to begin with, and since the Caldarian Kestrel-class frigates were built to sacrifice most of their hull and mobility for greater firepower, they would very easily be brought offline the moment they were caught in a chaotic crossfire. especially considering the fact that the Kestrel class was fitted with missile systems with unmatched precision. A sea of glow could be seen beyond the porthole as several escape pods in the shape of a goose egg floated in the murky expanse of space. Xia Fei pouted. Dozens of frigates have been rendered as scrap in such a short time. How much money is that? What a waste. I could form an entirely new frigate fleet for Earth if all these ships were given to me. Phantom laughed. The sponsor is one of the 4 major warship companies, Caldari. Forget about an organization of their size. Even the assassin sect will be able to afford such losses. After all, this is a tournament at the alliance level, and these losses are basically nothing worth noting. It isn't the association of machinists being too much of a spendthrift. You're merely too poor. Xia Fei was speechless. To these megacorps, losing these frigates was as simple as scrapping waste paper. Just the above-mentioned warship manufacturing company alone would manufacture an uncountable number of ships every year. The expenditure they incurred just from researching and developing their warships far outstripped these here, so they would hardly bat an eye at the losses incurred in this event. This was how humans were. Once their wealth reached a certain level, everything would just be another number, and it would hardly possess any meaning. Soon, the 6th round was over, and the organizers sent a message to Xia Fei, indicating for him to head toward his assigned position as the 7th round would begin shortly. Xia Fei took over his warship's manual controls and piloted it to his starting point. Though the smart computer's autopilot was error-free, it was no match for Xia Fei's reaction speed. After all, the man was someone who had a high cultivation in his speed ability, possessing a nervous system that a computer could not match in terms of speed. Xia Fei took control of the ship, but the fire control and other auxiliary systems were still left for the computer to handle. This way, he could concentrate solely on piloting his ship and nothing else. When the display screen began its 3 minutes countdown, Xia Fei placed both his hands on the steering, his eyes fixed forward. Ready the missile countermeasures ports. Prime the ammunition autoloaders, and have the power system operating at 100%. Energy shields at full, and do a final check of the energy shield boosters. Prepare the radar system to do precision scanning. I want to know the speed of every missile being pointed at me, as well as who they come from. Xia Fei calmly rattled off a series of commands without a moment's hesitation, but at this moment, he was still unaware that he would not just go up against one opponent, but 9. The 10 beacons were shaped like huge spheres and were spread out in all directions, each marking the spot where the warships should be parked. There were also bright red laser beacons a good distance away, reminding the participants of the boundaries for this event. If anyone inadvertently strayed outside the designated area, it would be seen as a violation of the stipulated rules, and they would subsequently be disqualified from the tournament. Up on the command deck, Xia Fei had given off a series of commands as the various functional systems of his frigate quickly began operation. The missile launcher hidden beneath the deck rose, while the black launch tubes pointed outward to space. The number on the screen was counting down at a steady rate. Xia Fei found some time to lit himself a honktashin. The moment the round started, he would first have to avoid getting ensnared in the chaotic free-for-all battle that would surely break out, cruising along the boundaries to search for the best opportunity to engage in combat, eliminating the opponents without a hint of hesitation on his end. This series of combat concepts sounded simple on paper, but was anything simple in practice. The combat area was roughly 2,000 kilometers long and wide, and while that would certainly be large if this was on Earth, Xia Fei was not driving around any car, but a spaceship in the expanse of space. Anyone would be able to reach end to end in such a small and confined space with a light push of the accelerator, maybe even leaving the designated area if they were not careful. Besides, he would need to accomplish locking on, attacking, defending, and all other combat maneuvers. There was simply no way for anyone to emerge victorious without possessing superior foundational skills. In all the Golden Finger Cup events thus far, only the battleship and search events tested the participants' ability to control their warships, while everything else in the tournament only sought to pose only technical issues for the participants to resolve. Actually, the Association of Machinists would often be asked about this. This was evidently a tournament for mechanists, so why was there a need to test the participants' control of warships? What did it have anything to do with machinists, whose main job would be that of repair and maintenance? The Association of Machinists would answer as such. A machinist who does not fully comprehend what a warship pilot would truly feel while in flight is not qualified to call themselves a machinist, not to mention an exceptional machinist. Xia Fei felt that this sentiment made a lot of sense. It would simply be a stark departure from a machinist's fundamental existence if a machinist only knew how to repair and modify ships, never asking whether the retrofitcations made were reasonable or if the pilot felt comfortable while operating the ship. No matter how great a warship was, it still needed someone to pilot it, and a machinist's responsibility was to make warships operate more efficiently. They should do all they could to maximize a ship's combat effectiveness rather than leave the pilot confused, constantly referring to the operation manual to check how they could make the ship move. Fortunately, Xia Fei was both an outstanding pilot and a passable warship retrofitter. Worries of adaptability simply did not exist since he had installed all the key operational configurations the way he was most accustomed to, well integrated and within reach as per his preference. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the screen reached the end of countdown, the command deck flashed green to indicate that this round had begun. Fire control system, lock onto all targets. Keep the target painters at the ready. Activate the energy shield booster and be on standby to replenish the shields at any time. Begin sweeping for enemy lock-on signals with the tracking radar. Monitor the enemy's engine power with the ion deflection radars. Xia Fei gave out a series of orders in the first instant, all of them instructions to primarily keep track of the enemy and in preparation of an attack, rather than making the first move. In a free-for-all battle where friend or foe could hardly be distinguished, a good warship commander must maintain a clear head, analyze their situation, and calculate the most logical plan of attack. From a command perspective, the first thing that Xia Fei had done was to pull out from the battlefield and observe the overall situation. After all, this was to be a messy fight with no distinction between friend or foe. Attention! Enemy has locked onto this ship. Xia Fei was a little surprised. He glanced over to the anti-monitoring screen and saw 9 ships seemingly locking onto himself at the same time, all the while not targeting each other. BSDRD. They plan to gang up on you and deal with you. Phantom anxiously yelped. Xia Fei did not say a word, quicking steering the ship to the left as his right hand reached out to the speed control lever and throttled it. A blue plume appeared behind the warship as it roared away in an attempt to put some distance between himself and the enemies. The truth was plain to see, and even the most pessimistic viewers would not have believed that an insane 9 versus 1 situation right at the start of this round could happen. It was far too unbelievable, and it was very obvious that these men had already discussed this before the round started. Shots fired. 9 Kestrel-class frigates open-fired at Xia Fei simultaneously. Assuming that there are 4 missile launchers per ship, that means that a total of 36 missiles are making their way toward their target at the same time. The speed of a Kestrel-class frigate isn't enough to engage in evasive maneuvers against such a simultaneous attack. There's no doubt that all these 36 missiles will all hit their target. Can Xia Fei survive this? The commentator anxiously blurted out. Absolutely not. Right now, the only option he has left is to get into an escape pod, or else an accident might just happen. He mustn't try and hang in there. A bespectacled female commentator joined in. The audience was now all standing, anxiously staring at the screen. The 36 missiles seemed to be flying out at a uniform speed against that black space. A 1,000-kilometer distance only needed approximately 10 seconds of flight time for these missiles to cover. The good-hearted people prayed for Xia Fei to escape this crisis, while a greater majority of the audience was hoping to see brilliant fireworks bloom amid the stars. Aim for target number 1 to fire. Xia Fei had immediately begun his counterattack the moment the enemy's missiles were deployed. Unfortunately, he was only able to fire 4 missiles, and the difference in power between the two sides was immense. Quickly prepare your escape pod. There's no way we can survive a simultaneous assault from 36 missiles. Even if you have the energy shield boosters, there's no way you'll be able to take it all. Phantom nervously yelled. Alas, Xia Fei did not respond. His eyes were as calm as still water. Missiles loading complete, prompted the cool female voice of the onboard smart computer. Fire. The second volley of missiles was sent out. Xia Fei seemed to have thrown caution to the wind, putting his life on the line as he sought to bring down several of his enemies with him. Unfortunately, As Xia Fei was launching his attack, the enemies were also doing the very same, and the firepower they possessed far outmatched Xia Fei's. Target painters active. A red laser beam shot forth, highlighting one of the enemy warships. When target painters were used in conjunction with the missile system, it would be able to magnify the enemy's signal radius by as much as 50%. This was exactly what the fully automated missiles were designed to pursue. The larger their signal radius, the more accurate the missiles, thereby increasing the lethality of the missiles. Attention, the first wave of attacks will hit in 4.3 seconds. The female voice rang out once more, though its tone was distinctly more urgent this time. Switch the medium proton bombs to manual control, Xia Fei shouted. Even without looking at the display screen, Xia Fei could already see the flaming trail of the missiles getting closer through the viewing window, a clear indication that the missiles were already close. Not even evading or getting your escape pod ready. Has Xia Fei gone insane? That's it. There's no way he's escaping now. The tone of the commentators was filled with sadness, as if they firmly believed that Xia Fei was doomed to die. However, in his ship's control deck, Xia Fei was staring avidly at his radar system. There were circles on it, each circle indicating his combat radius, and 36 dots were making it past each circle as they homed in on Xia Fei. Xia Fei slightly moved his index and middle finger and placed them on two red buttons separately. A single tap was all he needed to release a medium proton bomb instantly. The TV broadcast had kindly placed a countdown clock at the top right corner of the screen, indicating when the missiles would connect. The many spectators could feel their hearts beating as they quietly counted down inwardly. Plenty of their hearts came to a stop the moment it reached zero. Kaboom! The blast from 36 missiles practically exploding at the same time was shockingly powerful. All they could see on the screen was a fiery red glare that abruptly appeared. The effect of 36 highly explosive missiles detonating at the same time made for a stunning sight against the starry backdrop of space, making it hard for anyone to see clearly. They hit. Who knows if Xia Fei managed to escape with his life after such a great explosion. The glare disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Unexpectedly, Xia Fei's warship was actually still unscathed, its hull completely intact. This was simply far too astonishing. To think a frigate would be to withstand the bombardment of 36 missiles at the same time. Furthermore, all 36 of them hit the target, and such a result went well beyond anyone's understanding toward warships. It was still understandable for this to happen if Xia Fei was piloting a cruiser, but he was in a frigate. It was even a frigate known for its subpar defensive performance. Just how did he survive such an intensive offense? Don't stop the missile launchers. Get the target painters onto the next target, and keep firing relentlessly. Xia Fei's two eyes were slightly red as he yelled. If you dare to plot against me, you'd best not blame me for being merciless. After firing 2 volleys, making a total of 8 missiles, Xia Fei turned his cannons toward the second target. He fired 4 missiles at the enemy, and due to the target painters supplementing this attack, the effect of the attack achieved spectacular results. That ship struck by the 4 missiles was effectively incapacitated as it lost its firepower and defense. However, Xia Fei did not let him off, and his second volley of missiles was already en route. The radar system has identified the signal source to be from warship number 79. Please advise, the smart computer reported. That's the enemy's command ship. As long as we take this one ship down, I'm sure we'll be able to throw the enemy into turmoil. Xia Fei, this is our chance. Phantom anxiously cried. Assign that enemy ship as the final target in our attack sequence. I want him to live till the very end. Xia Fei growled out his command. Don't take this risk. We now have a chance to strike the head of the Hydra and sow some discord amid their ranks. Why are you letting him off? Phantom shouted, impatient and puzzled. Letting him off? Xia Fei coldly snorted. Not a single one of them can think of getting away. With that said, the second wave of enemy missiles was upon him. Xia Fei's warship shook violently from the impact. Damage report. Energy shield is completely depleted. 13% of hull has been damaged, and we've lost 2% of structural integrity. Shut off the engine and divert all the energy toward the shield rechargers. Charge up for another proton bomb. The proton bomb requires another 4.5 seconds to be fully charged. Phantom's expression went pale, nearly collapsing down on the ground. But first, Xia Fei, With your engines turned off, are you planning to stay here like a lame duck and wait for death? Phantom asked hoarsely. Something happened that no one had expected. Xia Fei actually stopped supplying power to his engine. Actually, Xia Fei had practically devoted all his energy to 5 major functions of his ship: the proton bomb, the missile system, the target painters, the radar system, and the ever-crucial energy shield system. Everything else, like the propulsion system or any other auxiliary systems, were all shut down. At the moment, Xia Fei's combat strategy was akin to a battle among warriors in medieval times. Neither party was willing to retreat or give up. This was a fight in its purest sense, the kind where he boldly gambled with his life on the line. No one could have imagined such a risky way of fighting would be applied. Xia Fei had always given others the impression that he was shrewd and calculative. Yet at this very moment, Xia Fei was like a foolish savage, with a complete disregard for the consequences of his actions. Xia Fei's second volley of missiles pretty much struck his target at the same time the enemy's wave of missiles landed. The 2 explosions that bloomed into flames appeared at either side of the designated combat area. Xia Fei's attack appeared to be very weak since he was but one man in the fight, while a beautiful splash of color had been unleashed on Xia Fei's warship, looking like an exploding star. The audience stared fixedly at the screen. Even the most optimistic among the crowd refused to believe that Xia Fei had managed to survive that second wave of attack. What they were all interested in was if Xia Fei had managed to eject out in the last minute. If he were to continue refusing to throw in the towel stubbornly, there was no telling how things would end. Look, Xia Fei managed to strike down a warship at the very last moment. Yeah, he's done very well. It's lucky that he managed to kill one of the warships when facing 9 enemies. If I were in his shoes, I would probably choose to get in the escape pod instead of retaliating. Why was Xia Fei targeted by everyone the moment the round began? Could the other participants have already discussed this prior? I doubt that's the case. The organizers would disqualify them all if this was premeditated, having worked so hard to get into the 3rd stage. Unless they were offered an amount they could not refuse here, no one would actually be stupid enough to violate the tournament rules. Perhaps Xia Fei's previous performances were simply too outstanding, so he ended up grabbing the attention of all the other participants. The audience, of course, shared varying opinions. While in Sunset Villa, Avril had already gone completely pale. Even a complete layperson could tell how bad Xia Fei's present predicament was, so what more of Avril, who had stayed up all night learning about machinery? Back on Earth, Old Porter was bearing a grim look on his face. As a top machinist, Porter spotted some clues and knew clearly what Xia Fei's strategy was. In his personal experience, anything Xia Fei did would be risky and insane, no matter what he ended up doing. As for how it would end, Porter was not in the least bit confident to make such a call. That was because this sort of unconventional warfare event not only tested the participants based on the modifications they had done on their warships, but also challenged their operation expertise. The more complex the tactics employed, the more refined and precise the warship had to be operated. This round had already gone well beyond the goal of testing the warship's performance and was now a test of Xia Fei's ability to adapt under extreme conditions. Whoosh! While the audience was paying close attention to Xia Fei's fate, his Kestrel-class frigate came blazing out from the sea of flames to where the enemy warships were. Heavens! Xia Fei managed to survive that second wave of attack. He's really done it this time. That's impossible. How could a Kestrel-class frigate be able to survive such an attack twice? If the first time was sheer luck, then what was the second time? Look, he's accelerating in the direction of the enemy ships. Could he still be risking his life? His hull has clearly been damaged, yet Xia Fei is still on the attack? Does he really think that he's kissed by Lady Luck or something? He's practically committing suicide. Everyone was reeling once again. The enemy ships were down to 8 from the original 9. Meanwhile, these ships were now sparsely packed together after Xia Fei had lured them for some distance, and he was rushing forward to close the gap between them. The pilot for warship number 79 was a middle-aged man with the nickname of Baldy. His pate sported short, brown hair, and though he was not too old, the signs of defeat were already obvious to all. It would not be long before this man became completely bald like his father. These 9 participants had all taken Limo's money, and Baldy was the one who had the most experience among them. Having participated in the 3 Golden Finger Cups prior, which was why he had been elected as the commander at the last minute. He already knew that he lacked the strength and capability to win in this intense tournament, something he had very clearly known after working so hard for so many years. That was why he had decided to abandon all hope this time, choosing instead to take the money Li Mo offered, which would ensure that he would not have to worry about his living expenses for his entire life. Even if he could not attain glory, he would at least have a mansion and a woman to call his own, as well as anything else he could dream of. The world hustled for profit, and dangling such huge benefits would surely move quite a lot of people. Li Mo managed to convince all these men, for they were motivated by greed, into doing his bidding without much effort at all. If the Association of Machinists were to ever learn of all this, they would permanently lose their right to participate in future tournaments. But so what? They had all already gotten paid. So why would they care if they could be a machinist after? Besides, even if they killed Xia Fei, none of them would be handed over the authorities and dealt with. Every participant had already signed the indemnity clause, so their fate was left to the gods. In any case, it was very common for people to end up dead in such events. There was no evidence that could clearly point Baldy as the culprit. Even Li Mo would use his influence and money to settle everything, and this was something he had guaranteed before. Baldy, who had truly not expected Xia Fei to survive that second wave of attacks from them, had already given the command for everyone to resume the free-for-all after. Everyone had done exactly as instructed so as to not arouse suspicions from any spectators. After all, 9 participants ganging up on a single participant was hardly glorious. If they started to fire at one another after taking down Xia Fei's warship, that would also be too obvious, and even a fool would be able to tell that there was something afoot. Continue to attack, and keep it up. Make sure we take him down. Spread out, don't gather together. We are too close together and might very well accidentally damage one another, barked Baldy these orders. Their communication signal was being transmitted over an encrypted channel that the organizers would be unable to listen in on. This was also considered one of the loopholes for this event that they were exploiting. The organizers had provided the participants with plenty of freedom, so the usage of an encrypted channel was not considered going against the rules. Spread out? It was already too late for them to do that. Xia Fei had been waiting for this moment the entire time, and there was no way that he would let them get away successfully. The hull has sustained 41% damage, structural integrity dropped by 9%. This ship is now in code orange, the cool female voice reported. Have the energy system operate at full capacity and immediately replenish the energy shield system and the power of the proton bomb, Xia Fei ordered. He had completely disregarded the orange warning lights flashing on the control deck. Phantom already knew that there was no way to stop Xia Fei once his madness took over, so he decided to just shut up and silently pray to the spirits for protection and such. Xia Fei was giving his all at this moment, and trying to get in a word edgewise to him now would just interfere with the young man's judgment. Phantom figured that it was better to keep his mouth shut and quietly watch the situation unfold, for he believed that even though Xia Fei was someone who took plenty of risks, he was not a fool who did not know his limits. He must have his reasons for everything he just did. The greatest disadvantage a missile attack had was the need to reload after every volley fired. Furthermore, there was the substantial flight time required. Baldy assumed that there was no way Xia Fei could evade their attack, which was why he had given the order for the other participants to lock onto one another after. This was all so they could give off the illusion of chaos. So by the time Baldy realized that Xia Fei had survived and moved to issue another attack order, with the fire control system and the target lock-on requiring a few seconds to make the necessary adjustments, Xia Fei had already piloted a ship to them and was now in their midst. Don't attack as you wish. If he's carrying a disruptor bomb, it will instantly scramble your lock-on system. Baldy anxiously relayed these orders when he saw that Xia Fei was already right before their eyes. His worry was not unfounded. A disruptor bomb emitting out a signal shock could throw all missile locking systems into disarray. Though the missiles were able to repair themselves after suffering from such a shock, it would require more time, and given the proximity they shared, these missiles might not have the time to accomplish their adjustment before they ended up exploding on their warships. He wanted for them to attack only after they managed to increase the distance between themselves and Xia Fei so that their side could avoid any losses. Baldy and his pack did not attack, But Xia Fei did not let such a chance slip by. 2 volleys of missiles were successfully fired, ruining another ship with the help of the target painters. They saw Xia Fei's warship blast out an allied ship of theirs, and then seemingly move to distance himself from them. But this was when Xia Fei, unexpectedly, changed his course, and using the inertia from that prior propulsion to do an emergency about turn. His frigate was now charging back anew and was heading right toward them. "Attack! Attack! Immediately launch your attacks," Baldy exclaimed in realization. It turned out that Xia Fei was trying to keep the fight locked in close range by leveraging on their mentality to avoid friendly fire. "Even if he's down 2 of our warships, this is still a 7 versus 1 fight. Victory will surely be ours," Baldy bellowed. Whoosh! 28 missiles were launched the instant the command went out, flying right at Xia Fei's frigate, exploding dead center on it. So he didn't install any disruptor bombs. "This is our win for sure," Baldy exhorted with glee. What he had not thought of, though, was how Xia Fei's Kestrel-class frigate was like a tenacious cockroach that just would not get destroyed. It barreled out from the intense flames again, bearing plenty of battle scars. "Damage report," Xia Fei said brusquely. "Hull has sustained 69% damage. Structural integrity dropped by 27%. It is strongly advised to release repair nanites immediately and begin hull repairs. Send the repair nanites. Completely devote the energy system to recharging the proton bomb and energy shield." The emergency lights on board the ship had already turned from orange to red, an indication that the ship was already nearing the limits of catastrophic failure. The spectators were going wild. Xia Fei was going up against his enemies in a 1 versus 9 scenario, destroying a 3rd ship after evading 5 waves of missile fire from the enemies. Even if the match were to end here, Xia Fei had already set a remarkable record that perhaps no one would be able to top in the years to come. Xia Fei did not seem to be willing to just end it there, though, for he was still preparing a renewed assault. Aside from shock and excitement, what these people wanted to know the most was how Xia Fei had been able to evade the wave after wave of attacks. No one could even imagine how a Kestrel-class frigate was able to demonstrate a defensive capability that could rival that of a cruiser. Could Xia Fei have installed some super equipment? The battle situation began to develop in a direction that Baldy had never expected it to. Xia Fei's warship had suffered substantial damage by the time he took down the 4th warship. Black smoke could be seen billowing from his frigate, accompanied by the occasional fiery glow. Baldy was greatly encouraged by this. Though he had not exactly won this battle gloriously, what mattered was that it was ending. Since he had already accepted Li Mo's bribe, why would he still care about his face? Face was something that needed not be considered when there was no need to have it around. Alas, he was mistaken. He was still unable to penetrate Xia Fei's defenses even after sending wave after wave of attacks. To be precise, he simply was unable to penetrate through Xia Fei's energy shield. The firepower of 5 people was completely incomparable to that of 9. It was almost less than half. In this first wave of missiles, Xia Fei's energy shield got reduced until it was under 5%, and Xia Fei retaliated by taking down one of their comrades, so they were now down to 4. The second wave had him losing 79% of his energy shield, and Baldy again lost yet another fellow participant. When all that was left on the battlefield among his allies was Baldy alone, the firepower he possessed was no longer enough to cause any substantive damage to Xia Fei. It was as if Xia Fei's energy shield was an ocean that could never be drained, only requiring a handful of seconds to recuperate back to full after suffering damage. "Focus everything on firepower. I want to blast this man mercilessly to smithereens," Xia Fei rumbled in a deep voice. At this point, the control deck had already been completely engulfed in smoke, and a good portion of his onboard equipment had already given out. His air filtration system was ruined, and the breathable air in deck was starting to become frighteningly scarce. A volley of missiles accurately homed in on Baldy's warship number 79. Meanwhile, the man was still going about his ineffectual retaliation. It was not that he did not want to retreat. He had already failed, so if he were to make a last-minute attempt to flee, what he would face was not just the loss of his right to participate in the tournament in the future, but also Li Mo's wrath. Another volley. Whoosh. Another set of missiles found their target. Due to the target painter on Xia Fei's ship having already been destroyed, Xia Fei needed 3 consecutive volleys before he managed to destroy Baldy's warship. Baldy lightly pushed the ejection button, and his escape pod shot out, leaving the soon-to-explode warship behind. "I've fought till my warship's completely destroyed. Surely, Princely couldn't blame me, right?" Baldy had just lost, yet he acted as relieved as if he had just been granted amnesty. Holding out for that long had long since left him feeling mentally exhausted. His escape pod was like a round sphere, the distress light on the top of it flashing repeatedly as he drifted in space. Baldy squinted his eyes and looked from the small porthole, and in that instant, his entire face went pale. He saw that Xia Fei's warship was accelerating at high speeds for his escape pod, a long plume of flames trailing behind the frigate. Baldy did not even manage to let out a scream as Xia Fei's warship crashed into his escape pod. His escape pod was of course not made of thick plating as what a warship would have, and it was of a small size as well. This ramming from Xia Fei caused Baldy's escape pod to shatter upon impact, much like a chicken egg that had come into contact with a hard rock. Whoosh! Another escape pod was ejected out. Xia Fei was seated in this pod, glancing out into the starry sky as he lit himself a cigarette. Baldy was dead, no more than a few scattered lumps of flesh drifting out in space after that collision. Several minutes later, a spaceship from the Association of Machinists came to collect Xia Fei's escape pod, heading straight back to the tournament's chief referee office. With a participant dying in this round, there was no choice but to put the tournament on hold. Everything would only resume after a thorough investigation was made. The Alliance military, the high-ranking chief of staff Pine Williams, ignored the commentator's commentary. He shut off the screen and stood up, taking out a notepad from his office desk, and used a pencil to jot down some lines before he lightly chewed on one end with his mouth as he read what he wrote. Many people would do some inexplicably minute actions when deep in thought. It seemed that this was a common trait humans innately shared. Some would massage their temples, while others would habitually light a cigarette and slowly let it burn. Meanwhile, Chief of Staff Williams had the habit of using his teeth to bite the head of a pencil. This was an old habit of his, and the amount of pencils he had chewed on from young until now might even fill more than his office's space. In any case, the Chief of Staff was always in deep thought. It was an open secret that he would break several pencils a day as a result of his chewing, and the more cheeky men had even given him the nickname Pencil Killer. Williams's head sported short, red hair, which was unique to his family. The fiery and bright color was akin to a lit flame in a dark night. His forehead had a tight set of 17 wrinkles, each of incredible depth and texture, as if they had all been carved prominently by a sculptor. The last name Williams had a long history in the Alliance. From way back, the Williams family had been known to produce very resourceful and wise military commanders. They mostly served the military as staff officers or fleet commanders, and this had already gone on for many dozens generations. It was said that the Williams family all had the unique features of red hair and forehead full of stress lines. The more forehead lines and the brighter their hair color, the higher their IQ. According to historical records, the person who had the most stress lines in the Williams family was the great-grandfather, Denton Williams. The man had a shocking 29 stress lines on his forehead, and his hair was redder than the midday sun. Unfortunately, it seemed that this Denton Williams had been too clever and had become disillusioned with life early on, so he chose to fly a dilapidated warship into a black hole, ending his life at the tender age of 27. Though Pine Williams did not have as many lines on his forehead like his ancestor, and his hair was not overly explosive either, the achievements that he had attained would leave plenty of his ancestors embarrassed. He was the chief of staff for the Alliance military. Calling him a high-ranking powerhouse of the military triumvirate would not be inaccurate. His importance in the military scene could be better described as all-encompassing, influencing well beyond the confines of Alliance Army. Furthermore, he was only 53 years old, the youngest in the military triumvirate with a limitless future ahead. Jotted down on his notepad was an analysis of the tournament. This was also a habit of his, writing down what he thought whenever he felt that he was faced with something he had trouble analyzing so that he could break it down one by one, slowly eliminating the uncertainties until he derived a final answer. The tip of his pencil scratched upon paper once more, quickly, and as the words lessened, A clearer image gradually came into his mind before a smug smile appeared on Pine Williams' face. That was when the clear beeping of his communicator sounded. Williams picked up the call and saw that the call had come from the other member of the military triumvirate, the Chief of Navy, Admiral Layton. "Have you gotten your conclusion?" Layton asked. "Yes," Williams softly answered. "Great. Come to my office and tell me your analysis." "I'm thinking of having an argument with you over this," Layton said. Pine Williams furrowed his brows lightly. He and Layton had been arguing for almost 20 years. They had been going at it ever since they met in that staff officer joint conference. And now that the two of them had become two of three pillars in the alliance military, their bickering had carried on as well. Layton loved arguments. He seemed to argue for the sake of arguing. Even something like how many sugar cubes were there in a coffee, or whether what should be used was Britannia resin sugar or Millenstein coconut sugar, was among his topics of argument. There was a joke, which went like, there were two economists having a meal in a restaurant. The waitress asked what they wished to eat, only for the two to answer at the same time, "It doesn't matter what we eat. What's important is for us to get the bill as soon as possible so that we can argue over the pricing." Layton was just like those two economists. He was the sort who would be uncomfortable if he was not arguing over something. The last time you won an argument was 749 days, 15 hours, and 22 minutes ago. "I do believe that you won't be winning this time, either." Williams chuckled. Layton retorted, "Don't think you can be proud just because you've won 197 times. Let me tell you something. Even if you have 1,000 or 10,000 wins over me, you won't be able to stop me from arguing." Williams shrugged. "I really believe you because you're the most stubborn person I've ever met." Layton had his doubts. "I've always thought Ty's the most stubborn person you've met." "Ty?" Williams laughed. "Ty's persistent, while you're just really stubborn." Layton waved his hand unhappily. "Let's not talk about this. I'll be waiting for you in my office." "Okay. Prepare some of my favorite fruit salad with maple syrup and a mollusk coffee," Williams reminded. After some time, Williams pushed open the most luxuriously decorated door in the naval headquarters. He saw that Layton was already seated on the sofa inside, waiting for him. He had a microcomputer in his hand, intently reading the information displayed as his finger drew on the projected image. The coffee on the table still had steam coming off it, and a plate of salad, as well as a silver jar containing sweet maple syrup, was right next to it. To some people, no amount of preparation will be enough. Williams laughed as he walked over. Layton threw a glance at Williams and tossed the microcomputer to one end of the sofa. He leaned back and said, "That was a military report. It's been a few months since those guys in the Death Trio Star region have been garrisoned, yet the fighting has yet to begin, and the reasons still unknown." Williams poured some maple syrup over his salad, the sweet fragrance of the brown liquid giving off a rich aroma. "Do you wish to argue over the war simulations for the Death Trio Star region?" Williams asked as he used a ladle to stir the syrup still in the jar. Layton shook his head. "Not today. Let's first argue about what happened in that round. I'll prepare for what's happening in the Death Trio Star region tomorrow." Williams used a fork and dipped a piece of fruit in the maple syrup before putting it in his mouth, not commenting about what Layton had just said. Layton could feel his stomach churning when he saw how Williams ate his syrup-covered fruit. He frowned. "Williams, that syrup is ridiculously sweet, upsetting your stomach when you eat it. Why do you like to eat what kids enjoy eating?" Williams chuckled. "The human brain is the most important organ that we humans can't do without. Aside from protein, the brain uses plenty of sugar to keep it functional, so people who use their head a lot enjoy eating sweet things. This is normal." Layton had already heard Williams say this many times, and he had no wish to continue discussing it. That was because the truth had already been proven that Williams had thousands of reasons as to why he enjoyed sugar so much, and there was no way he could win an argument with him over it. Thus, Layton turned the topic back onto the issue that he was most concerned with today. "So, what do you think of the warship duel in the Golden Finger Cup that I sent you?" Layton asked. Williams nodded. "I'm usually not the type to watch any warship events organized by the Association of Machinists because those participating in it aren't really combat experts. But this particular match you sent me had gone well beyond my expectations. The course of events was very exciting, with an equally spectacular finish as well." Layton burst into a raucous laughter. "All right then. Tell me, How did Xia Fei win the round despite the power disparity? Williams laughed. You're the one who wants to argue about it, so you ought to start first. Leighton was no hypocrite, so he immediately started. Then, I'll tell you. It's because Xia Fei used 2 medium proton bombs. Proton bombs are unable to generate powerful pulse waves within a 60-kilometer radius, and participants in the Golden Finger Cup's warship event were using frigates. That's why they've all been outfitted with light missiles, and the speed and range of such light missiles are fine, but their lethality and plating aren't worth mentioning. Meanwhile, the pulse waves from Xia Fei's proton bombs have been enough to destroy the defensive plating of those missiles, causing all the missiles to explode. Due to the speed of the explosion being too quick and how concentrated it was, it's hard to tell whether the missiles were actually detonated by the proton bombs or they exploded while still a distance away from his ship as opposed to directly landing hits on its hull. I had it checked, and Xia Fei is a speed ability user who has cultivated until the Advanced Star River rank. The reaction time of speed ability users far outstrips that of a common man, and that's how he was able to detonate his proton bombs with perfect timing, Leighton explained without leaving a single fact out. Williams nodded as he sent an orange wedge soaked in maple syrup into his mouth. I agree with that as well. We have no arguments here. Carry on. Leighton shook his head helplessly. This was the nature of arguments. He had to find a difference in perspective and then propose their opinions accordingly. There was no need to argue if the two parties agree with each other. Drinking some coffee, Leighton continued. After being subjected to the 2 waves of attacks, Xia Fei suddenly shut off his engine to divert all the power toward restoring his energy shield and the charging of the proton bomb. That's because the Kestrel-class frigate does not possess enough top speed. It would be futile even if he were to attempt increasing his distance just to evade the enemy's attacks. After all, he couldn't dodge the missiles if he's too slow, and that means he wouldn't be able to get rid of their pursuit. That's why Xia Fei had his power system concentrate on his defensive systems, taking advantage of that moment when his proton bomb exploded to accomplish a tactical turn while, in the ensuing conflagration, diving right into the midst of his enemies. Leighton looked at Williams's reaction once he was done, only to see the redhead still taking large bites of fruits soaked in syrup, completely unresponsive. This meant that Williams also agreed with his assessment of the combat maneuvers employed, and they had yet to find a point of contention. Okay, it's your turn. I'm taking a break, Leighton said. Williams nodded, wiping his mouth clean with a handkerchief as he took a sip of the quality coffee. The reason Xia Fei's missiles could take down an enemy ship in 2 volleys is the installation of a target painter on his ship. He also made certain modifications on the equipment itself, or else it would be impossible for him to take down a Kestrel-class frigate with merely 8 Spitfire light missiles, given their lethality. As for how he modified them, it's my guess that he installed a signal positioning component in his target painters, increasing not only the enemy's signal radius, but also the accuracy of his missile strikes. That's a clear indication that he has knowledge of precision positioning, or else he wouldn't have been able to make his missiles strike their targets with such fidelity. Leighton nodded. Agreed. Continue. Williams gave it some thought before saying, We're wasting far too much time doing it like this. How about I just posit a bold hypothesis of mine? We'll surely find our point of contention this time. With a point of contention, that meant they could begin their argument. Leighton eagerly nodded, perking up as he got ready to argue with Williams. It was funny. Others would often promote friendship after finding commonality with each other. Yet these 2 big shots in the Alliance military were desperate to find differences in perspective so that they could argue with each other. Do you recall that escape pod which Xia Fei destroyed in the end? Williams asked. Of course I do. Williams gave a mysterious chuckle. I think Xia Fei did that on purpose. What I mean is, he intentionally created the impression that he had lost control of his ship and killed that man. Leighton slapped his thigh. You think so too? I could tell that Xia Fei had intentionally not targeted that warship number 79 throughout the fight. There were several instances when that ship was clearly the most suitable target of his attacks. Yet Xia Fei simply chose to attack others, and with the decent piloting skills he demonstrated then, he's surely capable of controlling his ship from smashing into that escape pod. With that said, Leighton became frustrated once again, for they could not find a point of contention this time. Either, could the two have spent too much time together that they were now of one and the same mind? Williams was also slightly disappointed. He poured himself a fresh cup of coffee and said, "Your turn." Time passed quickly. Chief of Staff Williams and Chief of Navy Layton were both very dejected. Usually they would have found a point to argue on by then. Yet today, it seemed that no matter what was raised, the two surprisingly shared the same assessment. Williams had begun to contemplate leaving. After all, having the free time to argue like this was just a pastime, and he could not let it get in the way of his work. If that happened, Tai would most likely be furious with them. Just what is going on? What a freaky day we're having. To think we have nothing to argue about regarding Xia Fei and his unkillable warship. I'm far too disappointed, Layton said. Williams sighed. Of course, he can be killed. There's no such thing as a ship that can't be scuttled. Xia Fei's little frigate's strongest suit was its energy shield system. If they had just managed to penetrate his energy shield, they could have very easily beaten him. That's right. That energy shield system of his sure was weird. Others would take a very long time to replenish their energy shields after they were down, yet the rate of replenishment of his energy shield defied reason. Just look at his energy shield value increasing. Who knows how he achieved it? Layton quickly followed up. Williams wrinkled his brows. Do you think that he perhaps installed something unique to his ship? Possibly. Layton grunted. From my personal experience, the rate of his ship's energy shield recovery then was at least 70% faster than most warships, maybe even reaching 80%. There's no way it could achieve such a rate of efficiency without some special modifications made. The two were unable to find a point of contention, though they did find a common doubt they shared. The issue of Xia Fei's energy shield recharge speed was like a pack of ants crawling about in their hearts, a lingering itch that they could not yet scratch. Williams spoke. The Association of Machinists will naturally announce every participant's warship configuration list after the tournament ends, but it will be kept secret before that time. We'll be able to know by then, and I believe that there are quite a lot of people in the Alliance that share this question we have. How many days is that? Layton asked. It ought to be in 6 days' time if this was under the usual circumstances, but after a participant's death, I'm sure that they will spend a few days investigating the incident, and the tournament itself will be interrupted because of it. I reckon that it'll be delayed for about 10 days. 10 days, Layton rubbed his chin. Isn't that a little long? Esteemed judges, back then I really lost control of my warship, and I only ended up crashing into the other participants' escape pod because of that. I'm very sorry about this incident, but I don't feel any guilty. That's because I carried everything out in accordance with the rules, and I didn't violate anything whatsoever, Xia Fei said, expressionless. Then, how do you explain the fact that you only ejected your escape pod after smashing into the other participants' escape pod? Xia Fei responded with a straight face. Back then, I could already tell that the trajectory of my warship would result in such an accident, so I desperately tried to correct its course in an attempt to avoid the collision. Unfortunately, my warship was too heavily damaged, so I lost control of it completely. My warship sustained even greater damage after that collision, and seeing that it was about to explode, I had no choice but to activate the emergency ejection protocol. Actually, everyone suspected that Xia Fei had intentionally rammed into Baldy's escape pod, but there was nothing they could do about this, for they had no proof. The chief referee, Years of Floating Light, sighed. Given the account Xia Fei had given, he really had no way to prove that the young man was lying. Are there any other questions? If none, this inquiry will come to a close here, and the results of this investigation will be announced to the public, Years of Floating Light said. Nobody had any questions to raise. Years of Floating Light then called Xia Fei over. There's a messenger from the Alliance military outside waiting for you. He has a warrant from their admiral to call you over. Xia Fei was slightly stunned. Admiral? What admiral? This was the first time Xia Fei had witnessed what it meant to have the highest level of security. Xia Fei had already forgotten just how many checkpoints he had to get through on his journey to the naval headquarters. All he remembered was that the ever-present guards on both sides at every gentry, along with the hidden bunkers in the mountain calls, the armored vehicles in the dense forest, and the different warships constantly flying overhead. Just the hover vehicle used to escort Xia Fei, for example, looked quite boring, with its standard military green appearance, which any fashionable young man would find repulsive, looking so ordinary that it exuded not a hint of elegance and could even be seen as unwieldy. Only the people sitting in the car could understand that the armor on this vehicle was actually thicker than an A-13 Army APC. It had two BL-54 engines, which gave it a massive propulsion, and had over a dozen green communicators, each connected to a different encryption channel of the army. Xia Fei could vaguely feel his heart beating. After all, it was not every day that anyone could gain entry to the most important military fortress in the alliance and face its highest level of military security systems in place. Any average person would feel shocked just experiencing it all. Fortunately, Xia Fei was able to maintain quite a steely temperament. Phantom was convinced that even if Xia Fei were to face the president of the whole Pan-Human Alliance, the young man would be able to chat freely and would not be frightened just from the other person's reputation. A good while later, Xia Fei was wedged between the protective escort of 4 military guards as they came to Admiral Layton's office. Before this, he went through a complete body check, where his spatial ring, microcomputer, and everything else he had on him had all been confiscated by the guards at the security office. Reporting to the chief, "I've brought Xia Fei as requested," reported the officer with the rank of major when he pushed open the door and saluted. Layton responded, "Quickly bring him in. You guys are so slow." The guard beside Xia Fei gave him a shove, and Xia Fei absorbed the inertia from the push and stepped into the office. The guard behind him immediately shut the door behind him, not making a sound throughout. "Actually, they're fairly efficient. It's just that we wasted a bit of time by the security office." Xia Fei chuckled as he quipped. Layton had the air of an admiral about him. He glared coldly at Xia Fei, while Williams acted a lot friendlier, cracking a smile at Xia Fei as he gestured for him to sit on the couch opposite of him. This is the Navy headquarters, after all, so it's only natural for them to be stringent with the security work. Actually, Admiral Layton already gave the word to forego the first 2 security checks, or else you would have taken more than 2 hours to get here. Williams corrected him. Xia Fei sat on the couch that Williams had indicated, and the slightly soft cushions caused him to sink slightly when he rested his weight down, making him appear a bit shorter. Layton said gravely, "Let's get straight to the point. This isn't an official inquiry from the military, so you don't have to be too nervous. General Williams and I here have some questions we wish to ask you, and hope that you'll answer them truthfully." Xia Fei did not comment. Though they had said that this was not an official inquiry, the fact remained that he did not have a choice to reject this now that he was here in the Navy headquarters. Everything they had said was simply useless pleasantries and courtesy. "We are very happy about your performance in that warship event today, but just how did your warship withstand so many salvos of missiles like that? Aside from your use of the proton bomb, I'm afraid you also made modifications to other systems. Do you mind elaborating on what are some of these changes you made to the defensive systems, or what special equipment you installed?" Williams asked. Xia Fei was quite taken aback. The biggest reason for his participation in the tournament was nothing more than to promote his energy shield booster by letting the whole alliance know. The military, of course, had the most warships, and they were precisely the largest client that Xia Fei was trying to acquire. Now that a 5-star general and a 5-star admiral, Williams and Layton respectively, were expressing interest in his defensive configuration, he was of course more than happy to oblige. A thought quickly came to Xia Fei, and he said, "According to the rules of the tournament, I don't have the right to reveal the details of my modifications and the equipment I used, so I'm very sorry about that. You can rest assured telling us. We can guarantee that we won't reveal what you share here with us," Layton said. Xia Fei flashed him a smile. "You are both important figures in the alliance. Of course I believe what you're both saying, but I am bound under the agreement and will risk disqualification once I divulge this." Williams chewed on an apple and smiled. "Your warship's already heavily damaged. According to the rules, though you won this last round, you already lost the qualifications to participate in the tournament finals. I think that being disqualified should not be your ultimate reason." Layton followed up closely with a nod. "That's right. There are 2 more rounds to the Golden Finger Cup. You're already so many points behind, and continued participation is meaningless to you. Are you worried about something else?" Xia Fei sternly answered, "Distinguished General and Admiral, though I am well versed in machinery, I am also a warrior and a businessman. Since I've already signed an agreement and essentially given my word not to reveal the information to my ship on my own, I will have to keep it. If I were someone who couldn't even keep my word, how would my comrades trust me? Or if I were to be a businessman who's untrustworthy and couldn't keep to an agreement, why would my business partners want to collaborate with me? A man has no leg to stand on if he can't be trusted. So I hope the esteemed general and admiral can understand the difficulties I face regarding your request. Even if you force me at gunpoint, my answer will still be the same. I'm helpless since I'm bound by the agreement. Xia Fei said this calmly, which promptly surprised Williams and Leighton greatly. They were surprised to learn that an insignificant person like Xia Fei would actually value integrity so much. Had it been anyone else, they would have most likely spilled the beans already. Even a fool would know what it meant to establish a good relationship with these two among the military triumvirate. So a few simple words would be enough to do a favor for these two army big shots, which meant that it would be that much easier to get their help if something were to crop up in the future. This was a transaction that was akin to being given a free lunch, yet Xia Fei had actually rejected it. Leighton could feel frustration accumulating inside him, yet there was no way for him to release it. After all, Xia Fei was not doing anything wrong by keeping to his agreement. Next to him sat Williams, who was now laughing happily. He got up and said, "The young man is trustworthy and honest, not wanting to lose sight of his true colors as a warrior. That's very much commendable. Since that's the case, we shan't press you. I've still got one thing that I want to be certain of before you leave, though. Did you really accidentally crash into that escape pod? Admit that he had killed Baldy?" Xia Fei was not going to do such a foolish thing. He categorically denied it, emphasizing on the fact that he had already lost control of his warship by that point. And while he tried all he could to change the trajectory of the ship, he was helpless to prevent the accident from occurring. Williams was of course not about to press for answers on an incident where there was no evidence pertaining to the circumstances surrounding the death. He called for guards to send Xia Fei back and did not continue his line of inquiry. "Xia Fei, are you insane? Those two are 5-star generals. You've always wanted to sell your energy shield boosters to the military, so why did you start talking about integrity at such a crucial moment? It's not like you can eat that," Phantom complained, somewhat annoyed. Xia Fei asked, "What? Do I not have integrity?" Phantom pouted. "All I know is that you're unreasonable a lot of the time and not at all a man with integrity." Xia Fei chuckled. "While I don't care about integrity per se, I'm very interested in the business opportunity that integrity provides. Serum already warned me that it's no simple task to try and sell something to the historically demanding military, so what I need are such hooks." "So you're telling me that you purposely didn't tell him about your energy shield boosters?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei nodded. "Precisely. Given the power those two men in the room possess, all they need to do is dig a little and find out about my relationship with Quantum Holdings, and then they'll very easily learn about the existence of the energy shield boosters in that manner. Right now, it's as if they've stumbled upon a puzzle, and from how they called me out here to conduct this inquiry secretly, it isn't hard to tell that they're very interested in getting to the bottom of the riddle. For example, if you were to encounter a problem, which has been troubling you for some time, that you're very interested in, would you hope for someone else to solve it for you, or would do it yourself?" Phantom pondered for a moment. "Of course, it'd only be satisfying to solve it myself. I might very well forget it if someone were to tell me the answer. I see now. You're intentionally creating this mystery in order to arouse their interest even greater. By the time they discover the energy shield boosters, they'll have studied it even more carefully. If you tell them right away about the features of the energy shield booster, they will just listen and not bother investigating it as eagerly as they're now. Once they witness the effects of the energy shield boosters for themselves, there's no way that they'll ever forget it again." Xia Fei nodded. "That's exactly it. One will hardly have a deep impression of anything someone tries to drill into their head, but things that one uncovers and finds by themselves will forever be lodged into their mind. Besides, the impression I gave them of me being an honest man who holds up my end of any agreement will also help in building the foundation of future cooperation. Those people aren't the common folks, not the sort who will buy whatever they're being advertised. They're very clever men, so there's no way to impress them without putting slightly more effort in it." Phantom nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. "Isn't this one of the 36 stratagems, cat and mouse? I was actually thinking that you'd gone mad just then. Something good just might come out of this. If the military does indeed decide on utilizing the energy shield boosters, even Averil's father or grandfather won't underestimate you again, especially after you get rich." Xia Fei did not say a word to it. He had already done all he could with this situation. He should not really care how the final outcome would come to be. The fact that Xia Fei survived while Baldy died made Li Mo extremely displeased. Furthermore, Xia Fei had managed to pull off the miraculous 9 consecutive kills, and this feat was being spread like wildfire, dominating the limelight all by himself. Even though he could no longer aspire to gain the Golden Finger Cup, his achievements were not about to be forgotten. A double max score and achieving 9 consecutive kills. Such a result was enough to ensure that the masses would be talking about him for a very long time. The mustached man received a severe scolding from Li Mo, the former leaving the room afterward with his head hanging low as the latter remained in his room and drank his sorrows away all by himself. Young master. The mustached man had made a soundless return to Li Mo's room some time afterward. His head was still lowered when he spoke up. Didn't I ask you to scram? Why are you back? Li Mo snapped. The mustached man answered in a serious tone. The master's looking for you. Oh, where's father? I'll head over right away. The mustached man hesitated before saying in a small voice, he's at the altar. His whole life, Li Mo hated going to the family altar. Though that was a sacred place where they would pay homage to the heroic spirit of their ancestors, there was just something about it that he disliked greatly. Today isn't Memorial Day, so why would father? Li Mo knitted his eyebrows and asked. The mustachioed man kept a stern face. The master already knows. Li Mo was stunned, the color of his face instantly draining. Young master, the ship is already waiting for you on the roof, the mustachioed man said. Li Mo gritted his teeth. He quickly changed out to a black formal wear, then boarded the small warship and flew off. It was already a dream of a lifetime for any average citizen of the Pan-Human Alliance to save up enough to buy a small house in the capital ring. But someone of Li Mo's background would not be worried over something like that. Not only did his family have plenty of assets out in the capital, their ancestral burial grounds could even be placed there, allowing the deceased to share in their wealth. A spaceship slowly descended in a bamboo forest. The green and lush bamboo was being blown by the occasional winds, swaying like ripples in a sea of green, making for quite a spectacular sight. But no matter how great the scenery was, Li Mo could not find it in him to be happy. It was with heavy footsteps and heart that he walked deeper into the bamboo forest. Passing through a small and gloomy path appeared an extraordinary altar. The white stone slab was gigantic as it shone. A triangular monument tower rose into the clouds, creating quite a solemn and severe atmosphere. Walking into a building, the lighting immediately turned gloomy. The sparse white light illuminated the long corridor. Li Mo's footsteps were crisp, like the sound of water dripping from stalactites in a lonely cave, echoing with each and every step he took. This corridor was long, and it took Li Mo 20 minutes before he reached the outside of the altar hall. 2 bodyguards wearing shades opened the heavy door and let Li Mo in. Sha sha sha. A very strange sound could be heard coming from the main hall. All he saw was the 3 antelope carcasses placed upon the central altar, with 2 of the 3 already skinned, revealing their red flesh beneath. Most of the blood had already flowed down and away through the drain around that stone altar, but some had solidified atop the altar. Li Guan was holding a half a palm-sized semicircular knife, very deftly skinning that 3rd antelope. Anyone who was well-versed in Alliance history would be able to tell that this semicircular knife that he was holding was a specialized tool that butchers had relied on a long time ago. The knife did not look pretty in its appearance, and it was hardly as handy as a double-edged knife when used, but the advantages of this knife would very gradually show after training for a long time with it. Not only could it very quickly skin animals, it was also able to avoid stabbing into the skin, so the fur of an animal could be kept completely intact when it was used. Li Guan was wearing a leather apron often used by butchers. His expensive leather shoes were completely drenched in blood. He had rolled up his sleeves high and was sweating profusely as he worked on the carcass. With deft skills, that knife in his hand made beautiful arcs as he dexterously parted skin from flesh, not at all damaging the meat or fur in the process. In the technologically advanced Pan-Human Alliance, they had already successfully come up with an automated deskinner, and the profession of butchery had long since become a lost art. Nobody would have imagined that one of the richest men in the Alliance, Li Guan, could actually skin with such professionalism. And from the look of determination he showed, it was not hard to tell that he really enjoyed doing this work. The smell of spilt blood made Li Mo queasy. He pursed his lips as he used his hand to cover his nose and mouth, bearing a look of derision as he watched. Clank. Li Guan dropped the knife on the stone altar, stopping what he was doing to turn and stare at his son icily. He casually picked up a piece of blood-soaked cloth from the stone altar to wipe his hand with as he asked, "What? Do you have so much disdain for the skills that your ancestors have passed down to us?" Li Mo avoided his father's gaze, not answering the question. "Get your GDDMN hand off your face and smell the blood," Li Guan shouted out loud. Li Mo very unwillingly moved his palm from his mouth and released his fingers, pinching his nose. "You must forever remember that, though our Li family is no longer a household of butchers who survived by slaughtering animals back in the day, it is with our ancestors walking the streets to help people skin and butcher meat, scrimping every penny that birthed our family's business. Don't think that just because we had switched over to finance and obtained such levels of wealth that we could forget about our ancestors' hard work. Let me tell you, even if we do become the top in the whole alliance, we can't forget our roots," Li Guan lectured as he glared at his son. "Have you failed yet again?" Li Mo nodded, mute. While it is true that our ancestral precept reads, 'Return the favor tenfold after suffering a loss,' who told you to fail twice in a row? Don't think I was unaware. I was merely seeing how you'd go about doing the deed. What a shame that I'd still overestimated you." Li Mo wanted to try and explain, but he did not know just how to do so. He had not been shoddy with what he had originally planned, keeping it tightly under wraps and with the appropriate level of viciousness to boot. Yet Xia Fei had managed to escape twice. Li Mo was left scratching his head, wondering just what could be the reason. "From the start till now, there hasn't been a need for you to intervene. You ought to have just run along and fulfilled your leisurely hobby and be done with this." Li Guan turned his back away and continued to skin that antelope, his tone bearing a measure of disappointment. "Father, this has all been an accident. You need to believe me. I will surely be able to succeed," Li Mo anxiously cried out. He bore a deep hatred for Xia Fei, and asking him to just let this go at this point was not something Li Mo could tolerate. "I really wish I can believe you, but I can't. You may still be my good son when we're outside, but I can't lie in front of our ancestors here before the ancestral altar," Li Guan said coldly. Li Mo's face paled. He was unable to control his shaking fists as he gritted his clenched teeth. "Father, I will surely succeed this time." Li Guan once more stopped what he was doing. He strode over to the left side of the hall and carried an antelope over. The animal had already been tightly bound, its mouths already tape-sealed. Animals all had an innate sensitivity, knowing fully well that death was inevitable, yet it continued to struggle. The fear it felt could be seen in its eyes. Li Guan tossed that antelope, which weighed over 100 caddies, onto the stone altar and then threw the semicircular knife to Li Mo. "Show me." The sharp skinning knife came flying toward Li Mo. The young man did not dare to grab it with his own hands, so he could only dodge to the side and let it fly off. Clink clank. The knife struck the wall before landing inertly on the ground, metallic sound echoing in that hall. Li Mo hesitated for a good while before his hatred for Xia Fei won over his fear of killing an animal. With tightened jaws, he picked up that bloody silver knife and angrily walked over to the stone altar. He took off his coat and threw it to the ground spitefully. With a still shaking hand, he raised the knife. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A second, 2, 3 seconds, 5 seconds passed. Yet Li Mo had yet to strike down with the knife. The shaking of his arms had also intensified. "Let me teach you." There was a flash, and a cut sliced across the arteries and throat of that antelope. Fresh blood came spurting out, splashing over Li Mo's face. Li Mo could only feel his vision go red, feeling a warm liquid wash over his face. The smell of blood incited his stomach as he stood there completely frozen. Remember, our ancestors were all butchers during that savage era. Not only did they eat animals, they would also eat humans if the need arose. Anyone who dares challenge the Li family must be returned the favor tenfold. Li Guan's eyes shone ominously. Xia Fei received a call from Pang Xing when he left the Admiralty's headquarters, saying that he should head to the Sunset Villa without telling him a reason. The lieutenant responsible for escorting Xia Fei back was kind enough to send him to his destination. Xia Fei immediately saw Pang Xing pacing back and forth anxiously when he arrived. "What's going on?" Xia Fei asked with a smile. Pang Xing rubbed his hands and asked, "Were you disqualified from the worship event?" Xia Fei replied, "Well, my worship is completely destroyed, so even though I won the last event, I lost the qualification to take part in the next round, but I still can participate in the upcoming search event in the final round." Pang Xing let out a sigh. "I don't know which servant went and told the young lady about it, but she's extremely sad because of it. She was already on edge when she saw you being flanked by 9 people, so she couldn't accept it when she learned that you got disqualified even though you won the event. She's in the study now. You should cheer her up. I know that you can do it." Xia Fei nodded and followed Pang Xing up the mountain. They bumped into Averil's father, Newman, at the main hall as soon as they stepped out of the lift. He seemed to be in a hurry. His secretary was behind him with his briefcase while he was on a phone call. Newman was startled. He told the person on the phone to hold on for a second, then took the initiative to approach Xia Fei and greeted him. Xia Fei greeted back politely too. The procedures were as uniform as computational code. It was neither surprising nor disappointing, as if they were just mere strangers. After watching Newman leave, Pang Xing said awkwardly, "He's always been busy, but he doesn't dislike you." Xia Fei nodded indifferently. The same awkward situation was going to happen again in the future. He must get used to it. He could not blame Newman, either. After all, he had killed the man's brother, even though he had only done it to protect Avril. It was obviously going to leave a huge scar in his heart still. Phantom once asked Xia Fei, "What would you do if Avril's father were hurting her?" Xia Fei responded with a gesture. It was a common gesture for all humans, the gesture to kill. Avril was writing and drawing in the study in a serious manner, with a hand holding her cheek. She seemed to be in deep thoughts. Xia Fei went up to her with a smile. "What are you writing?" Avril subconsciously hid the notepad with her hand to stop the person from looking at it, but she smiled when she realized that the person was Xia Fei. She jumped up from her seat and dragged him to the couch by pulling his arm. "I was calculating the score of the participants in the Golden Finger Cup," Avril said. Her eyes immediately dimmed. "I already finished the calculation. Even if you did well in the last 2 rounds, you'd still be ranked only above 300. Avril obviously sounded disappointed. Xia Fei was extremely touched. It felt great to be cared for by someone. He only knew how it felt when he was being cared for. "Don't bother. Let me tell you a secret." Xia Fei smiled. Avril immediately wore a serious and curious look when she heard the word secret. She opened her eyes wide like a pair of glittering stars and nodded softly. "The truth is, I didn't take part in the Golden Finger Cup to become the champion. I'm only planning to use it as an opportunity to promote a product I invented. It's called the Energy Shield Booster," Xia Fei said. "A booster? What does it do?" Avril asked curiously. Xia Fei briefly explained the functionalities of the booster. Avril nodded and asked, "It sounds very impressive. Did you invent it on your own?" Avril was very happy. She was proud of Xia Fei for being able to invent such an advanced device. "That's right. I might have lost the chance to win the Golden Finger Cup, but I've managed to promote my product nicely. If you don't believe me, you can see how many people are asking the specifications of my warship on the internet. After the warship event, a few days from now, the organizer will disclose the specifications of every warship. My Energy Shield Booster will definitely make a name for itself by then. So don't you worry, I've already achieved my greatest goal. I don't really care about the title," Xia Fei said. Avril's eyes suddenly glittered. She quickly opened the search engine of the interplanetary internet. The threads discussing the specifications of Xia Fei's warship were everywhere, exactly as he said. Everyone was guessing the secret weapon Xia Fei had used to take out 9 opponents by himself. They were slowly losing their patience as the organizer was taking their time to disclose the specifications. "It's really the same as you said. Your plan worked. That's great. I should congratulate you in advance." Avril laughed pleasantly. She had always been an extrovert, so she might feel down easily, but it would go away quickly, too. She would immediately forget about the stress she was under when she heard some good news. It was also what Xia Fei liked about Avril. It was easier to amuse an extrovert girl, who was less likely to argue about trivialities. "You must buy a lot of things for me once you get rich." Avril acted coquettish. Xia Fei replied, "Not a problem, but I don't think there's anything you lack." It's different, Avril said. It's only meaningful if it's from you. Besides, the thing I want is very expensive. You won't be able to afford it for now. Xia Fei pondered for a moment. Very expensive? What exactly do you want? Avril smiled mysteriously and whispered, It's a secret. Late at night, Xia Fei was working in his room again after he left Sunset Villa. The truth was, he actually wanted to stay at Avril's place for the night. He was not afraid of admitting it, but he believed that Avril was not ready yet, so he had been sparing her time after time. The Black Bat radar was troubling Xia Fei, as always. The complicated design ensured its powerful functionalities, but it too increased the technical difficulties to build it. Old Porter even spent a fortune on the most advanced smart machine tool, FN 105, and tweaked it manually, but it turned out that even the best machine tool in the Alliance was unable to meet the requirements. Not only was the efficiency low, it was overburdening the machine tool, too. Xia Fei also discovered a new problem during the experiments. The current design of the Black Bat radar was lacking in durability. 2 out of 10 devices in the first batch had already broken down. One of them was even destroyed completely and was beyond repair. The complicated design meant the device was very fragile. If they did proceed to mass-produce the product, Xia Fei was clearly going to go bankrupt. Just compensating the losses was going to cost him his life. Imagine if the radar suddenly broke down when the warship was in a battle and every person on board died as a consequence, or if they ended up losing the battle. Xia Fei would even be taken to the military tribunal and lose his life. Either way, the radar was at most a concept idea. It was not ready to be released as a product, unless Xia Fei could significantly reduce the difficulty in producing the radar system and increase its durability. Otherwise, it would only be a mere decoration in the lab. Xia Fei suddenly realized that producing a warship like Titan was a lot more difficult endeavor than he imagined. He was already in misery trying to design the radar system. It was only a part of that super warship. However, Xia Fei was looking forward to it, too. If he did succeed in producing such an insane warship one day, his enemy would not even stand a chance against him. It was going to be an ultimate weapon of destruction. Xia Fei received a call from Serum in the middle of the night. Old man, what do you want, calling me so late at night? Xia Fei asked. Serum answered, Do you know General Pine Williams? Xia Fei replied, Not really, I only met him once. Serum nodded. He asked me a lot of questions about you today. He even took 6 energy shield boosters from me. Xia Fei was startled. He murmured, That's quick. Serum was intrigued by Xia Fei's response, so the latter proceeded to explain what had happened today. Serum burst out laughing after Xia Fei finished talking. I think General Williams is very interested in the energy shield boosters. I'm afraid that he will immediately conduct experiments on them. Perhaps the military may actually buy a lot of them from Quantum Holdings. You should prepare its mass production as soon as possible, in the case that you don't have enough supply when the demand increases. Xia Fei said, That won't be a problem. We only accept orders based on our production rate. Besides, the military hasn't decided yet. We should wait and see. Xia Fei was living a carefree life when he was not participating in any events. He would hang out with Avril, practice his abilities, research on how he could improve the Black Bat radar's design, and enjoy the sunlight of the capital ring. The military did not show up again after taking a few energy shield boosters from Serum. Serum did inform Xia Fei that they were carrying out some experiments in their secret laboratory. The requirements of the military were different from ordinary people. They had their protocol when testing a product, and any device with the military as its target audience would go through a long evaluation period. Not only were they going to test the product, they had to consider the safety factors regarding the factories and the workers that were responsible for producing the product. Charlie gave Xia Fei a call, telling him that the military had sent representatives to Quantum Holdings to inspect the factories producing the energy shield boosters and their environment. Charlie was slightly nervous since the military was one of the highest authorities in the Alliance. Xia Fei told him to keep his cool and treat the military as a normal client. Xia Fei also reminded Charlie to give the military's representative some gifts. It did not have to be valuable. The local produce on Earth was a great choice, something delicious and interesting. Charlie was worried that it might affect the first impression of their company, but Xia Fei thought otherwise. It turned out that the soldiers were quite fond of the tea leaves and local snacks given to them. They did not turn the gifts down when they heard that it was part of the social custom on Earth. After all, it was expected for a guest to suit the convenience of the host. Besides, the gifts were not valuable, so it was not a bribe, either. The representatives spent 2 days on Earth. They inspected Quantum Holdings factories and had a technical discussion with the technical director, Porter. Who did they take Porter as? Even those who were in charge of technology in the military were incomparable to him. Quantum Holdings was never lacking in technical skills. 2 days later, 2 great incidents that shook the whole alliance occurred all of a sudden. Xia Fei woke up early in the morning as usual. He started doing the first task of the day after he was done washing his face and brushing his teeth to get his breakfast. However, he completely forgot about his empty stomach after receiving a few sudden calls. Every call was telling him to connect to Starlink Corporation's interplanetary internet immediately. Something serious, which was going to influence the whole alliance, was about to happen. Xia Fei opened his microcomputer puzzledly. He immediately saw the news of Eden filling the headlines again. More than 10 pages of news were popping out every second. Holy crap, this is insane, and it's still so early in the morning, Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei frowned. He quickly tapped a few times on the screen to open a few articles that were pinned to the top. It's a route to Eden, Phantom exclaimed after swallowing. We'll be able to follow the map to the legendary Eden, the warless, peaceful space. Xia Fei remained silent. He read a dozen articles thoroughly to check every detail they had. Then he closed the screen and went to grab his breakfast afterward. But since it was already close to noon, it should be called his lunch. Why don't you seem excited at all? The map is the way to a brand new space, where humans like us live. Aren't you curious at all? Phantom asked. Xia Fei replied. I'm curious, but I still don't believe everything. My instinct is telling me that something doesn't feel right. Phantom twisted his lips. I know that you've always been suspicious of everything, and your instincts have been on point most of the time, but the experts are all vouching for the authenticity of the map by 90%. Xia Fei shrugged. 90% is still not 100%. Besides, experts aren't always right. It's only their speculations by comparing the position of the stars on the map with the stars they saw with a super telescope. It doesn't really prove it's where Eden is located. Besides, I've been wondering if Eden really exists in the first place. A place without war and violence. It's definitely the biggest joke I've heard in my life. There were not many people in the cafeteria. Even the number of staff was a lot lesser. Xia Fei brewed some coffee after having his breakfast. He sat on a chair and lit a cigarette before telling Phantom, I'll analyze the situation from the start for you, so you will understand where I'm coming from. Phantom agreed. Many people enjoyed listening to Xia Fei when he was assessing a situation. The way he viewed things was rather unique, and he would occasionally come up with shocking ideas. I've already explained my view on the warship from Eden and its crew members. There's no evidence to prove that they're from Eden apart from the strange appearance of the warship. However, many claim that the people on the warship are from a different place other than the Alliance. The ancient facilities and the books on the ship also prove Eden's existence, Phantom countered, feeling puzzled. Xia Fei smiled. Have you seen them in person? Phantom shook his head. Xia Fei said, So far, the information we have is all from rumors, which we should never believe easily. The Admiralty has never revealed any evidence to the public. The government's representative only said that they had found an unidentified ship outside the Alliance. It clearly indicates the government doesn't have any solid evidence to prove those people's origin. Don't you think that it's too sloppy to arrive at a conclusion this early? On top of that, I seriously don't believe a place with humans has no violence and war. Those people might be from outside the Alliance and are related to the ancient humans, but I won't dare to believe the Eden they mentioned. A place like that only exists in a fairy tale or a movie, not the reality. That's why there's no way I'll believe it if someone simply takes out a map and tells me I can find the legendary paradise, Eden, just by following it. That being said, I won't deny the possibility that the map might bring us to where the ancient humans lived, yet it definitely won't be a utopia. Phantom considered Xia Fei's explanation seriously. The man was very rational with his analysis, but Phantom was leaning more toward the fantasy side of things, a scene out or a movie, just like everyone else instead of admitting the wicked nature of humans. Xia Fei added, Besides, it's weird how the map appeared out of nowhere. Those people are still under the Admiralty's surveillance and are being escorted from outside the Alliance. Those humans who claim to have come from Eden haven't officially interacted with us, yet someone already has the map. Isn't it strange? I checked the internet. Almost everyone got hold of a copy of the map to Eden in just a single night. But where did it first come from, and who was it that distributed the map? How can I believe in a map when I don't know its source? The people distributing it are reluctant to reveal their identity, too. Are they afraid of being held responsible if anything happens? Or do they have some ulterior motives? Phantom fell silent. He said with a self-mocking smile, "I'm not a qualified assassin, indeed. I shouldn't believe in things that I don't understand easily. You're right. I'm too naive." Someone suddenly ran into the cafeteria and yelled, "Turn on the TV." A representative of the Alliance is delivering an official statement about Eden. A few seconds later, every screen in the cafeteria was turned on. Eden was currently the hottest topic, so everyone could not wait to watch the latest news about it. An old man with thoughtful eyes stood on the podium of the Alliance's news center. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Citizens of the Pan-Human Alliance, greetings. I'm Xia Fei, the Minister of News. The government, council, and military have appointed me to explain everything that happened a few hours ago regarding the incident related to Eden." The whole cafeteria fell silent. Everyone's eyes had widened while they gathered their focus on listening to the announcement. They wanted to know if the man could really guide them to the legendary Eden, the idealistic and war-free region. Xia Fei paused briefly before he said, "According to the outcome of the investigation conducted by the military and the Admiralty, the map was originally in the possession of the Admiralty's Special Ops fleet, but due to some technical difficulties, the map was sent to a few commoners' computers when it was meant to be sent to the Admiralty's headquarters. These people then uploaded the map to the interplanetary internet, resulting in the chaos from morning to noon, venal time today." What did he mean by that? Phantom asked after failing to understand the government official's cliché speech. Xia Fei explained. "He's saying that the map was from the people who claim that they're from Eden, which means the map is legit." Phantom exclaimed. "So the star map is legit?" Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei did not say anything. He was hinting at Phantom to stay put and keep listening to the news. "According to the data provided by the Admiralty's technical department, we strongly believe that the cause of the technical malfunction was our fleet's super long-distance transmission radar system being disrupted by an unknown signal in the universe. The signal was diverted from its original channel and somehow entered the one the normal citizens use. In addition to this, the Electronic Experiment Center of the Alliance's Institute of Science claimed this is an isolated incident and won't affect normal communications of the military, so rest assured that it is still capable of guaranteeing the Alliance's safety as usual." Xia Fei frowned. The official statements from the government were always so cliché. They always sounded like the typical imperial edict. As Xia Fei expected, some impatient reporters immediately rose to their feet and asked about the authenticity of the map. Xia Fei wiped the sweat on his forehead with his handkerchief and replied with a lack of confidence. "So far, we only know that map is from the humans with unknown identities, who claimed themselves to be from Eden. The Alliance Geographic Society is still investigating its authenticity." Phantom seemed quite excited, while Xia Fei fell into deep thoughts while holding his chin with one hand. The press conference was in a mess. Many people kept asking questions. The scene almost went out of control. The cafeteria, which Xia Fei was eating, burst into an uproar, too. It was as if the man could really lead them to the legendary Lost Land. The owner even brought out a whole carton of beer to celebrate the news with the crowd. Xia Fei was not fond of the noise, nor did he like to believe in something blindly. He rose to his feet and was about to leave. Constantine happened to walk into the cafeteria. He seemed to be in deep thoughts. He nodded at Xia Fei and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going back," Xia Fei answered. Constantine smiled. "Wait a little longer. Perhaps it might have something you are interested in." Xia Fei said with a puzzled look, "I'm indeed interested in Eden, but I already know what I wanted to know. There's no point in staying here." Constantine indifferently took a bottle of beer and handed it to him. "Believe me, you will find it intriguing." The press conference suddenly ended. The screen was switched back to the news agency's broadcasting room. A middle-aged woman in her 30s was reading the script she had just received in astonishment. She seemed to be in a panic. She was only wearing a single earring. Her makeup was not done properly, either. It was obvious that she had been called impromptu to the broadcasting room. The people in the cafeteria expressed their discontent. They were displeased by the sudden interruption to the press conference. The news reporter took a deep breath and spoke sternly. Here's an emergency news brought to you by SSMB station. According to the information we have just received, the Death Trio Star region has entered a state of war at 6 minutes past 11, venal time, this morning. Xia Fei was startled. The Death Trio Star region had been on the brink of confrontation for a few months. He was surprised that the war had broken out at about the same time as the incident of Eden. He glanced at Constantine. The man merely adjusted his glasses with a calm expression and did not look surprised at all. So this is the news he was referring to, but how did he know it beforehand? Did he have the ability to predict the future? Xia Fei was confused. The news reporter swallowed and tried her best to sound calm as she spoke. Based on the latest update we have just received from the reporters at the front line, the battle did not develop according to what we had expected. The military assumed the war would be chaotic with the three regions fighting one another, but the truth is, the Terminus Star region has teamed up with the evil Gulfstream Star region to fight against the Black Abyss Star region. On top of that, the leaders of the two aforementioned regions declared that they will go independent from the Pan-Human Alliance and form the New Human Alliance. They will no longer be under the jurisdiction of the Pan-Human Alliance, but we still don't know if Black Abyss will proclaim independence, too. The information we have now is still very limited. We'll immediately report any latest updates through live broadcast. The emergency broadcast has ended, and we'll now switch it back to the press conference. The cafeteria fell silent. Everything was so sudden. First, the map of Eden had placed the entire humanity in chaos. A few hours later, the war in the Death Trio Star region had gathered the people's attention to the desolated region. The two pieces of news had surfaced within 12 hours and gave the people a huge shock. Some could not help but ask, what exactly was going on? The Pan-Human Alliance's press conference was even more chaotic than before. The reporters demanded the government to verify the information about the war involving the Death Trio Star region and the government's thoughts on it. But a few reporters were still asking about Eden's map. The situation soon went out of control. A large troop of armed soldiers went into the hall and stopped the most chaotic press conference in history. Constantine shrugged. He rose to his feet and left the cafeteria. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and followed him. The corridor outside the cafeteria was empty. Everyone was busy reading the latest news in their room. Why do I feel like you already knew about it? Xia Fei asked with a frown. Constantine shook his head with a smile. Even though my kingdom is close to the Death Trio Star region, there's no way they can contact me from so far away. To be honest, I've only known about it now, just like you. He's lying. It's so obvious he's already known about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother asking you to stay for a little longer, Phantom told Xia Fei. Xia Fei said calmly, I don't believe it. Constantine burst out laughing. You have the right not to believe it. I don't feel like explaining myself, either. Constantine left carefreely, leaving Xia Fei behind with a puzzled look. Xia Fei received a call from Qin Mang when he went back to his room. Old man, I can see you are recovering nicely. You have reclaimed your vigor. Xia Fei smiled. Qin Mang grinned. You think I don't know what you're trying to say? You're saying that I'm getting fat. I've only eaten a few months' worth of food provided by you. I will pay you back later. Xia Fei explained himself. Please don't misunderstand. I don't really mean that. It's good to know that you're enjoying yourself on Earth. I can still afford the little expense. I can pay for you to stay on Earth for a few hundred years if you're willing. Qin Mang pointed at Xia Fei and said, Kid, enough with your smooth talk. A few hundred years? Do you take me as an old monster, or what? Seriously, what did you think about the two incidents today? Qin Mang's tone switched when he asked Xia Fei for his opinions. Qin Mang would ask Xia Fei to analyze some situations every now and then, as if he was checking whether Xia Fei had done his homework properly or not. This had been the way since Xia Fei knew the old man, so he was quite used to it already. I don't really believe the map is going to lead us to Eden. It feels like someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. For example, during the press conference, the government claimed that the map was distributed to the public only because the signal from the fleet had ended up in the wrong channel due to it being transmitted over a long distance. I don't really get it. The military's super long-distance transmission devices are specifically made and the signals are protected with high-level encryptions. Even if the signal did divert to a wrong channel due to some unexplainable natural phenomenon, the people would only receive an encrypted message. They would have no chance of decrypting the message, unless this natural phenomenon was so special that not only did it divert the signal to a wrong channel, it also decrypted the message. Otherwise, how could the people see the map and distribute it on the interplanetary internet? Even if we assume that it has something to do with a mysterious natural power, which we still don't understand, it should have other information from the military apart from the map, too. Besides, I've already searched around the internet, but I couldn't find the time when the map was first released and its source. The whole internet is full of news about the map in a minute. It's different from the explanation that the Alliance gave. Qin Meng nodded. He seemed very satisfied with Xia Fei's analysis. He asked, "What do you think about the war involving the Death Trio Star region then?" Xia Fei said after giving it some thought. "We've already expected the war to happen sometime, but the only thing that puzzles me is why Terminus and Evil Gulfstream proclaimed independence. It appears that the three-star regions are unequally matched in strength on the surface right now, so the two regions' leaders have decided to team up against Black Abyss. If I'm not mistaken, Black Abyss will find itself at a disadvantage in the early phase of the war. The only uncertainty in the war is the Pan-Human Alliance's attitude toward the Death Trio Star region. If the Alliance decides to take over the three regions that are located so far away, not only do the regions lack resources, the Alliance will have to spend a huge fortune every year to maintain their peace. But this doesn't mean that the Alliance would allow them to go independent, either, since it's a blatant provocation directed at the Pan-Human Alliance. If I'm the president of the Alliance, I will stop the Death Trio Star region from going independent at all costs. Therefore, I believe that it's a really bad idea for Terminus and the Evil Gulfstream to team up and form the new Human Alliance. Even if they do manage to defeat Black Abyss, they will have to suffer the wrath of the Pan-Human Alliance, too. In comparison, the leaders of the Black Abyss are a lot smarter. They are betting their hope on the fact that the Alliance won't allow any of the Death Trio Star region to go independent. Once the Alliance's fleets cross the no-man's zone to invade the Death Trio Star region, the rebel army in the Death Trio Star region will not stand a chance against the Alliance's military might. The Alliance has no intention of strictly controlling the Death Trio Star region as long as the three regions don't go independent, so it might end up placing Black Abyss's leaders in charge of the reformation of the Death Trio Star region. That way, the Black Abyss will be able to secure the power to rule over the three regions without needing to do anything. They are no different from local tyrants, though they are technically still under the Pan-Human Alliance. Qin Meng smiled. Very well, you managed to foresee the future of the Death Trio Star region despite the war only breaking out. From what I know, your Quantum Holdings has been setting up a new factory every 2 weeks and will modify an old factory every 3 weeks. The production rate of your company is no longer the same as before, yet you still haven't fully utilized the factories. Otherwise, you will be able to produce at least 5,000 energy shield boosters in every 24 hours. Xia Fei nodded. You're right. I've been preparing the factories for the future. Those factories are only a minor part of my plan. In the future, I'll increase the daily production rate of the energy shield boosters to 30,000 and above. Qin Meng said, You already have the production rate, so all you need left are the demands and clients. If I'm guessing it right, the war will finally trigger an upgrade to the Alliance's military hardware. If the military decides to use your energy shield boosters, the Quantum Holdings' current production rate won't be enough to fulfill the demands. Xia Fei smiled. Old man, I've always known how clever you are with your schemes. You're right. The war is a great opportunity for me. It's my key to success. Do you have any connections you can introduce me to? Qin Meng shook his head. I have no plans to intervene with the military for now. They have their own independent system. Even my power in the Adjudicator Union won't be able to influence the military by much. Xia Fei suddenly asked, Old man, how reliable is your disciple Yahweh at the Death Trio Star region? He does have some influence in Black Abyss. I believe I can make a fortune by selling my energy shield boosters to them. Qin Meng was startled. He fixed his eyes on Xia Fei. The Alliance has yet to proclaim their attitude toward the war. Aren't you afraid of the risks involved if you act too quickly? Xia Fei explained honestly. With high risks come high rewards. From what I can tell, The leaders of the Black Abyss are going to claim the final victory of the war, so I must seize this opportunity before the Alliance decides to help them. As the saying goes, it's easy to throw stones at someone who falls down a well, but difficult to provide help in their hour of need. I shall establish a friendly relationship with them first before the Alliance reveals their attitude. Qin Meng burst out laughing. He shook his head and said, I knew you were the kind to only do things with purpose, but I bet you're not just thinking of earning a small amount since you show willingness to take this huge risk of smuggling weapons to the Death Trio Star region. I can help you contact Yahweh. I also know a few of the Black Abyss leaders, but you must tell me everything first. Xia Fei said in a deep voice, I've always been thinking about something. If the energy shield boosters do catch the military's eyes, the money I'll earn from it is beyond what I can ever imagine. But what's the point of earning so much money? Haven't I been aiming to improve my strength and influence in the first place? When will I think I'm strong enough? By having enough money or by having enough warships? Qin Meng's eyes glittered. He had guessed Xia Fei's thoughts, yet he found it hard to believe that Xia Fei would have such a wild ambition. In addition to money and warships, I need territory, too, Xia Fei said. Qin Meng was startled. It's not going to be easy to secure a territory in the Death Trio Star region. How are you planning to achieve that? Xia Fei said, according to my speculation, the Black Abyss is going to win in the end, while Terminus and Evil Gulfstream will be taken out by the Admiralty. Due to obvious reasons, the Alliance isn't willing to waste any money on the three desolate regions. The best way is to let them manage themselves while they remain under its jurisdiction. Currently, it's 2 regions against 1. I believe that the people of the Black Abyss will find themselves in a pinch in the early phase of the war. If I can offer the energy shield boosters and help them stand their ground, they will be more than willing to accept my proposal. I'm not planning to charge them for the equipment. It's not as if they can pay me much considering their financial status, but I can ask them to give me land in return. Once they win the war, I'll have a place to rule myself. Qin Meng fondled his chin as he fell into deep thoughts. It's a plausible way. The Death Trio Star region lacks equipment and people, and they don't have high requirements of land. After all, land there isn't really valuable due to the lack of resources. I'm pretty sure they'll be more than willing to accept your condition if you're not asking them to give you a rich planet. But what do you want the desolate planets for? Qin Meng asked. Xia Fei replied, didn't you always say I should treat building a Titan as my biggest ambition? I can't just build the massive warship in the Alliance, can I? It's too obvious. I have to find a more secluded spot. Do you have the confidence to build a Titan now? Qin Meng blurted out in astonishment. Xia Fei shook his head. Not now, but I know the importance of putting in effort to achieve my goals. At least, I haven't given up on my ambition. It's like playing chess. The players who can only foresee the next 3 steps will never become a master. It's a rare opportunity for me. Even though it feels like securing land won't bring me any good in the near future, what about 10 years or even 100 years? If I don't take hold of the opportunity now, while the Death Trio Star region is having an infighting, I may not have the same opportunity again in the future, which is why I must seize it when I see it no matter how difficult it is. Qin Meng sighed. You're basically gambling. You're going all in before you know what's going to happen. Xia Fei smiled. Old man, it's indeed a gamble, but the odds are just too appealing to me. Think about it. I'm only giving energy shield boosters which are worth around a few $100 million to the leaders of Black Abyss. So a few $100 million is all I'm going to lose. But if I win, I will be able to claim a few, or even a few dozen planets, to establish my own territory, where I have the freedom to grow without any restraints. I read the rules that the Death Trio Star region has to follow. I can even establish my own country and have my own army and flag, provided that I comply with the rules. The investment of a few million is nothing compared to the potential benefits I can reap. Qin Meng agreed to talk with Yahweh about it, and he would tell Xia Fei the outcome later. Phantom rubbed his eyes, seemingly still having a hard time believing everything that had just happened. Xia Fei, since when did you start planning to exchange the equipment for a territory? Did you already know that a war is going to break out in the Death Trio Star region? Were you already making the preparations when you started setting up new factories to produce the energy shield boosters, but keep on controlling the sales by selling only to big clients? Xia Fei did not answer Phantom's question. Eventually, he sniffed as he said mysteriously, "Can't you smell conspiracy and war?" "No, I can only smell your stinky socks. Phantom snarled. Xia Fei smiled. Do you know when is the best time for a person to become successful? When the world is in chaos. Either the people were in fear or had some kind of expectations. These were indications that a world was slowly becoming chaotic. Qin Meng successfully contacted his disciple, Yahweh. The man was very interested in the device capable of bringing a significant improvement to the defensive capabilities of a warship. When he learned that Xia Fei's warship had defeated 9 enemy warships during the Golden Finger Cup with the help of the energy shield booster, he could no longer contain his excitement. As a soldier, he was very passionate about every product that might improve the strength of his army. The interplanetary internet was surprisingly smooth these past few days, especially the connection between the Death Trio Star region and the Alliance. Yahweh personally gave Xia Fei a call to ask about the energy shield boosters. The old man told me everything. You are trying to increase your army's strength desperately, yet you don't really have the funds for it now. That's going to be a little tricky. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said thoughtfully. Yahweh wore an awkward face. He did not have many funds in his hands despite being a warlord. He had paid the weapon smugglers with the remaining funds. After all, the region was at war, so he had to improve his army's strength first. Buying weapons had always been money-burning. The ammo and spare parts alone had already cost him a fortune. I'm a man of my word. If you can give me some time, I promise I'll do everything to get the money to pay you. Master knows me well. He can be my guarantor, Yahweh said. Xia Fei nodded. Brother Yahweh, you are the old man's disciple, and I'm his subordinate. We are basically one family, so I definitely trust you. The old man must have shown you the clip about the event. What do you think about the energy shield boosters? Yahweh said, according to the data collected and how the match went, I believe that the system can improve a warship's defense by around 30%. It's a must-have during a war. Xia Fei smiled. 30%? That's only a theoretical value. I'm not trying to boast, but its practical effects are better than the theoretical value. Why so? Yahweh asked. Xia Fei said, you should know that the 30% increase is only when a single energy shield booster is installed. Try guessing the number of energy shield boosters I installed during the event. Yahweh was shocked. Are you saying that it's possible to use the energy shield boosters in combination? Xia Fei pressed the cigarette on the ashtray to put it out and said seriously, exactly. You can combine the energy shield boosters into a defensive array, but the second energy shield booster is less effective than the first. The second one only has a 75% efficiency, and the third one only has a 50% efficiency compared to the first. A warship can have at most 4 energy shield boosters and form a shield depending on the warship's energy output and its computation power. Try to calculate how much is that going to improve the warship's defense by? Yahweh was shocked. The possibility to improve a warship's defense by 30% was already insane. If 4 of the devices could be combined to improve the energy shield further, it was not even exaggerating to refer to it as a godly device. 70%, Yahweh said through clenched teeth. Having 4 of the energy shield boosters was enough to improve a warship's defense by 70%. No one had ever achieved such a great feat before. Yahweh was deeply shocked by how useful the energy shield boosters were. I know warships aren't the only thing lacking in the Black Abyss, but well-trained soldiers, too. With a better defense, the survivability of your soldiers is going to increase. You've spent years on training these soldiers. If anything happens, the new recruits clearly won't be as reliable and strong as the old soldiers. A greater defense will even help you to secure the final victory. Terminus and Evil Gulfstream have teamed up against the Black Abyss. I bet that you and your men are under great pressure. Xia Fei calmly hinted at the benefits of the energy shield boosters. As a commander, Yahweh easily figured out the benefits of the energy shield boosters. The truth was that he was very fond of the energy shield booster, which was capable of increasing a warship's defense, but he had been short on funds lately. He was wondering how he should tell Xia Fei about it. Xia Fei was observing Yahweh's expression carefully. He believed that it was almost time for him to toss out the bait. We might be friends, but I'm a businessman still. I won't do anything that is going to make me lose money. I believe you've already contacted other firearms suppliers. Yahweh replied, it's just as you said. Since we are lacking in cash and the Alliance is yet to reveal their plan on the Death Trio Star region, not to mention the high risks involved due to the long journey. Only a few arms dealers are willing to provide us with some goods first and let us pay at a later time. Xia Fei smiled. Brother Yahweh, how many arms dealers have agreed to provide you with supplies? Xia Fei purposely emphasized on the words, how many? Yahweh's face turned pale, and he said softly, you're right again. No arms dealer is willing to supply us apart from the smugglers. Xia Fei smiled and said, actually, I can give you a batch of energy shield boosters. Your fleet will be a lot stronger after installing them, but the price won't be cheap, either. Yahweh's eyes glittered. What's your condition? Our army is currently under huge pressure. We can negotiate if you're willing to give us the supply first. Xia Fei shook his head. He let out a sigh. Brother Yahweh, it's only valid if the Black Abyss is going to win the war at the end. You won't be able to fulfill any condition if you lose the war, right? Everyone knows that the two regions have teamed up against yours, placing you at a disadvantage. The people don't even need to think to realize that evil Gulfstream Star and Terminus have the upper hands in the war. I believe it's part of the reasons why the arms dealers aren't willing to make a deal with you. The other reason is they don't trust you. It's obviously more profitable for me to sell my goods to your enemy. Do you really think I'm helping you because of the benefits you can promise me? I'm only doing this because of the old man and your help in the past. I am a grateful person. I will definitely repay the kindness I owe you and the old man. So I'm willing to take the risks, even if I will go bankrupt because of it. Phantom was giggling at the side. It was quite amusing to hear Xia Fei giving such a righteous speech. He was willing to take the risks even if he had a chance to go bankrupt because of it. It was more like he was not going to give up until he got a huge bargain out of it. Xia Fei switched his tone and said, however, it's better if my sacrifice has its return. Yahweh had always been sentimental. He was utterly touched by Xia Fei's generous speech. Yahweh slammed his hand on the table and said, Brother Xia Fei, feel free to state your conditions. I won't say no if it's within my capabilities. Xia Fei said, if you say so, I shall cut to the chase then. My home planet Earth has a high population, but is very small. It's already overpopulated, and you know how difficult it is to find a habitable planet in the Alliance. However, Earth is my hometown, so I feel obliged to think for my people. Phantom could not stand it any longer. Did Xia Fei really just bring up the welfare of the people on Earth? He had just arranged his good friend Wu Long to be the president of the Earth Federation, and now he was claiming to be looking for a new habitable planet for the people on Earth? Such a high-sounding excuse he came up with. Yahweh was so far away from Earth. How could he possibly know the exact situation on the planet? He did not even doubt Xia Fei's words. Building a Titan was a serious matter. Xia Fei did not want to tell Yahweh about it, even though he was Qin Mang's disciple. About that, Yahweh seemed a little troubled. The whole Death Trio Star region only had a few habitable planets in good condition. Xia Fei would seriously be asking a lot if these planets were good enough for the Death Trio Star region to fight one another over them. Xia Fei said, I know the Death Trio Star region doesn't have a lot of habitable planets. I'm not asking for a delicate planet with elegant sceneries. I'm happy with planets that humans can barely live on. The people on Earth are better at enduring hardships than you think. Yahweh let out a relieved sigh. It was still possible if Xia Fei was not asking for those green planets. He would not mind giving away the planets with terrible weather conditions. There were a whole lot of them in the Death Trio Star region, anyway. Not only did those planets lack any benefits, they were a burden to look after, too. That's doable, but I alone can't make the call. I will have to discuss it with the other factions, but how many planets are we talking about? Yahweh asked. Xia Fei said, the more the better. Of course, the humans on Earth reproduce very quickly. I would like to save some land for my future generations, too. Yahweh nodded. It's impressive how you're already thinking for the future generations of your hometown at such a young age. Your people will be very grateful if they know. I'll hold a meeting right away and notify you of the outcome as soon as we are done. The journey from the Alliance to the Black Abyss is quite far, so. Xia Fei obviously knew what Yahweh meant. He said with a deep voice, all right. I'll immediately arrange the transportation once I receive the news from you. I guarantee they'll be delivered in 2 months. I'll bear the risks along the journey, too. The screen closed. Phantom shook his head and asked, 2 months? Are you crazy? We've been to the Death Trio Star region. There's no way the journey will take less than 3 months. Xia Fei smiled. He gave Charlie a call. Charlie, are you done with the energy shield boosters which I asked you to handle close to the capital ring? I might need them soon, Xia Fei said. Charlie nodded. Our transportation fleets finished delivering 10,000 units when we went to pick up some devices. We also left a small transportation fleet there, too. Is a client asking for them? Xia Fei smiled. Maybe, but there won't be any cash coming in this time. The company might struggle a little. This business is very important, so you must treat it seriously. Phantom was left speechless. It turned out that Xia Fei was already prepared for it. He had brought some spares to the capital ring with the transportation fleets that came to take the second-hand machine tools to Earth. Charlie said, Qin Meng also introduced a raw material supplier to us. They allowed us to pay in installments. As long as the supply chains don't freeze for too long, we should be able to hang in there. Xia Fei said, I'll leave it in your hands. The company must stand. If we can make it through, it's going to be a clear path ahead. Charlie wore a stern look. Don't you worry. The company has a bright future. People are willing to work for the company even if they aren't getting paid. Xia Fei shook his head. Not paying them is going to affect their enthusiasm, which will affect the quality of the products. That's inappropriate. We should think of other ways to preserve the funds and control where we spend them. Charlie smiled. He pointed at his head and said, Brother Xia Fei, believe me, my ability is related to maths. Indeed, you're better at fighting, but when it comes to numbers and finance, I won't lose to you. Xia Fei smiled. It seems that I've underestimated you. Either way, you will be fully in charge of the company. I'll ask Serum and see if he can pay in advance. Xia Fei lit another cigarette after hanging up the call. Giving out 10,000 energy shield boosters was obviously a huge burden to Quantum Holdings under the current circumstances. It might even cause the company to run out of funds, but Xia Fei had no other choice in order to secure a territory in the Death Trio Star region. Risks and benefits would forever coexist. A person who was unwilling to take risks would never acquire the biggest gain. Xia Fei was well aware of it. A small fleet consisting of 4 industrial ships and 4 frigates were on standby not far away from the capital ring. It was quite difficult for the fleet to pass through the no-man's zone and reach the Black Abyss. The Death Trio Star region was currently at war. Thus, it was unimaginable how complicated the situation would be. They might need a more reliable fleet to protect the goods. After giving it some consideration, Xia Fei called another person. It was a backup plan he had prepared beforehand, but he was not too sure if it was going to work. Butcher, it's been a while, Xia Fei said with a smile. Butcher was currently in a nightclub. He was hugging 2 alluring women while drinking. Butcher embarrassedly dismissed the 2 women beside him. He found a quiet room and locked it from inside. Butcher's face seemed more energetic after some days. He seemed to be in a good mood, probably because of the alcohol or having been in debauchery. How have you been these days? Xia Fei asked. Butcher scratched his head. Not too bad. Those brothers have been miserable for so many years. They finally had a chance to relax, so we've been indulging in our pleasures for the past few days. Xia Fei frowned. Brothers? Butcher said, basically, half of the people who escaped the blood matrix went home, but a few dozens of us, who no longer have a home to go back to, chose to stay. We have developed a certain level of trust between us after being locked up for so long. Even though we did fight one another in the past, it's all in the past, anyway, so there's no point dwelling on it. We found some of Hook's money, so we split a part of it among us and keep the rest as the funds to jumpstart some business we are planning to do together. We can't just do nothing all day, can we? Xia Fei smiled. That's wonderful. I'll ask someone to send some gifts over to congratulate you. Butcher quickly waved his hand and said, No way. We are only free now because of you. We should be the ones giving you gifts. How can we take your gifts instead? Xia Fei smiled. It's called reciprocity. It's a tradition in my hometown, too. But what business are you planning on doing? Butcher straightened his face and said, We have had enough of violence and killing in the blood matrix. We decide to do something meaningful. Hasn't the map to a place called Eden getting a lot of attention lately? We are thinking of setting up an exploration team to see what's all that about. Once we confirm the route between the Alliance and Eden, we'll escort civilians journeying between the 2 places with warships. We can also transport some goods. The others are quite fond of the idea. We won't be restricted by anyone, but we are still doing something productive. You've only spent a short time in the blood matrix, so you won't understand, but we were traumatized after being locked up for so long. We just want to live a free and relaxing life. Xia Fei frowned. He always felt that something was off about Eden, yet he could not explain it clearly. He was thinking of advising against it, but on second thought, these people had been through tough times, indeed. He should not intervene with their decision. After all, he did not have any evidence to prove that something was right about Eden. Having this thought, Xia Fei asked, "Butcher, do you have your own warships?" Butcher replied, "Hee, we stole 2 Gaian Catalyst-class destroyers from Hook. They're going to come in handy now." Xia Fei fell into deep thoughts while rubbing his chin. Butcher asked curiously, "Xia Fei, is there something you want to say?" Xia Fei smiled. "I do have something to ask. I have some goods that I want to transport from the Alliance to Black Abyss. I'm thinking of letting you handle it knowing how strong of a fighter you are, but I believe that I shouldn't trouble you again since you have other plans in mind. I'll figure out another way." Butcher's expression suddenly shifted. Then he glared at Xia Fei. "Xia Fei, are you looking down on me?" "I, Butcher, am not the kind of person you think I am. Give me a second." Butcher took the microcomputer into a bar, where a few dozen drunk blokes were enjoying their time with some women in revealing clothes. The place was a complete mess. Butcher jumped onto the bar and yelled, "Everyone, be quiet." Butcher projected the screen of the microcomputer onto the screen in the bar to put Xia Fei's face up. Everyone had a strong impression of Xia Fei. They immediately greeted him. "I believe everyone should recognize Xia Fei. If not for him, we'd still be stuck in that cage right now," Butcher said. The others raised their cups to pay Xia Fei their respects. Xia Fei had no choice but to say some words out of politeness in return. "Now, our brother Xia Fei has a favor to ask. He needs someone to deliver some goods to Black Abyss. Are you willing to do it?" "Of course. Why do you even ask? Brother Xia Fei's trouble is my trouble, too." "Brothers, are you afraid?" Butcher asked. "Afraid? I just came out of the blood matrix. Is there anything else I should be afraid of?" "Brother Xia Fei, don't you worry. We'll handle it for you." Butcher smiled at Xia Fei. "Hear them?" Xia Fei nodded and said, "Thank you, everyone." The fleet departed from the capital ring. Its destination was Black Abyss. Butcher and his men would be waiting at a border town called Honeydew before the No Man's Zone. They would meet up with Xia Fei's transportation fleet to join them on the journey. Xia Fei had no idea that Sarah was going to handle the job herself. The woman from the Wildstar region was quite stubborn. She was not willing to enjoy her peace on Earth, while her men were risking their lives. Xia Fei had installed the Black Bat radar on Sarah's warship. His vampire had the same radar system, allowing them to stay in contact when the interplanetary internet was not working as intended. The truth was, the Black Bat radar was not so durable and would easily malfunction. Using it as a backup communication tool was the last resort, but it was still better having an extra way of staying in contact. Otherwise, if the interplanetary internet stopped working, the fleet would be deaf and blind. As for why Xia Fei was staying put in the capital ring, first, the military was picking up their pace to test the energy shield boosters. The situation was slowly getting out of hand. The military might be making a huge move soon, so the energy shield boosters, which would greatly increase a warship's defense, might end up as part of the standard equipment of the military. Therefore, Xia Fei had to keep himself updated with their latest decision at all times. Second, it was soon Avril's grandfather, Ernst's birthday. Xia Fei had already promised Avril that he would attend it. He could not afford to break his promise. Xia Fei clearly knew Avril had other motives when she insisted on inviting him to the party. The innocent lady thought that if they attended the public occasion together, the people longing for her might know their place and back off. She would also be showing her determination to stay with Xia Fei. It was in fact a naive thought. She had no clue that marriages in the upper class were like business deals. Avril's decision would not make much difference. A lot of things would not change according to her will. Xia Fei was well aware of Avril's thoughts. He also knew how tough the journey ahead was, yet he had the habit of never backing down. If even a delicate girl like Avril was doing her best, Xia Fei had more reason to straighten his backbone as a man. The Golden Finger Cup was still ongoing. The warship event finally ended with Li Mo as the winner. Constantine came third in the event. As for Xia Fei, he was unable to enter the finals because his warship was destroyed. Even though Li Mo came first in the event, Xia Fei still got the most attention out of it. After the event, the organizer immediately disclosed the parts that each participant had installed in their warship. The people found two unfamiliar devices from the specification of Xia Fei's warship, Quantum Holdings energy shield boosters. It was not difficult to tell that the energy shield boosters had significantly improved the warship's defense. The hobbyists soon discovered that the energy shield booster was Xia Fei's secret weapon other than the proton bomb. Xia Fei, who had kept a low profile, suddenly entered the limelight. He accepted every interview from the news agencies and generously discussed the benefits of the energy shield boosters. He even emphasized that the energy shield booster was the sole reason for his unprecedented achievement of eliminating 9 warships in the event, making it sound as if the proton bomb was not as important as the others assumed. Promoting the proton bomb was not going to bring Xia Fei any benefits, but every energy shield booster sold would bring him millions of revenue. Xia Fei was obviously going to strike while the iron was still hot to promote his company and its product. It was the most effective way of promoting the product. The energy shield boosters were immediately considered godly equipment under the influence of the news agencies. Quantum Holdings was completely exhausted after Xia Fei took the interviews. They received countless calls from hobbyists and dealers every minute asking about the energy shield boosters and trying to reach a deal with them. The company had no choice but to allocate a few thousand workers just to accept the calls. Several hotlines were registered for the same purpose. Xia Fei made a surprising decision amid the fanatical hype over the energy shield boosters. He would auction 50 units of the energy shield booster on the biggest online marketplace in the alliance every day. Those with the highest bids would take them home. The businesses, which were asking for huge supplies, were told that stocks were limited for now, so they could only order in smaller quantities. Charlie did not understand what Xia Fei was thinking. Why did he not take the opportunity right in front of him? Quantum Holdings had already increased their product rate significantly. There was no longer the need to limit the quantities for the new orders. However, Charlie still stuck to Xia Fei's instructions out of trust. He would only sell a third of the energy shield boosters produced every month to ensure that the company had enough funds for its operations. The rest of their stocks were kept in storage. For the second-last event of the Golden Finger Cup, the extreme modding event, Xia Fei came first with a slight margin, with Li Mo right on his tail. However, Constantine only scored 81 out of everyone's expectation. Xia Fei was ranked 7th from the bottom on the ranking, while Constantine and Li Mo took turns to occupy the first place. However, Constantine's poor performance in the second-last round had widened the gap between him and Li Mo to 106 points. The only way for him to become the champion was to have a superb performance in the last round. Otherwise, he was most likely going to come second or even third in the tournament. The last event was the search event. It was a new event that was added to the Golden Finger Cup this year. In the past, the participants' mastery of the radar system was only tested by asking the participants to repair a radar system. However, the new event not only required the participant to modify their radar system, they had to search for certain objects in the galaxy, too. It was an indication that the Golden Finger Cup was slowly evolving from a tournament, which only focused on a participant's repairing and modding skills, to a more all-around warship tournament. It was difficult to win the tournament without being skilled enough in every field. There were not many spectators today. First of all, Li Mo already had a huge lead over Constantine in the second place, so the event was less thrilling and unpredictable. Second, the event was going to take place in the galaxy. Thus, the spectators would only be watching the event from a huge screen at the venue. They could easily watch the event while lying comfortably and enjoying soda at home instead of paying the expensive entrance fee to watch it at the venue. Most spectators at the venue were passionate hobbyists of the Golden Finger Cup. The event was not their primary concern, since they were more interested in the ceremony after the event. Planet Conglomerate had organized a group of more than 30,000 people to watch the event. They were ready to cheer for their Prince Li Mo as he became the champion. Even the chairman, Li Mo's father, Li Guan, was among them. The people with him were the reputable figures of various fields. Everyone knew they were not only here to watch the event. It was the Li family's way of showing off. The Li family had never treated the Golden Finger Cup too seriously, but it was still a championship at the alliance level. It was a great opportunity for Li Mo, who did not really have any experience, to enter the bigger stage of the alliance's upper class. Father, Li Mo went up to his old man after putting on his outfit. Li Guan was having a pleasant chat with a few of his old friends. He introduced his son to his friends with a smile. Everyone immediately uttered their praises to flatter the young man. It's quite an impressive achievement now that you've won the Golden Finger Cup, but you shouldn't lower your guard in this event since many people are watching. Make sure you don't bring any shame to our family, Li Guan said. Liemo nodded. He seemed to be in low spirits. The unpleasant memory at the altar was still bothering him. He understood that he was still a long way from reaching his father's expectations. In other words, the scent of blood on him was nowhere strong enough. Lemo's guts crunched when he recalled his father covered in blood with that semicircular knife in his hand. He said a few words of politeness and came up with an excuse to run away from his father. Li Guan's friends immediately went forward to congratulate Li Guan with some high-sounding words. The truth was, these people preferred to see the Li family in defeat, but none of them would dare to say it in front of others. Only true friends would give out sincere blessings. There were never any friends when businesses were involved. There were only benefits. Liemo caught a glimpse of Xia Fei in the corner of his eye. He approached Xia Fei with a grin. No matter how bad of a situation he was in, he could still find some comfort from Xia Fei. After all, Xia Fei was currently ranked at the bottom. The man was basically thousands of miles away from him. I didn't expect you to show up. I wouldn't have the perseverance if I were you. Being ranked 7th from the bottom would be a great humiliation to me. Our Li family has always been the best in everything. Of course, you might already feel proud of your rank. After all, you did make it to the last event, Liemo said mockingly. Xia Fei did not seem bothered at all. He was laughing instead, as if he was having a pleasant experience. Liemo was confused. Why would Xia Fei be laughing at a time like this? Was he already shameless to such an extent? Mr. Li, since we are acquaintances, I have some advice for you. What is it? Everything is possible. Xia Fei left after finishing the sentence as if he was the final victor despite his current rank. Liemo was furious. No one was allowed to act so proudly in front of him, not even Xia Fei. He already decided to perform perfectly in the event as a way to celebrate his first time of becoming an alliance champion. Young master, he's just envious of you. You happened to stab him right at the place where it hurts the most, so he could only pretend to be carefree despite the grudge in his heart. You shouldn't let him mess with your mind. You will be falling for his tricks, the mustachioed man said softly. Liemo nodded. He clenched his teeth and said, I don't care what he's up to. The victory will be mine still. I just can't stand his attitude. Humph, such a povo. Liemo left in anger. Phantom said with a wry face, I told you not to take part in the event, but you insisted on coming, instead. Do you seriously think you can score 1,000 points in the event to make a comeback? Avril is watching you. You should think about her, too. If she sees you in the 7th last place and Liemo came first, will she be happy about it? Xia Fei turned to Phantom and smiled. I have some advice for you, too. What advice? Everything is possible. Inside the chief referee conference room, every judge of the Golden Finger Cup had arrived. Today was the final event of the tournament. They would be going separate ways after today. After all, these people had their own responsibilities, too. They were either the president of a region or an elder of the headquarters. The judges had an unspoken rule among them. They would be extremely strict with the first and the last events of the tournament. Being strict in the first event was to remind the participants not to cheat during the events. Being strict in the last event was to tell everyone that the Golden Finger Cup was fair and impartial. After all, most spectators were not hobbyists. They only watched the first and the last events. Thus, the attitude of the officials during these two events might directly influence the reputation of the Golden Finger Cup. A few screens were set up across the venue, allowing the judges to see every detail of the event clearly. The tablet-sized computers in their hands allowed them to check any information at all times. The event had yet to start, but the meeting room was already under great pressure. Everyone seemed very nervous. The fatty, blackened vessel suddenly burst out laughing and grabbed everyone's attention. Everyone knew that he was the kind of person who was not fussy with trifles, but it was definitely inappropriate in a situation like this. Everyone looked at the fatty. The chief referee was slightly enraged, too. The man with traditional thinking believed that it was ominous to break the rules right before an event. Fatty, what are you laughing at? Blackened Vessel tapped a few times on the screen and displayed the information of a warship on the biggest screen. He rose to his feet while carrying his huge stomach and pointed at the screen. Here is the information on Xia Fei's warship. Look, that kid didn't even modify the radar system. He only installed a triangulate assault steel plate at the front of the warship. He also improved the warship's acceleration system. It's meant to be an item search. Is he thinking of charging into the enemy's front line by modifying his warship like that? Many in the room chuckled. The assault steel plate was called the Vanguard Blade. When a fleet encountered huge obstacles, it would send warships with the Vanguard Blade to clean up the obstacles and open a safe path for the fleet. The acceleration system was still reasonable since it would allow the warship to reach its target in the shortest time possible to secure the advantage. However, what was the point of installing the heavy Vanguard Blade to the warship? No one knew what Xia Fei was thinking. They did not understand how the Vanguard Blade would come in handy in the search. Xia Fei's overall score is so low. Perhaps he already gave up on the tournament. He only installed the Vanguard Blade for fun. Blackened Vessel shook his head. That's not possible. He could have just quit the event if he had already given up. It's not like you didn't see his performance in the last extreme modding event. He significantly reduced the thickness of the armor to increase the warship's agility by 31.25% and won the event. Does that look like someone who has given up? The others fell into deep thoughts. They, too, were puzzled. They had never seen anything like it. Years of floating light, who was seated at the center, coughed on purpose. According to the rules, the Vanguard Blade is a tool to clear obstacles instead of a weapon, so Xia Fei isn't breaking the rules for installing it. We shall continue to observe the event and discuss anything else later. The reputation of our association of machinists is at stake, so not only will you be harsh with the punishment on those who break the rules, you must be precise with your calls, too. We shouldn't let a trivial matter like that distract us. A few hundred Caldarian Kestrel-class frigates were parked at the airstrip at the center of the venue. Liamo lifted his gaze and waved at Avril. He was proud and aloof as if he had already won. Avril twisted her lips, turned away, and ignored him. She seemed a little down. She was not too fussy with Xia Fei's rank. Everyone knew that Xia Fei had missed 10 of the events. Otherwise, he would surely be a strong contender in the tournament. However, she was not feeling comfortable knowing that Liamo would win the tournament, and she disliked him even more because of it. Miss, isn't it better if we watch the event at home? It's unlikely Xia Fei's rank is going to change. He won't have a spot on the stage during the ceremony later, Pang Xing said with a hint of pity. He hated seeing Avril in a bad mood. Avril said, I'm here to cheer for Xia Fei. I want to tell him that, no matter what his final rank is, he is still my Xia Fei. Avril proclaimed her determination with her immature voice. Pang Xing was startled. He took a step back and thought, when did the lady become so tough? Was it because of him? Every participant had received a map, which had the rules of the event in detail and the area where the items were placed. The rules were very simple. There were 12 items in total. Whoever found them and used the towing beam to retrieve them would win the event. These items would be emitting a faint signal. The participants must pick up the signals first before using their radar systems to determine their exact locations. The event was not too difficult. It basically came down to how long the participants had used to pick up the signals. Their radar system would also need to carry out complicated calculations. Whoever with the most sensitive and accurate radar system had the highest chance of winning the event. Xia Fei put the map away without looking at it. He activated the warship's ignition system and slowly adjusted its force and control. Phantom was puzzled. Shouldn't you be looking at the map while you still have the time now? It's going to be a race once the event starts. Xia Fei smiled. He simply ignored Phantom and continued to tweak his warship as if he was not concerned about the event at all. I remember you mentioning that you can accept losing a competition, but not by a huge margin. Avril is still watching you. Aren't you going to try your best at least? Phantom asked. Xia Fei said, maybe, maybe not. Following a clear beep from the main control system, the warships immediately set off, striving to get a head start over the others. Xia Fei fixed his eyes on Liamo's warship in the distance. He maximized the energy output of the engine and waited. Liamo's battleship took off rapidly. Xia Fei immediately pushed the level and followed him. Xia Fei caught up to Liamo and intentionally positioned his warship right behind Liamo's warship. The bow of Xia Fei's warship was facing Liamo's stern while maintaining a distance of around 15,000 meters. Alert! The warship has been locked on. The main control system warned. Liemo glanced at the radar with a frown. The event did not allow the use of weapons. Who would even bother to target his warship now? It's Xia Fei, Liemo exclaimed. He recognized it right away as he remembered the serial number of Xia Fei's warship. Xia Fei's warship suddenly accelerated and went right at Liemo's warship. Xia Fei had modified the acceleration system, so Liemo's warship was no match against its speed. Alert! A collision will occur in 5 seconds. Please brace yourself, the main control system warned. Liemo glanced at Xia Fei's warship on the screen. The vanguard blade at the front was glittering murderously. Liemo finally realized what Xia Fei was truly referring to with his advice. Everything is possible. It turned out Xia Fei had long been planning it. Xia Fei was going to unhorse him even if it meant disqualifying himself. How vicious of him. His father and friends were still waiting to see him being crowned the champion on the stage. What should I do? What should I do? Liemo's face turned extremely pale, and his lips turned purple. The two warships collided fiercely. The vanguard blade cut through Liemo's ship like it was some fruit or vegetable. Sparks instantly soared into the sky. Xia Fei smiled. His lips curled upward in an eerie angle. Whoever wants to mess with me, I'll mess with them too. Xia Fei's warship came penetrating through an amazing angle, the sharp bow of the ship acting like a keen and sharp knife, a light cut that tore a gap in Liemo's stern. Flames shot out. Li Guan went leaping up from his seat. His face paled as he stared at the screen, then his one hand went to his chest and massaged it vigorously. Liemo was ultimately his son, and he was the first in line to inherit Planet Conglomerate. It would be a great loss to his entire family if something were to happen to him. The crowd was all petrified. No one could have guessed that Xia Fei would make such a severe violation of the event rules in front of so many people. If Liemo were to die as a result of this, Xia Fei would not only be permanently removed from the Golden Finger Cup, there would also be no way for him to escape the legal ramifications. Xia Fei had a sinister smile on his face. He was not an idiot. He would not openly kill Liemo. What he wanted was for the latter to pay just a slight price for his actions. The reason why everyone could see the glow of flames was Xia Fei choosing to cut right into the side of the fuel injection system. When the warship moved, the thrusters would shoot forth 2 plumes of fire, and due to Xia Fei's actions, these 2 flame plumes could no longer be gathered and instead spread out. It was akin to the relationship between a faucet and a showerhead. The flow of water from a faucet was greater than that of a showerhead. After Xia Fei had damaged Liemo's warship, it was no longer able to concentrate its thrust, making the entire ship move awkwardly and slowly, with its speed dropping down to a mere 10% of its original speed. The image on the screen neared, and Li Guan only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his son's warship had only lost its propulsion and had not exploded. At least, he was still alive. Up on the command deck, Xia Fei was all smiles as he lit a cigarette, admiring that glow of wild flames in front of him with great satisfaction. He seemed very pleased with his actions. Phantom roared with laughter. Well done. I've long since found that twerp irksome, but I'm afraid that the Association of Machinists will ban you from their tournament for life. The corners of Xia Fei's mouth arched to form a smirk. He simply replied, Do you think I care? So what if I can't participate in the future? Everything comes with a price. What matters the most is that I'm in a great mood today. I'm eager to see just Liemo's look of ill-tempered exasperation. Phantom nodded excitedly. You're right. Seeing the championship fly off when it's right before his eyes. That twerp must be so angry that everything is rushing to his head. You've really given him a tight slap this time. Xia Fei's eyes were gleaming with icy contempt. Actually, I wish that I could kill him, but now's not the time. I must first let him experience devastation and loss. Phantom exclaimed. He turned to stare at Xia Fei's chest, a curious expression on his face. Xia Fei felt uneasy being scrutinized like that, so he asked, What are you looking at? That egg in your bosom. It's absorbing. Phantom knitted his eyebrows and said, What is it absorbing? Xia Fei anxiously asked in surprise. That egg that Xia Fei had grabbed from the blood matrix was hidden in his bosom. He had not had the chance to find anyone to examine it yet. Now that there were changes to this strange egg, Xia Fei was naturally in shock. After all, he had no idea what sort of creature could be inside it. Phantom gulped. He had an incredulous look on his face. That evil energy that you gave off when you attacked Liemo. That egg is absorbing the evil in you. How did you see that? Xia Fei's finger fished for the fluffy egg and placed it on the table. He observed it with his eyes, but he could not see anything. I'm a spirit. Of course, I can see it, Phantom answered nonchalantly. When you sneaked into Limo's home the other time, I noticed that the egg showed some peculiar motions, but I was initially uncertain since it had a very low degree of absorption. But today it's very obvious. If I'm not mistaken, this egg has grown. He relies on evil energy to grow? Xia Fei found this hard to believe. There were plenty of strange and fantastical beasts that were being described in the Beast Spirit Codex. Yet Xia Fei simply could not think of any beast stated inside that depended on evil energy to incubate, no matter how hard he racked his brain. Just what sort of animal was this? That was when that furry egg on the table suddenly shook. Oh no, it's going to hatch. You need to use your Beast Spirit Codex to control it if it's an evil organism, and kill it immediately if you can't control it. Phantom yelped. Xia Fei nodded gravely. He pulled out the Lifeseeker Tri-Dagger. The unique dagger from the assassin sect was extremely sharp, and he figured it should be enough to deal with the egg, for such a small creature should not possess too much of a lethal threat. The fuzzy round ball shook even more vigorously. It was evident that the creature within was struggling desperately, attempting to break out of its cocoon. Xia Fei watched it with all his concentration, his dagger to the side, ready to take its life at any moment. Xia Fei and Phantom had both thought it was an egg, so there should be some unknown creature inside it, but they were wrong. It was not an egg because a single red eye grew out from its furry body, then a second eye, and finally a small mouth. It looked at Xia Fei like a newborn baby, its gaze innocent and mischievous. That little ball effortfully waddled to Xia Fei's side and tried to climb up him, but it unfortunately was too weak, panting heavily after climbing for a few short moments. Xia Fei and Phantom were speechless. It had absorbed evil energy to grow, yet it actually turned into a cute ball of fur, looking completely innocent and harmless. Xia Fei hesitated and extended a little finger toward it. Phantom was nervous. What if this little ball of fur bit him? There was no telling whether it had venom or none. The ball of fur excitedly opened its mouth, extending its small and pink tongue to lick Xia Fei's finger. Xia Fei felt his fingertips itch a little, and he involuntarily thought back to a mongrel that he had raised a long time ago. That little thing was not at all a threat, but was, instead, just a cute ball of fur. After licking Xia Fei's finger for some time, the little creature used its own fuzzy body to rub against Xia Fei, as if wanting him to give it a hug. Xia Fei looked at Phantom, and Phantom looked right back at him. The two did not say a word. The two thought that some ugly monster would appear, so neither had expected that it would actually be a small round ball. Xia Fei held the creature in his palm and softly asked, "Hey, little guy, just what the hell are you?" Phantom suggested, "Give him a name." Xia Fei muttered, "What should I call this little ball of fur?" The little creature in his palm suddenly used its tongue to lick Xia Fei's hand, seemingly very excited. "Looks like it likes the name Furball, so let's call it Furball," Xia Fei said with a grin. Furball seemed to understand what Xia Fei was saying as it licked his hand furiously once again. That was when the onboard communicator suddenly had a call coming through. Xia Fei kept Furball into his bosom, and that little creature shook its body a little before going to sleep. As a newborn, it was still very weak, and it needed plenty of sleep to replenish its energy. "Xia Fei, report to the chief referee's office immediately. We hope to get a reasonable explanation for today's incident," the chief referee, Years of Floating Light, said with a cold face. Xia Fei nodded. He shut off the screen and got his warship to land. While he was dealing with Furball, Liamo had already landed his warship first. There was no way for him to achieve any good result, even if he forced himself to carry on with the event after his ship lost its ability to generate propulsion. Besides, it was highly unsafe to pilot a warship into space after its fuel injection system had been damaged. The moment Xia Fei got off his ship, Liamo came charging right at him, all enraged, throwing a string of expletives at Xia Fei. The broadcast had caught this entire scene on video, transmitting it perfectly to every single viewer across the alliance. Up on the stands, Li Guan sighed as he muttered to himself, "So what if you lost the event? Why must you also lose yourself?" Standing up, Li Guan left without saying a word. As a member of high society, Liemo should not have cursed Xia Fei so openly in front of the entire alliance, no matter how angry he was. In Li Guan's eyes, this entire incident had severely damaged his family's reputation. Xia Fei smiled as he cheekily taunted the still fuming Liemo. What? Do you want to bite me? In the chief referee's office, the screen was showing this year's Golden Finger Cups award ceremony. Liemo had gotten a third-place finish as a result of his retirement from the final event. Seeing Liemo stand on the lowest segment of the podium while grinding his teeth, Xia Fei revealed a satisfied smile. He turned his head to the frowning years of floating light. Esteemed chief referee, I've already said all I wish to say. This was definitely an accident. I suddenly lost control of the warship, so what could I do? Besides, I've already done all I could to minimize the damage caused to the point that no lives were lost from this terribleness. Then how would you explain that vanguard blade you fitted onto the bow of your ship? I had that fitted because I thought that the organizing committee would be hiding the token in some terrible environment, such that I needed to find a way to break through potential obstructions. Then how would you explain the modification of your ship's propulsion output tube? You clearly knew that doing so would easily cause your warship to lose balance the instant you accelerated. In order to achieve the greatest speed, I had to take some risks. I didn't imagine that I would lose control and crash into others so soon. Now you're just engaging in sophistry. No matter how the judges attempted to pester and inquire over the incident, Xia Fei maintained his innocence. There was evidence if Xia Fei admitted to the deed. No one could do anything to him otherwise. Years of floating light waved his hand helplessly. Fine, you may leave. Xia Fei nodded, saying his goodbyes to all the judges before turning around to leave. Old Years, how are you going to deal with this matter? Xia Fei most definitely did it on purpose. Years of floating light gravely remarked, strike his name off. Ban him from tournaments forever. Isn't such a punishment too light? Years of floating light stared at the man who suggested it. Then what else can we do? Send Xia Fei to the judicature? We don't even have any proof. Xia Fei returned to the living quarters to collect his things. The Golden Finger Cup had already ended, so there was no need for him to stay around anymore. The people were all shooting Xia Fei unfriendly glances. At the end of the day, the image of Xia Fei's viciousness was forever captured in the minds of the spectators just from his intention to drag Liemo down with him after retiring. But none of them had any idea about the animosity between the two. After storing all his clothes and items into his spatial ring, Xia Fei stroked Furball, which was tucked in his bosom, and left the quarters, only to bump into Constantine, who was leaning against the corner of a wall. Smiling at Xia Fei, Constantine nodded. Thanks. Xia Fei shook his head. No need to thank me. I can guarantee that I did not crash into Liemo for your sake. No matter who you did it for, the fact remains that you've really given me a hand this time. You know, if I failed to obtain the championship, I'd have to marry a fat and bearish woman as my wife upon my return. That's the agreement I have with my father, the king, but because of your actions, I'm free. I can now choose the woman I like, and that is something very important to me, Constantine explained. He fished out a black metal badge from his chest pocket and handed it to Xia Fei. If you ever get the chance, come over to the Blood Candle Kingdom to find me. Drinks are on me. What I gave you is my family's emblem, with the safest route to the Blood Candle Kingdom recorded in it. Few know of this route. Xia Fei nodded. If I recall correctly, the Blood Candle Kingdom is near the Death Trio Star region, isn't it? Constantine replied, It isn't far. Xia Fei chuckled as he kept that badge engraved with the royal emblem. Perhaps we will really have a chance to meet again. With that, Xia Fei waved goodbye and left. Constantine strolled over to a window and looked from his high spot, spotting Avril waiting for Xia Fei below. Lucky guy, you've really helped me greatly this time, Constantine muttered to himself. Military, secret experimental research facility. The atmosphere in the place became tense when the redhead Chief of Staff Williams and Chief of Navy Layton arrived on site. Everyone was desperately bustling about, no one wanting to leave a bad impression in front of these two among the famed military triumvirate. Since it was necessary for people to abide by military rules as they were working with them, there was a saying that had privately spread among the masses. Better to provoke the king of hell than to bother the three wolves. The three wolves referred to the Staff Officers Department head wolf Williams, the Admiralty's head wolf Layton, and the King of Wolves, which was the #1 in charge of the Alliance military Tai. The military was like a wolf pack, and Williams, Leighton, and Tai were the leaders of this wolf pack. They were the strongest, most cunning, and the most intimidating existence to the enemy. Furthermore, the three men, who had been working together for decades, kept a very good relationship with one another. They coordinated perfectly with one another, and many would compare them to the Golden Age when Marshal Juris and his son Juris Jr. were in charge. There were countless officers who came to fame during the long and hard war between the Insectoids and the Panhuman Alliance. The Juris father and son were one such legend. They appeared for the humans in their most dire time of need, leading the fleets until they were just a warp jump away from the Insectoids' territory. The Panhuman Alliance had never once fought so close to their territory, and that was the closest the military had ever been to the Insectoids as well. Military scientists generally believe that it was unfortunate that the military triumvirate was born during this era of peace, unable to fully exercise their talent in military affairs. Otherwise, they might even become renowned generals just like the Juris father-son pair. Williams and Leighton went straight to the laboratory control center, and it was a bespectacled old man, with a head full of white hair, who received them, looking very much the part of a veteran scientist. "Is Tai here yet?" Leighton asked. The old scientist was startled. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Will Minister Tai be here as well? Why was I not notified of this?" Leighton coughed. "Tai's whereabouts is a military secret, so how would you be informed? You'd better not mess this up, or else Tai might just eat you alive if he were to get unhappy with you." The old scientist immediately became frightened and unsettled hearing Leighton say that. Williams lay his arm across the old man's shoulder as he walked him into the room. "Don't worry so much. Minister Tai is actually very easy to talk to. Just do as I say, and everything's going to be fine." The old man hurriedly nodded his head, completely grateful to Williams. With the doors closed behind them, Williams took out a box of maple candy and placed 2 in his mouth. "Leighton, what are you being so nervous for? We're only recommending Tai the energy shield booster. Whether he ends up using it or not is his problem." Leighton furrowed his brows. "Well, the effect that the energy shield boosters grants needs not be said, but it's too bad that Quantum Holdings is small in scale. I'm afraid it won't have the capabilities to provide the products for the entire military. Tai is from a conservative military family, so he may have a very hard time agreeing to include such a small and nameless company as an A-list supplier of the Alliance military." Williams was nonplussed. "Then what are you so anxious for? Worst case scenario, we won't be using it on our ships." Leighton sighed. "To think you're someone who leads men. The energy shield booster is like an exceptional soldier in itself, so why would any commander not want to recruit the best troops for themselves? Won't you be anxious too if you were to watch as a good soldier get recruited into another army?" Williams chuckled. "So that's what you're worried about. While it's true that Tai is quite the traditionalist, he isn't the sort who is deathly rigid to change. As long as something's good enough, I do believe that Tai will still consider it. Even if Quantum Holdings is small and doesn't have any experience providing any products to the military, the quality of its product can't be denied. Besides, even if Tai doesn't designate Quantum Holdings as an A-list supplier, it can still be a C-list supplier, supplying for a local navy in small batches." Leighton pouted. "I would of course want the main fleet to have first dibs of something good. What's the use of giving it to some local army?" Saying this, that was when a big black burly man came storming in the room. The man was muscular, his broad jaw seemingly cast from steel, prominent cheekbones, and a pair of sharp eyes which shone with determination. His pure wool uniform had 6 shiny golden stars, which denoted his unique position in the military. He was the only 6-star general in the entire Panhuman Alliance, Tai. Because they were currently in an era of peace, no one had the rank of marshal in the Alliance, which meant that the highest post in the entire military was a 6-star general. Tai took off his cap and revealed his dome of silvery hair. They were like steel needles, straight and spiky, similar to rows of guards standing straight. This was also why Tai had another nickname, the Silver-Haired General. Tidying his uniform a bit, Tai sat down right in the center of the room and asked in a deep voice, "What is it that you want to show me in person?" The usually carefree Leighton turned extremely serious when he saw Tai, while Williams was still his smiling self. "Leighton and I have discovered really decent equipment called the Energy Shield Booster. It's able to increase a ship's defensive value by 30%. If 4 of these shield boosters are used to form a defensive array, it's even able to bump that up to 70%. Williams smiled as he explained, pulling out the information data that he had already prepared from his briefcase and handed it over to Tai. Tai was slightly startled, taking the documents over and giving them a quick scan as he asked, "Isn't there a like demonstration? I'll take a look at these while it happens." Strict and vigorous was Tai's unique characteristic. Rarely would he ever do just one thing. Even when he was having his meal, he would also have the habit of reading reports. He even enjoyed doing combat simulations while he was in the shower. Williams nodded and used the intercom to give the order to start the experiment. The control center had a large, full-length glass window for them to watch the first test area. Tai held the document in hand as he walked over, saying, "The parameters are good. Have you done a level 5 stress test yet?" Williams' expression changed almost instantly as he exclaimed, "Tai, you wish to put the energy shield booster through a level 5 stress test? Isn't that a little too harsh?" Williams' expression changed almost instantly as he exclaimed, "Tai, you wish to put the energy shield booster through a level 5 stress test? Isn't that a little too harsh?" The stress test was a unique examination method that the military employed. Its purpose was to test the maximum endurance that any equipment could be under when fully operational while in combat. The test itself ranged 5 levels of stress, and Tai had requested for the energy shield booster to go through the toughest. The military would not normally request auxiliary equipment such as the energy shield booster to undergo such a high-level stress testing, because such tests were completely devastating. The energy shield booster would essentially be forced to sustain waves upon waves of attacks nonstop until it was completely destroyed. The number of equipment that could make it through a level 5 stress test was 1 in a million. Only the very expensive and high-quality equipment in the Alliance was capable of withstanding such extensive punishment. Seeing as the energy shield booster had not even been enhanced according to the requirements of the military prior and its fairly low price point, the equipment was clearly more for general use just based on its function. One top-tier equipment, which cost over 100 million star coins, would of course be more likely to get through such an extreme test than a single energy shield booster, which only costs several million star coins. Top-tier equipment required expensive materials to be produced, so it was hardly cost-efficient even if it successfully made it through the level 5 stress test, since it was unlikely for the military to equip such expensive top-tier equipment en masse. To be precise, the level 5 stress test was reserved for top-tier equipment that special forces would be using. To let Xia Fei's energy shield booster, a very obviously universal use equipment, undergo the level 5 stress test, even the most optimistic Williams found it somewhat harsh. Tai was unperturbed. The size of this company is pathetically small, and it has neither the experience nor the tradition of supplying the military. If not for you two highly recommending this equipment to me, I wouldn't even consider it at all. Performance can't be explained on paper alone. There are plenty of reasons why so many companies are unable to guarantee their products' consistency. We are the military, so how can we treat what we fit into our ships as child's play? Performance is very important, but what's even more important is in knowing if this company can show the consistency over time, sustaining the military's demand all the way. Being a supplier for the Alliance military isn't just a one-time commitment or for the short term. The moment this kind of energy shield booster goes into the procurement process, it means that, as long the Alliance exists, so will the military. Before a better product replacement becomes available, this company will be servicing the military the entire time, be it 100 years, 1,000, or even 10,000 years. A company that will not make any mistake across any amount of time. That is the criterion for becoming an A-list supplier of the military. Since you two want to have this company enter the A-list despite it not meeting the requirements expected, it must mean that this company is capable of making a product no other out there can come up with. Or else I will most definitely not agree for a recently established company of just over 2 years to be tested in the first place. For a company that has no funds or power to ensure the combat effectiveness of the military, it will have to prove that it is the best, or else it shan't even be considered. It's just that simple, Tai said decisively. Both Williams and Layton felt somewhat stifled after hearing Tai speak with such conviction. His demands had always been strict, especially with regard to weaponry which affected the military's strength, becoming all the more uncompromising with it. Hence, his request to put the energy shield booster through a level 5 stress test could no longer be described as harsh. Williams chuckled. Tai, I already understand why you made such a request. Equipping the fleet with a new product isn't something trivial. I'll make the preparations for the level 5 stress test right away. So do we still go ahead with the standard combat engagement test? Tai answered, of course. Since I've come to see just how great this energy shield booster the two of you have so strongly recommended, we can do the stress test later. How many of these products have you acquired? And how did you get a hold of them? Williams replied, we've managed to get hold of 6 of them, 3 standard and 3 enhanced versions in total. The Adjudicator Union bought a batch of these energy shield boosters several months ago, and these 6 were the reserves they had in storage. As such, you can be at ease. Quantum Holdings has no clue that we've already gotten our hands on these samples, not to mention that we will be doing tests on them. Not informing a company that they would be doing tests was a tradition of the military as well. There was a high possibility for companies to hand over better samples intentionally if they were informed of what the military was doing, just so they could pull a fast one and pass the test. That was why the military had always bought any kind of equipment from the market or obtained samples from another organization, like this time when they were conducting an investigation on it. Tai furrowed his brows. Why is there a standard version and an enhanced version? What's the reason for that? Williams smiled. It's not only the two. Quantum Holdings energy shield boosters have a total of 4 grades, differing in their rate of recharge, with varying prices as well. The economy version provides a 25% recharge speed increase, the standard 30%, enhanced 35%, and the deluxe version goes up to a 38% recharge rate increase. In terms of pricing, the economy version goes for 2 million star coins, the standard are at 4 million, enhanced at 10 million star coins, while the deluxe can go as high as 30 million star coins apiece. Tai laughed out loud. The person in charge of this business sure knows how to do business. He clearly intends to segment the market according to different client groups. The rich will be able to buy the most powerful products, satisfying their vanity, while the average citizen can opt for the less pricier versions, still beneficial even if it's not as good as the others. Williams mused. Indeed, that's quite a good marketing strategy, and the prices are reasonable as well. At present, we're using the CL5 large energy shield generators, which cost us somewhere over 8 million star coins each. Adding a standardized multiplier device will cost us an additional 4 million star coins for each warship, though purchasing them in bulk will somewhat lower this cost. Tai waved his hand dismissively. We'll talk about pricing another time. If this company plans to get into the A-list of military suppliers, they will first have to show us its ability to run with the military, or else there's nothing to talk about. The combat engagement test went smoothly. The energy shield booster increased defensive performance by up to 32.17% in the simulated battle, greatly improving battlefield survivability. Even the always severe Tai believed that the energy shield boosters were not a bad addition in terms of its defensive capabilities. It was not often for Tai to praise others, so a not bad from his lips was already considered outstanding. Coming and going like a furious hurricane, Tai left in as much of a hurry as he came. This ultimate overseer of the Alliance's military affairs was always this busy, and even his wife had left him when she could no longer bear the loneliness. However, he still carried on as he desired, putting his entire heart and soul to the military. It was as if he had married the military, instead, and conflict became his favorite mistress. Williams and Leighton sent him off to the front door, with Tai making a final statement before he boarded the warship. No matter the case, the level 5 stress test must be conducted. If 2 out of the 6 samples you've obtained pass the test, I won't mind considering adding Quantum Holdings to the military supplier A list. After watching Tai take off, Williams sighed as he turned to Leighton. That's already the biggest concession he could have done. After all, to be entered into the A list of military suppliers is by no means a small feat. Once Quantum Holdings obtains such qualifications, that will also mean he becomes a partner of the entire Alliance military. The military will not only provide it strong support in terms of technology and funding, but also give it plenty of special protections. Leighton shook his head. Such good treatment will also have similarly harsh demands. The amount of responsibility an A-list supplier has to bear is so immense that no ordinary man can imagine it. Every component and equipment that the many military warships require will have to be made by these A-list suppliers. That is an old military rule. A level 5 stress test, though. The strength of this test is equivalent to the energy shield boosters continuously working for 5 years in a large-scale battle without any interruptions. Regardless of the fact that Tai lowered the requirement down to just 1/3, I still don't think that the energy shield boosters will be able to pass this test. William smiled. I think so too. In order to pass this harsh level 5 stress test, which allows no room for error, not only do the samples have to be well made, they will also need a bit of luck. Leighton rubbed his chin for a moment, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Do you think Quantum Holdings will be willing to sell their proprietary technology to other military suppliers we have in the A-list? They have the funds and have worked together with the military over many years. Tai will surely agree if they are the ones providing the goods to us, Leighton said. Williams patted Leighton on his shoulder. Dear Admiral Leighton, suppose you are the one who invented the energy shield booster. Would you sell it off? Leighton shook his head. Of course not. The potential for this product is huge. Even if the military doesn't end up buying it, other powers across the alliance will be interested in doing so. I heard that the Adjudicator Union is already preparing to buy their second batch. The reason why they're unable to become an A-list military supplier is all due to the company's lack of strength. As long as they focus on development, it will only be a matter of time before it becomes a standardized equipment for the alliance fleet. There's no way anyone will so easily give up such a product with so much potential. Williams laughed. You've already met the boss of Quantum Holdings, Xia Fei. That rascal's really sharp, so what you can think of he must have already considered. That's why we don't need to propose that suggestion to him. He's most definitely not going to give up the technology easily. Leighton nodded, a little disappointed. That's true. Come to think of it, that rascal's really crafty. Best if we wait for the stress test result. Xia Fei was wearing a freshly tailored black suit, standing in the middle of the living room helplessly. He was facing a huge mirror, turning his body at the behest of Avril's tailor, getting into all sorts of motion. Avril had one hand under her chin like a very focused little fox. Yes, his sleeves are a little long. You'll still need to shorten it by about 5 centimeters. The pants' legs are a little wide, too. Gotta make them tighter. The tailor was hurriedly recording Avril's requests so that it would be more convenient for him to make the alteration later. Avril nodded. This is pretty okay. Now let's try the day suit. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Isn't one suit enough? Why is there a need for day and night? Avril smiled as she approached Xia Fei. Suits are supposed to be split between day and night. In case of an emergency, I even have 3 sets of day suit and night suit prepared. Xia Fei was left speechless. He only had a few sets of clothes regularly, and to think he would now be having 6 more suits just to attend Avril's grandfather's birthday banquet. This made Xia Fei, someone who did not usually care about how he dressed, tongue-tied. A high society banquet gave Xia Fei the sense that it was cumbersome, where everything had to be carefully prepared. Xia Fei suddenly had an epiphany, seeing how serious Avril looked. What was a bit of hassle if he could make the lady he loved happy? Who would have thought that, after trying on the day suit, Avril would call someone to push in a whole trolley of shirts, bow ties, cufflinks, leather shoes. White, black, green, gold. A rainbow range of colors and even styles to choose from, leaving Xia Fei dazzled by what he was seeing. Are you going to open a mall or something? Xia Fei asked, frowning. Avril giggled. These are all things that you'll need, and you need to try them all. Xia Fei had black lines forming across his forehead. There were several things that Xia Fei had not seen before on display. He originally thought that a suit was enough in the clothing department, but after seeing all these things that Avril had prepared for him, he could not help but come to the realization that it was far from enough. It just so happened that the communicator latched on his wrist rang, and Xia Fei fled to the balcony as if his life depended on it. He undid the buttons to his shirt and pulled out a stick of Hongtishan from his pocket. He took a deep puff as if he was putting down a heavy burden. Thuram eyed Xia Fei's clothes and nodded. Did Avril get that for you? It's not bad. You seem to be roaring with vigor, though your white hair seems to have increased, making you look somewhat old. Xia Fei shrugged. Uncle, do you also go through so much trouble when you attend a banquet? Thuram burst out laughing. I just wear my adjudication union's uniform. What would I have need of all these accoutrements? Xia Fei was slightly stunned, abruptly envious of Thurum. I have two messages for you. One's good and the other's bad. Which would you like to hear first? Thurum asked. Xia Fei thought for a moment. Give me the good news first. The good news is that the military has begun confidential experiments on your energy shield booster. The process has been successful, and the military triumvirate has all seen it. Even the draconian Tai had nothing to fault. And what's the bad news? Thurum revealed a very sinister smile. The bad news is that you've got really bad luck. Tai is of the belief that Quantum Holdings doesn't have what it takes to provide the military's needs and has requested that the energy shield boosters be put through the Level 5 stress test. Level 5 stress test. Xia Fei was puzzled. What's that? Thurum answered. All I know is that it's the military's highest level test. Their standard is harsh, and most equipment is hardly able to get through such an extreme test. The military and the adjudicator union are two completely different systems, so that's all I know. I heard from people there that it's very hard for the energy shield boosters to pass the test, so you'd better mentally prepare yourself for that. It's not that easy to get an agreement with the military. Xia Fei was somewhat dejected. He lowered his head. Thank you for telling me the news. Actually, there have been plenty of businesses that wish to buy our products in bulk recently, so I'm not exactly worried about sales. Still, the military is the largest purchaser of military hardware, so not becoming a supplier for them is still a quite regretful event. Thurum responded, You don't have to be sad, either. The results aren't out yet. General Tai is someone who values tradition. He believes that only those businesses that have been servicing the military for years are trustworthy. And the reason why he has his reservations is that your Quantum Holdings isn't of scale yet, and it hasn't been long since your company was listed, but it doesn't mean that your energy shield booster isn't good. In any case, not becoming a supplier of the military this time isn't a bad thing. Concentrate on developing your company first. By the time Quantum Holdings has power to stand on the alliance stage, it isn't too late to head over to the military and get this gargantuan purchase order. Xia Fei laughed and nodded as if his mood had not been affected by what he just learned. Time spent together with Avril was always happy, though short. He would have to take off and fly off into the stars after quite some time, heading toward the distant black abyss. It had already turned into a war zone, and there was no telling what might be waiting for him there, which was why Xia Fei really cherished these rare moments of relaxation. He was not about to be upset over the military not using his energy shield boosters. Besides, the military opting against using the product did not mean that others would do the same. There was no lack of products to be sold, and it would merely be Quantum Holdings' door plaque missing the golden plate, which would read, an A-list supplier of the military. Avril's careful voice came from inside the room. Xia Fei, can you come over and take a look at this shirt? I feel that it's best if you use smooth alloy cufflinks with it. Do you like this color? Thurum laughed uproariously. Punk, how I envy you. With a girlfriend like Avril, I'm afraid every single man in the entire universe will be dying of jealousy. All right, get back to your business. I'll be sure to give you a ring if I hear anything else. Xia Fei scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Saying goodbye to Thurum, he turned around and returned to Avril's side. You can choose. Xia Fei told Avril as he affectionately looked at her. In the military secret laboratory, the rigorous Level 5 stress test was underway. The results of the test would directly decide if Xia Fei's energy shield boosters could become a standardized equipment used by the Alliance military's fleets. Though Xia Fei had said so very easily, anyone would also understand that the military was the largest firearms and military hardware purchaser in the entire Alliance. It would be impossible not to be on the path paved to riches once anyone obtained the military's purchase order. Moreover, the value of the plaque that officially recognized a company to be the military's A-list supplier already exceeded the scope of money. It was akin to a protective amulet. The military would always favor the companies that supplied them out of their interest, since the said companies' rise and fall would have a direct relation to their fleet's combat effectiveness. What was the most important thing to a businessman? Trust. What would be the level of trust of a company that provided standardized equipment for the Alliance military be? Supreme levels. What line of loan would a bank be willing to extend to a company which had been recognized as an A-list supplier of the military? Limitless. It could, thus, be seen that, In order to become a top business in the alliance, producing equipment for the military was the fastest shortcut any company could take. Right now, whether this shortcut could lead Quantum Holdings to the finish line or not all depended on the Level 5 stress test, the so-called extreme test, that was being conducted in some unknown military planet. Leighton had taken a trip to the laboratory every day these last 2 days, personally witnessing the progress of the Level 5 stress test. He stood in front of these full-length windows, his gaze somewhat worried. His soldier intuition was telling him that the fleet needed these energy shield boosters in order to further improve their combat capabilities, but what Tai said was very reasonable as well. A huge purchase order like that from the military could not simply be handed to some no-name small company. Williams walked over without making a sound as he chuckled. "You're back here again?" Leighton pouted. "Aren't you here as well?" Pine Williams did not say a word. The two of them shared the same sentiment. Both were convinced that this energy shield booster would be an epic-defining new product. "Which is this?" Williams asked lightly. "The fourth. 4 of these energy shield boosters have already fallen under the insane stress tests they were put under, and there are now just 2 left." Williams did not say a word. His eyes were looking out the window. Currently, 2 simulation warship systems were rotating at full speed on the experiment platform. A spherical white energy shield was enclosing them as hundreds of laser emitters were repeatedly attacking the ships. The pulse laser emitters only used a single salvo to destroy the energy shield completely. The energy shield boosters maintained their highest working state throughout, quickly repairing the energy shield, but unfortunately, before it was done, another salvo landed, penetrating past the energy shield. This process repeated in such a manner. Every single minute throughout the 57 hours, the lasers would destroy the energy shield and the boosters would repair them, again and again. The energy shield booster was facing up against a daunting task, which was both insane and merciless. The energy shield booster could only begin working upon the shield being under assault and would go into dormant state for the rest of time. But now that the energy shield was being relentlessly attacked and was not given enough time to rest at all, it meant that it had to maintain the standard of its highest working state throughout the entire test period. When the heat built up within a machine without any means of releasing, every single part would experience a really tough test. This was just like a car that had its accelerator pushed to the maximum limit, speeding through the highway. How would a car being operated in such a fashion last longer than another car which was just cruising around in the suburbs? Even if the car had an exceptional engine, which could run stably, what about its tires? The oil circuit? Could it all run at full capacity throughout? Machinery was a complex collection of systems made up of many parts and modules working in tandem. Even the most ingenious machinist could not guarantee that every part would be able to continue operating under the highest load. Over time, there would always be some parts with poor durability that would gradually start failing. "Looks like it's going to be impossible for this energy shield booster to make it through the level 5 stress test," Williams said. Saying this, they saw a series of flashing sparks explode inside the laboratory. Another energy shield had fallen because it could not withstand the stress, and the mainframe immediately cut off its power supply and stopped the test. The truth was plain for all to see. 5 out of the 6 energy shield boosters they acquired had been successively destroyed, not fulfilling the 2 out of 6 criterion Tai had set. Leighton sighed as he turned to Williams. "You and your big mouth. If this were really a battlefield, I hope your officers' headquarters would not make too many mistakes with your battle plans." Williams shrugged helplessly, not appearing too bothered. His eyes continued to stare at the last remaining energy shield booster, watching that white energy shield remain unusually indomitable, being repeatedly beaten, yet it still remained shining time and again. The two went over to a couch in the control center and sat down. Williams pulled out a box of maple candy and popped 2 into his mouth. He was in deep thought, while Leighton pulled a sad expression. Either understood that the energy shield boosters failing to get through the level 5 stress test meant it was not exceptional enough, and Tai had set a very harsh bar. It would have been a real miracle for this universal equipment to survive a level 5 stress test. Forget about the energy shield boosters, which cost several million star coins. There was not even a guarantee that the deluxe version, which cost hundreds of millions of star coins, might pass the test. Leighton was quiet for some time before he said, "Looks like there's no hope for the energy shield booster to equip the entire military." Who knows when the upper and lower chambers will allow the military to send our troops out to quell the Death Trio Star region's rebellion. William smiled. Look at you, always thinking about the end of the world so you can lead the fleet out for a chance at glory. Unfortunately, you're going to have to be disappointed this time. There's no way you'll have the dispatch orders in your hands in 6 months. Leighton was very disappointed, but even more so, he was nonplussed. Why not? I've already gotten the orders to raise the naval readiness to level 2 and have begun to ship reserve supplies out to the front lines. Even 1147, 2158, and 3069, the 3 elite naval combined fleets have been deployed to the front lines. Yet you're telling me that I won't be able to have the dispatch order in the next 6 months? Since we won't be dispatched to quell the rebellion, what's the point of them sending the fleets over? Leighton was slightly agitated. The schism of the Pan-Human Alliance was simply unforgivable in his eyes, which was why Leighton had been a little nettled when Williams said that they would definitely not be sent out in the next 6 months. Williams calmly explained, the reason why the military got the order now is solely to pressure those warlords in the Death Trio Star region, to warn them not to go overboard. They don't want them thinking that the Alliance will do nothing to stop their rebellion. As for really sending the fleets out to quell the rebellion, you'll still have to wait for quite some time. Honestly, 6 months is already the most optimistic time frame I predicted that this can happen. In fact, it might even drag till a year or 2. Leighton was even more perplexed. Is the Alliance just going to let them break off as they desire? Williams answered, of course not. You don't have a deep understanding of how politicians think. Aside from how expensive it will be to send the fleet into the Death Trio Star region and fight things out, it may also result in heavy casualties. After all, those warlords were people of the Alliance military, so they're more than capable of fighting back. The Death Trio Star region must be recovered, but the key is when. Rather than dispatching the fleets while the 3 regions are still in turmoil, why not wait till they finish slaughtering one another for the Alliance military to swoop in and clean up what's left? This is what those politicians are best at. The lives of the citizens living there aren't really important in their eyes, so why would they not be more than happy to reap the most benefits with the least amount of effort? Leighton heavily slapped the desk as he cursed. Those bloodsuckers. To think military men like us have to listen to orders from the likes of them. Just our luck. Williams paused briefly before saying, actually, there are still quite a number of people in the Alliance who want to act as quickly as possible. But it's unfortunate that a majority of citizens don't really care about the situation in the Death Trio Star region. Perhaps it's human nature. Only when the disaster befalls themselves do they start to feel fear. Once public opinion rises to a certain level, or if the combat strength of the Death Trio Star region drops to the point they can no longer pose a threat, that's when the upper and lower chambers will make the decision to send troops over to quell the rebellion. So all we can do until then is prepare and wait. There was no way for the energy shield booster to pass the stress test, nor could the rebellion in the Death Trio Star region be put down. These 2 5-star generals felt like heroes who were powerless to do anything, and the atmosphere around them became somewhat gloomy. Williams suddenly crunched on the candies in his mouth as he uttered in a deep voice, I've suddenly got an idea. Perhaps it's worth a shot. The date of Ernst's birthday drew near, and Sunset Villa slowly became busier as well. There would be large parties of guests arriving from all across the Alliance, with luxurious cocktail parties being thrown every night. Avril was also getting busier, constantly being required to greet the guests, even needing her to be familiar with their names to avoid causing any awkwardness. As such, the time she got to meet with Xia Fei lessened. Xia Fei was now staying at a hotel not too far away from Avril's residence. Early each morning, he would accompany Avril to have breakfast before retiring to his room to busy himself, while Avril would return to the Sunset Villa and attend to her own matters. There had been no news from the military this entire time, though they had borrowed another batch of energy shield boosters from Thurum's side. This time, they took much more, 12 of the standard version and 12 of the enhanced version. It was as if they were still anxiously conducting their tests. It was still 3 days away from Ernst's birthday, and Xia Fei had finally gotten a call from Yahweh of Black Abyss. We've discussed what you proposed, and we're willing to exchange a permanent control of 1 galaxy for 1,000 energy shield boosters, Yahweh said in a deep voice. Deep dark circles were under his eyes. According to news from the media, The military fleet in the Black Abyss had already lost 3 consecutive battles right at the start of the war, losing a large piece of their forward position. It was most likely those tough obstacles from the recent battles that gave him sleepless nights, and perhaps it was due to this that made him agree to Xia Fei's proposal. Turning the conversation, Yahweh spoke up once more. But I do have one condition. We need to test the effect of the energy shield boosters on the battlefield before we officially sign the agreement. Xia Fei nodded. That's reasonable. I'll be making a trip to Black Abyss personally, arriving in approximately 45 days' time. I'll be discussing with you all the specific conditions myself. Yahweh furrowed his brows. Can it be sooner? When will the goods be arriving? Xia Fei smiled. You know as well as I do how tough the journey from the Alliance core to Black Abyss will be. 45 days is already the quickest I can manage. Once we reach an agreement, the goods will arrive very soon. How soon? Very soon. Yahweh was silent for a good while. It was very evident that now was not a good time to argue with Xia Fei, for the initiative was in Xia Fei's hands, not his own. All right, I believe you, but please don't disappoint me, Yahweh said. Xia Fei answered. I also wish that your men can hold on during this period. Turning off the screen, Phantom asked, puzzled. They won't change their mind at the last minute, reneging on the deal after obtaining our boosters, will they? After all, the Death Trio Star region is still their territory. Xia Fei chuckled. For now, perhaps. The Alliance is sure to be dispatching their fleet to quell the rebellion in the Death Trio Star region, and it's only a matter of when. By the time the Alliance military garrison themselves there, even if they don't wish to honor the agreement, they will have to look to their masters first. That's why all I have to do is gain the most optimum contract and quietly wait for the day when the Alliance steps in and regains their lost territory. Of course, there's a certain risk to this. For example, if the Alliance really ends up letting them self-govern, to continue being tyrants of their territory, there's nothing I can do in the case that they don't honor the agreement. However, if we think about this in another sense, the Death Trio Star region had had an uprising occur once. So how could the Alliance just completely leave them alone? The most likely possibility is for the Alliance to implement a limited supervision of the Death Trio Star region, stationing a small portion of their fleets that will continue to help enact their laws and policies. An agreement in a lawless land is nothing more than waste paper, but it turns into a contract when in a place with law. While what I have is nothing more than waste paper now, our goal will have been achieved if it one day turns into a contract. Phantom nodded. What Xia Fei had just said made perfect sense. The moment law and order returned to the Death Trio Star region, this contract that they had made now would be able to come into effect. Even if it was just a perfunctory contract made with Xia Fei, it would still be legally binding when that day came. Ministry of Military Affairs. Williams and Layton handed in a report to Tai. Though one energy shield booster cleared the level 5 stress test, that's still not enough to clear the criterion I've set. I intend to reject Quantum Holdings from entering the A-list suppliers for the military. Does either of you have any opinions? Tai read through the document and asked. Williams calmly pulled out another report from his briefcase and handed it over. Tai, you should look at this other report before deciding. Tai furrowed his brows. What is this? These are results from the level 5 stress test, and they're also testing the energy shield boosters, Williams answered. Tai was very baffled. Why did you guys do a second round of tests? Why not put it together with the first report? Williams chuckled mysteriously. Best if you read the report before you ask anything else. I do believe the data will be enough to pique your interest. Tai curiously gave the report a thorough read, and then he got up from his seat and paced around the room several times. All the boosters actually passed the level 5 stress test after forming them into shield defensive arrays. Why was there such a significant difference between the two tests? Tai wondered out loud. Williams had not informed Tai of this. He had secretly obtained 24 energy shield boosters from Serum, using 4 together to form a shield defensive array. Even Williams himself did not expect that the 6 sets of shield defensive arrays would all clear the level 5 stress test. Williams cleared his throat and explained. The researchers in the laboratory believe that not only will the energy shield boosters see a leap in their functionalities upon setting them up into a defensive array, they can also evenly distribute the stress of any incoming attacks, thereby greatly increasing the resilience of the system. All of us are well aware that, If a machine's greatest stress limit is set at 100, then its safety baseline will be around 80, and pushing the limit further will heavily damage the components. Meanwhile, a shield defensive array made up of 4 boosters will evenly distribute the pressure, such that each will only bear 25, much lower than its maximum stress value. That's why testing a single shield booster only caused it to reach its limit, while when combined to form a shield defensive array, the booster's resilience had an increment of 4 times and above. Tai easily grasped what Williams was saying. This was akin to using a van to transport goods. One with a 100-ton capacity being made to transport 200 tons worth of goods would soon break down not long after being driven, while 4 vans with the same capacity transporting the 200 tons together, with each only carrying 50 tons, hardly going past their limit, could bring the goods to faraway places. Tell me the conclusion, Tai requested somberly. 4 energy shield boosters were combined to form a shield defensive array, improving their performance by over 70%, increasing the maximum endurance by 4 times and resilience by 16 times, Williams said. Tai was abruptly stunned. Did you say that its resilience increased by 16 times? That's right. At least, that's what the data we got from the level 5 stress test. All 6 sets of shield defensive arrays passing the test is the best proof of this. Tai sat back down, one hand ruffling his silver hair as he pondered over the new information. Actually, he was not skeptical about the energy shield boosters not being technologically advanced enough. As the top authority of the Alliance military, he of course knew just how much the product would greatly improve combat effectiveness if their fleets were to have them equipped. But what he could not believe was the fact that this was from a relatively new company, having been established just 3 years ago. He simply could not trust such a young company to be capable of equipping the entire Alliance military. The cost of equipping this shield defensive array on every ship is too high. Besides, we have ships of every kind, and their internal energy reserves may not be enough to support the array, Tai objected. Williams chuckled. We've already asked the best shield system expert from the laboratory, and combining the boosters isn't limited to 4. It can also be in triples or pairs, and the effect increases multiplicatively. It's simply incredible just how powerful it is. Plus, the defensive array that uses 2 boosters combined has already been tested in real-time combat. The founder of Quantum Holdings, who is also the inventor of the energy shield booster, Xia Fei, has recently participated in the Golden Finger Cup, and he piloted a Kestrel-class frigate fitted with 2 of his energy shield boosters. He was able to take down 9 other Kestrel-class opponents single-handedly, creating the legend of having 9 consecutive kills. Tai nodded. I didn't watch the match, but I more or less have heard of it on the news. That young man is the one who invented the energy shield booster. That's right. Tai rubbed his chin, seemingly still unable to make a decision. The usually swift and resolute Tai was not one to hesitate, yet he simply was not at ease with Quantum Holdings' current situation. After all, it was fine if the military chose not to use the energy shield boosters, but deciding to do so would mean making a purchase order which was valued in the billions. In the history of the military, never had it ever done something like placing a huge order and the combat strength of the entire military to some unknown company. Leighton could hardly sit still. He was a fan of the energy shield booster, and seeing its exceptional performance after setting up a shield defensive array with it, Leighton was anxiously looking forward to being able to fit all the military fleets with it, the sooner the better. Tai, I have no idea what you are hesitating for. While it's true that Quantum Holdings' size is lacking, you've also seen their products. How could you not feel at ease seeing that these even passed the level 5 stress test? If you are uncertain about the company, send men over to oversee their production and find another location to set up a second inspection center, checking every energy shield booster before equipping it to the fleet, only using the boosters after they pass the inspection. In any case, what I mean to say is that if we truly wish to spread the use of this equipment throughout all our fleets, we can always rely on our strength to control them. We are the military. There's nothing that can stop us if we do. I feel that this product here is very helpful in improving the combat capabilities of the military, and isn't that exactly what people in our position should be doing? Leighton had always been fearful of speaking in front of Tai, but he had no idea where he found the backbone to say so much in one go, even managing to organize all his thoughts so well and clearly. Tai could not help but look at his old war comrade, wondering, could I have really been too conservative? Williams immediately answered, actually, whether the energy shield boosters are combined into an array or otherwise, they've already proven their excellence during the tests. There's no reason for our fleets not to have them equipped. Over the years, the military has always been strictly adhering to the old procurement policy. If there truly comes a day when the insectoid military arrives en masse again, we may be the ones at a disadvantage if we keep being so conservative. Leighton added, that's right. Any company will all start from small and work its way up. I heard that the founder of one of the 4 major warship companies, Gaia, was originally a winemaker. Haven't they proven to be one of the military's strongest strategic partners after developing all these years? Tai stared at the report in his hand for quite some time, while Leighton and Williams kept making their case from the side. All of a sudden, Tai slapped the desk heavily and said, perhaps you're both right. I've been somewhat conservative with our purchase of military hardware and the ilk, but I'm also doing so for the sake of the entire military, for the alliance. Tai's eyebrows tightened as he said in a deep voice, then, let the military have a historically smallest company as one of its A-list suppliers. Xia Fei had never seen a more illuminated nightscape. Half Moon Hill and Half Moon Lake had countless spotlights that shot forth, nearly turning night into day. Even that moon, which shone brilliantly above his head, became a dispensable decoration in contrast. Actually, the moon was very beautiful and bright, but it simply could not compare to the tens of thousands dazzling lights around the Sunset Villa compound. Xia Fei suddenly felt that it would be more apt to call the place Sun Never Set Villa than Sunset Villa. The huge banquet would continue, nonstop, for the next 3 days starting from today. Xia Fei had no idea how much was being spent in these few days, or just how many high-ranking officials and relatives of royalty would be attending. He was only attending such an extravagant banquet all for the sake of one person, and it was Avril. Dusting his fitting suit, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and stood right outside the Sunset Villa as hordes of pretty men and women walked past him, chattering while taking light, elegant steps to the glitzy Half Moon Hill. A very stylish sports hovercar roared into view, the driver opening the door for a young lady in a purple evening dress. This woman was evidently unaccustomed to her high heels and the cumbersome classic long skirt. She swayed as she walked, seemingly going to fall at any time. The lady took a few steps and realized what the problem was. Had she kept going on like that, perhaps she would have first ended up displaying her gymnastic skills before she even reached the peak of Half Moon Hill. Looking around, her eyes spotted Xia Fei standing by the side. Due to his cultivation of the sly thrust technique over such a long time, he always liked keeping himself hiding in the most inconspicuous corner, and for this lady to have discovered Xia Fei at a glance was a testament to her sharp eyes. The lady waved to Xia Fei, gesturing for him to come over. Xia Fei pointed to himself, confused. The lady was displeased, opening her mouth to say, yes, you. Come over here. Xia Fei walked over with a smile, and the lady covered her nose with her hand, for she was not used to the strong scent of tobacco on him. Toss that thing away and then carry my clutch for me, said the lady somewhat curtly. Not even a bit of discipline. Truly, I wonder why would the Jian family hire a bodyguard like yourself? That was when Xia Fei realized that the woman had mistaken him for a guard, which was why she was giving him orders left and right. Taking the lady's clutch and tossing his cigarette but to the side, Xia Fei lowered his head and inspected his suit. This was what Avril had personally picked out for him. So how could he have been mistaken for a mere bodyguard? The lady very nimbly took off the high heels from her feet and examined them in her hands, like a very experienced cobbler looking at her creation. Xia Fei used this chance to look at the lady through the corner of his eye and noticed that she looked to be about 18 years of age, with fetching features and a cute button nose. Actually, all the ladies who arrived at the banquet tonight were also very beautiful, but it just so happened that Xia Fei did not particularly favor their thick foundation and dazzling jewelry, and it was instead this young lady with her light makeup and sparse adornments that he found more pleasing to the eye. Reduce the length of each shoe heel by 2.4 centimeters and smoothen the curvature of the sole as well. Xia Fei frowned. Lady I. He never would have thought the lady would raise her eyebrow before Xia Fei even finished. I don't care what excuse you're going to give. In short, The role of a bodyguard is to help them with all their problems aside from ensuring the safety of the guests. This is your job. Now, immediately make the necessary adjustments to my shoes as per my request. Xia Fei helplessly smiled and pulled out the dagger specifically given to members of the Adjudicator Union. He instantly removed exactly 2.4 centimeters from the high-heel shoes, modifying the soles accordingly, even carving 10 cross marks to make them more comfortable when worn. The lady was quite surprised by the skills Xia Fei demonstrated. Taking her shoes back and wearing them, she took a few steps with the heels and realized that the modifications made were even better than what she had imagined, especially now that the originally stiff soles were made softer, as comfortable as wearing a pair of trainers. Very well done. The lady nodded in delight. She took her golden clutch back and rummaged inside for a pen and paper, hastily scrawling some words on it before handing it to Xia Fei. If you're unhappy with your work here in the Jin family, you may choose to work for me. No matter what they are paying you, I'll pay you double. With that, she took long and purposeful strides up the steps of Half Moon Hill, though she still walked slightly awkwardly, as if she did not usually dress like this. Phantom had a mischievous smile on his face. What did she write on it? Perhaps she's offering you a good job. Xia Fei's fingers flicked and tossed that slip of paper away, plainly saying, not interested. Sometime later, Serum and the other department heads of the Adjudicator Union arrived at Sunset Villa. Serum did some simple introductions for everyone, and all these key members of the Adjudicator Union looked at Xia Fei with strange gazes. Xia Fei guessed that it must be due to his relationship with old man Qin Mang, for some of these looks were friendly, like that from Serum, while others harbored ill intent, like what he got from the Headhunters Department head Mata. He had a very unpleasant clash with Xia Fei the last time they met at the hospital where old man Qin Mang had previously been confined. Let's go. Serum patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. The group of men pulled out their own moth orchids corsages and pinned them on their chests. Xia Fei was completely flabbergasted. This was the reason why that lady before had mistaken him for a bodyguard. The Jin family had given every distinguished guest an exquisitely crafted moth orchid corsage. This expensive flower was made of expensive and colorful metal alloys, with a crystal-clear sapphire inlaid. Anyone who wore it would be easily admitted into Sunset Villa, receiving the highest level of courtesy. Actually, all these corsages had plenty of sophisticated monitoring mechanisms. Ever since Avril got ambushed, the Jin family had stepped up the safety precautions of their family, which was why they had thought up such a covert manner to secretly observe their guests for any peculiarities. After all, it was easy to fish in troubled waters when there were tens of thousands of guests gathering for this banquet. It was best to play things safe. Xia Fei was not wearing a corsage just then, and with how the style of his suit was kept simple, the only difference between what he wore and a bodyguard's uniform lay in just the texture and its detail. Since the Jin family was rich and generous, the uniforms that their bodyguards wore were also made of top-grade fabrics. It was hard to differentiate the difference between the two, which was why that lady before had made the mistake. Xia Fei and Serum walked at the back, the group of them taking the escalator, slowly making their way to the main venue atop Half Moon Hill. Xia Fei behaved very naturally as he passed many high-ranking officials as though he was uninterested with who these people were or their background. He was part of the crowd making their way up, yet he was also separate from the crowd. The top of the hill had been colorfully decorated, looking very festive, and there were too many plants that Xia Fei could not recognize. The last time Xia Fei had been here, he had not seen so many, so they must have been transplanted from elsewhere at the request of the Jin family. A huge energy shield surrounded the hilltop. The wind was strong here at night, and it became quiet after the energy shield was activated, with not even a bit of wind blowing any longer. Countless waiters shuttled through the crowd, bringing along scrumptious hors d'oeuvres and wines of different color. Serum got himself a dark Herbanian ale, while Xia Fei took a glass of champagne. All of a sudden, he sensed that someone wanted to grab him from behind. His instinctive reaction had him taking a sidestep, and all he saw was a snowy white hand grabbing nothing but air. Xia Fei's keen senses noticed that there was a pale scar around her wrist, as if it had been injured before. Though she had used a gold chain to obstruct its view, it was not able to get past Xia Fei's eyes. Curiously turning around to find the owner of this hand, Xia Fei saw that lady whom he had met down by the foot of the hill. Her purple skirt splashed from champagne, which must have spilled when Xia Fei dodged, so she ended up coming away empty-handed. I was just looking for you. Help me again with. The lady caught herself from finishing her sentence because Xia Fei was also wearing an exquisite moth orchid corsage, the same as the one she was wearing. It was obvious that Xia Fei was not some bodyguard, but a guest of the Jin family as well. Xia Fei smiled. How are your shoes? The lady was slightly embarrassed as she answered. Not too bad. As long as they're comfortable. Xia Fei raised his glass in hand before jokingly commented. Actually, I'm not used to wearing high heels, too. It'd be weird if you do. Serum saw Xia Fei with the lady and interrupted. Oh? Do the two of you know each other already? Xia Fei shook his head. Not really. Serum chuckled. Seriously, how is it that you'd have all the luck? This is the chairwoman of Gaia Industries, Nicole Sawyer. Nicole, this is Xia Fei. Xia Fei was shocked. The lady before him did not even look to be 20 yet, but she was actually the chairwoman of Gaia Industries, one of the 4 major warship manufacturing companies. Is your father still doing okay? Serum asked. Nicole nodded, using her hand to stroke her brown hair. He's hanging in there. He has already recovered half his strength, and if not for the doctor stopping him, he might have already rushed back to work. Serum burst out into laughter. That guy? Isn't it good that he handed the company over for you to look after? Isn't it better to rest and enjoy his twilight years at home than running left and right, putting fires? Besides, the company has been doing well since you took over 2 months ago. That old fella ought to just take it easy in his retirement. Nicole merely placed her hand over her mouth and tittered. Uncle Serum really knows how to jest. It'd be great if my father had half of your casualness. I've just started my job at the company, though, and there's so much I still have no clue about. Please take care of your little niece. Serum laughed. You really know how to talk, but you've actually increased the price of the last batch of Megathron class by 5% the way I see it. You're much better at doing business than your old man. Nicole replied unhurriedly. Esteemed elder, it's not like you don't know that the price increase is due to the price hike of Silverite. We are but the 3rd out of the 4 companies to have raised the price. You didn't hear this from me, but I have something pretty good coming down the line soon. I'll be sure to send something over to you in a few days. Serum was mildly surprised. Do you mean that thing? Nicole mimed placing a finger over her lips. Ah, Uncle Serum, good that you know what I'm talking about. You're the first I'm telling about this. Even the military is behind you on this. Serum was elated as if what Nicole had just told him delighted him greatly. Yes, that's how you do business. Don't worry, your company will most definitely be well treated with me around. Xia Fei suddenly realized that this lady was very shrewd despite her age. Words and business flowed out of her lips with such ease that she could smooth talk her way over the price increase matter raised a few sentences ago, even making Serum so gleeful in the process. It was evident that she was no simple character. Someone came over to speak with Serum, and because Xia Fei did not know anyone, he began to retreat to a more secluded spot, leaning over the railing as he looked down the valley. This must be where you saved Avril Jin from the hands of the abductors last time, right? Nicole took the initiative to start a conversation as she approached Xia Fei. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. How did you know about that? Nicole took a sip of her wine. This circle isn't exactly too large, so there are some things that can't stay hidden no matter how much they are buried. I heard that you got severely injured in the process. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, though this time Nicole did not say a word, much less commanded him to toss the cigarette away. You yourself said that this circle isn't large, so why ask something you already know the answer to, Miss Nicole? Xia Fei had thrown the question back with just a single sentence. Nicole regarded Xia Fei with an odd gaze. You really like Avril? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so willing to lay down your life for her. Xia Fei laughed. Trust me, there are some things that needn't be chosen because they're not a choice to begin with. Nicole's cheeks suddenly paled slightly, muttering to herself. Avril sure is lucky. Xia helplessly shrugged. I wouldn't say that Avril almost getting kidnapped is lucky, though. It was unknown why Nicole appeared to be very despondent. Xia Fei glanced at her wrist again and noticed that she was wearing a bracelet in one, while a silk handkerchief was tied around the other, as if she was intentionally covering both her wrists. Xia Fei guessed that they must be hiding scars below, and judging from the color and state of the scars, they ought to have been from when she was younger. Indeed, Being kidnapped is definitely not considered lucky, Nicole said softly. She raised her glass of wine and finished it in one go before calling for a waiter to get her a fresh glass. I'm off to socialize now. Let me leave you a little information. Consider it my way of repaying you for mending my shoes. Nicole's eyes scanned the crowd once. Then she whispered, there are some people here who aren't really happy about your relationship with Avril. With that, Nicole strode into the crowd with a face full of smiles, very skillfully mingling and engaging in conversations with the older people, looking as if she was completely in her element. People who aren't happy? Could it be Liamo again? Phantom asked. Xia Fei exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes searching for Avril amidst the crowd. He replied with ease, take things as they come. Let them bring it on. More and more people arrived, and going by the practice of high society, the banquet would only begin after midnight. After all, none of these wealthy socialites would need to get up early and work the next day, and their night activities would last until daybreak. Avril had yet to appear this entire time, and even Pang Xing was nowhere to be found. Xia Fei continued to stay in his obscure corner, quietly drinking the champagne in hand as he smoked. The only person he was looking forward to meeting in this cocktail party was Avril. Even her grandfather, Ernst, was just a supporting character, and all the strangers in front of him were not even worth being recognized as supporting characters. That was when the crowd suddenly made a path, and 3 military men in their general attires walked past. Xia Fei's eyes trained on these newcomers, noting that they were the distinguished military triumvirate. Not only were Layton and Williams there, even the elusive and rarely seen Tai came. Xia Fei had learned many details about the military triumvirate. After all, Quantum Holdings making it as an A-list supplier for the army would all depend on these 3 men. Xia Fei had already interacted with Layton and Williams, but this was the first time he was seeing Tai. For him to personally attend this birthday banquet of the Jian family only demonstrated the huge influence Avril's family possessed. Every family in this business world was pretty much present. The Jians were a family that dealt in business, so it was only natural for these people to show their faces accordingly, but it was very intriguing for the military triumvirate to show their faces here. Xia Fei thought that this was probably because the military relied on the Starlink Corporation's line for most of their communications. Though the Jians did not have the plaque which stated that they were an A-list supplier of the military, they did provide a most favorable assurance in terms of communication for the military, which was why the latter would attach such importance to Ernst's birthday banquet. Since times of old, merchants and businessmen alike would lower their heads when they met officials, and this was no exception with the highly developed Pan-Human Alliance. The appearance of the military triumvirate instantly caused quite the stir among the crowd present. Everyone politely came forward to greet the trio, with many even demonstrating a trace of humility. Xia Fei continued to sip his champagne, not at all taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with them. This was not because he was being aloof, but that there were simply too many people surrounding the 3. It was difficult to squeeze in. The 3 smiled at the lot as they looked around. William's eyes sharpened and noticed Xia Fei quite a distance away. He tugged at Tai's sleeve, and the 3 headed toward the corner as if they were heading straight for Xia Fei. Before they arrived, Tai's eyes first checked out Xia Fei. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, but Xia Fei did not sense anything strange about it. He had been the recipient of all sorts of gazes from people, be they contemptuous, admiring, or murderous, so he had long gotten used to it. A soft murmur of shock and doubt propagated within the crowd. People were surrounding the 3 generals, trying to greet them. Many businessmen who thought themselves to be very capable were directly ignored by Tai. Yet the 3 were actually taking the initiative to approach Xia Fei in the corner. It ought to be mentioned that this was a high society banquet, and Xia Fei was just a nobody. No way would he be considered to be part of the Alliance's high society. Xia Fei, this is the Minister of the Alliance Military, 6-star General, Tai. Williams smiled as he introduced his comrade to Xia Fei. Tai reached a hand out and shook hands with Xia Fei. Thick calluses covered Tai's hands, and Xia Fei felt that he was not shaking a hand but a metal girder. Instead, from strong and powerful the grip was. Xia Fei, the person holding absolute control of Quantum Holdings? The man who invented the energy shield booster? Tai asked in his deep voice. His attitude did not seem as if he was here for idle chat, and it was very much an inquiry. Xia Fei nodded. The very same, General Tai? Pleased to meet you. There were a lot of people crowding around, and they were noisy. Tai wrinkled his forehead. Let's find somewhere more secluded. I've got a few questions for you. Xia Fei expressed that he was happy to oblige, and the two left for somewhere inside the Jian family's mansion. The people were stunned, and they were all wondering what sort of personal relationship the two could have. Serum curiously walked over from afar. Does General Tai have something with Xia Fei? Williams took a glass of sweetened wine and chuckled. It's Tai's gambit. Every supplier for the military has been called to Tai's office for a private one-on-one. Only Tai and the person in question will know what they talk about. Serum was taken aback. That means the energy shield booster has already been. Williams cunningly remarked. I didn't say anything, and you don't know anything, either. Everything still has to be approved by Congress. They found a secluded room. Tai closed the door and scanned his surroundings first before raising his hand and doing a cutting gesture. Xia Fei was confused. He was now alone with Tai in the room, so he had no clue whom he was showing the gesture to. Military secret, unauthorized personnel should back away now, Tai said. Xia Fei immediately came to a realization. They were currently in the Jian family's mansion. The room might have a secret surveillance system. Thus, Tai was reminding the security not to peep at them. Xia Fei believed the thing Tai had chosen to tell him in a place like this was not going to be any secret. As the minister of the Alliance's Ministry of Military Affairs, being cautious was essential for Tai, or perhaps he just did not like anyone peeping at him. Besides, even if the security of the Jian family did hear something, they would not have the guts to leak it. Any careless mistake might result in utter destruction when they were dealing with the military. However, Tai's alertness of his surroundings gave Xia Fei a good impression of this silver-haired general. The energy shield booster, which you invented, is quite effective. After the military's evaluation, we plan to include Quantum Holdings as one of our list suppliers. In other words, your company might still be part of the private sector, but it will be under strict management of the military. That being said, we still need the Congress's permission and the President's consent and signature to approve it, Tai said in a straightforward manner. Xia Fei was startled, yet his heart was filled with joy. Everyone knew that, if the military already gave their permission, the Congress and the President were unlikely to reject the proposal unless they had some special reasons to do so. They just had to go through the formalities. There was at least a 90% chance of the motion to be passed. Xia Fei was well aware of how significant it was to be an A-list supplier to the military. He could not help but feel excited. Even his eyes were glittering. Admiral Tai, I'm grateful for the military and your appreciation for Quantum Holdings. Trust me, it's going to be the best decision you've made, Xia Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He sounded extremely calm, too. Tai nodded. The first impression between strangers was extremely important. Xia Fei had yet to show any traits that he did not like so far. Xia Fei might be a businessman, but he did not lack the ability to stay calm and collected as a warrior. I was planning to have a discussion with you once things are approved officially, but since we've met today out of coincidence, we might as well discuss it now. I've always believed that talents are the most important part of a business. The leaders of a company will directly decide the fate of the business, so I'm more inclined to talk to the ones in charge of the companies that are working with the military. You shouldn't feel nervous, either. It's only going to be a few simple questions. Just tell me what you think. Xia Fei nodded with a smile. It felt like a leader was testing their subordinate. In some ways, Quantum Holdings had become a subsidiary of the military after it was accepted as a supplier, and Tai had become Xia Fei's superior, too. First question, how are you going to increase the company's efficiency to provide the military with the highest quality products? Tai asked. Xia Fei answered after a brief ponder. As a matter of fact, I won't produce higher quality products for the military, since every product we provide for the military or other clients is of the same quality. No matter who our customers are, Quantum Holdings only provides the best products. We don't give our customers goods of poor quality. Xia Fei's answer was a little out of Tai's expectations. He frowned. The military is the biggest, irreplaceable client for you. But you won't be providing your biggest client with the best products? Xia Fei said. If I can provide the military with products of better quality, it simply means our products aren't perfect now. Admiral Tai, the energy shield booster doesn't have any room for improvement in the meantime, since we've already done all we could to make it the best. If, one day, we figure out ways to improve the product, we'll upgrade everything we have. Therefore, it doesn't matter if you're just a normal client. Everyone will be receiving products of the best quality. There are indeed discrepancies on how we serve our clients, but that's only applicable to our rate of production to fulfill the orders. As for quality, every product is the same. I believe that you won't trust a company that isn't consistent with the quality of their products, will you? Every energy shield booster Quantum Holdings produces is of the best quality. Those that don't meet the requirements are destroyed on the spot. Tai seemed to be satisfied with the response. In simpler words, Quantum Holdings would only provide products of the same quality. There were no discrepancies with the quality of a product. This clearly indicated how serious the company was treating their products. Second question. Around half an hour later, Tai and Xia Fei left the Jian family's mansion. The crowd, who had waited for some time outside, immediately surrounded Tai like a rising tide. After all, even these authorities with formidable backgrounds did not have a lot of chances to meet the highest-ranking official in the military. In comparison, Xia Fei was left alone on one side. The people were staring at him with strange expressions, yet none of them took the initiative to approach him. More precisely, many people were quite curious about Xia Fei, but it did not mean that they had accepted him into high society. Even now, Xia Fei still did not belong to the highest social class in the alliance. Xia Fei sat in a corner and continued to enjoy the expensive champagnes. To his surprise, Nicole came over for a second time. Xia Fei was confused. He was only an acquaintance who had helped alter a pair of heels that did not fit her correctly, but she seemed to have taken a strong interest in talking to him. Nicole sat down beside Xia Fei and took off her heels to rub the soles of her feet. It was rare for a woman not to be used to wearing heels, especially one from a wealthy background. Tai's questions aren't really difficult. 2 months ago, he invited me into his office to have a talk when I just took over my family's business. I was so nervous back then. I thought that it's something serious, Nicole said in a self-mocking tone. Xia Fei asked, "You seem to know a lot?" Xia Fei had just learned that Quantum Holdings was about to become a supplier for the military. Even Serum, with a high position in the adjudicator union, did not hear anything about it. It was possible that he was kept in the dark, too, yet Nicole seemed to know everything. Xia Fei must say that the 4 major ship companies were a lot closer to the military than he imagined. It actually felt as if they were a whole organization with the military. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. He did not answer Nicole's question. He was still cautious around the young woman and did not want to be too close with her. Tai mentioned that he must keep the conversation between them confidential. He could not tell if Tai had sent Nicole to approach her as a spy to observe him secretly, so he strictly followed Tai's instructions. Nicole did not feel great when Xia Fei remained silent. She could tell that Xia Fei was not willing to talk to her. She awkwardly talked to herself for a little longer before rising to her feet. She dragged her painful legs and went back to doing the social niceties among the crowd with a natural smile. "Congratulations. I didn't think that the military would actually accept you as a supplier. That's wonderful. It'll greatly help you with your status in the alliance. When are you going to tell Qin Meng about it?" Serum approached Xia Fei and said softly. Xia Fei said, "Once everything is decided. The Congress hasn't given the permission yet." Serum chuckled. "Passing the motion through the Congress is just part of the standard protocols. They will summon you to put everything on record and ask some questions. The military might take orders from the alliance, but it's also a standalone department with the ability to make their decision. In simple words, the military is working for the entire alliance instead of some ministers, so rest assured that you will be getting the shiny golden plaque in a few days." Xia Fei nodded. He asked curiously, "Who exactly is Nicole Sawyer? She's taken the initiative to approach me twice for a conversation when I'm just sitting here. She's been acting very strange." Serum burst out laughing. "Kid, when did you become paranoid? Why do you think the beautiful lady had some ulterior motives when she's just striking up a conversation with you?" Xia Fei said, "Love doesn't just happen out of nowhere, nor will anyone try to strike up a conversation for no reason, too." Serum twisted his lips. He glanced at Nicole, who was talking wittily in the distance. Xia Fei noticed a hint of pity in Serum's eyes. Serum let out a heavy sigh. He emptied the glass of Hibernian malt liquor, which was quite strong, in a mouthful, then grinned after he did. The truth is that Nicole is a pitiful woman. Xia Fei was a little confused. If being born in the Sawyer family was considered pitiful, the kids who were suffering from poverty had no reason to live any longer. Thuram asked after a pause. Do you think Nicole and Avril are alike? Xia Fei thought for a moment. Their identities are similar. They are both the only daughters of the most powerful families in the Alliance, so they're the successors of their family. But Avril is more naive, like a carefree princess, while Nicole is more mature than Avril. She has a knack for doing business and is good at concealing her feelings. It's something that Avril can't do. Thuram raised his brows and said with a hoarse voice, there's also another similarity between them. They had both been kidnapped. If you ever pay attention to Nicole's wrists, you'll see faint scars on them, which were left by the kidnappers. Xia Fei was startled. It explained why Nicole was wearing accessories on both her wrists. She was trying to hide the scars. The only difference is that you were there when Avril was kidnapped, and you did everything you could to save her, but Nicole did not have someone like you with her when she was kidnapped. She only got rescued after being tortured by the kidnappers for half a month. It left her with an indelible trauma. Her age, background, and what she went through was similar to Avril's, but the difference is that Avril has you, but she doesn't. Perhaps she's thinking that if only there's someone like you by her side, maybe she wouldn't have to go through all those sufferings, which is why she's treating you differently and is interested in talking to you more. The two girls were both kidnapped, yet the outcome was completely different because different people were around them. Xia Fei glanced at Nicole, who was attending to the guests on the floor, and no longer felt the need to be careful around her. Instead, he could not help but feel sorry for her. Xia Fei did not continue the topic and asked about Avril. Instead, Thuram answered, it's kind of an unspoken rule that the host will only show up at the end. She'll be dancing first for the night, too. It's almost time, so I hope you've already practiced your steps. Xia Fei felt nervous. You mean? Thuram burst out laughing. Kid, you're going to embarrass yourself tonight if you don't know how to dance. There were over 10,000 people, including the waiting staff and the bodyguards, present in this party, so the spacious mountaintop was surprisingly crowded. Xia Fei suddenly had a thought. What if a group of terrorists tossed a bomb on this mountain? The Alliance's economy was going to decline for at least 20 years. After all, there were too many children and grandchildren of renowned families and authorities attending this party, and their combined wealth surely was a shocking figure. Fortunately, there was no terrorist in their midst, unless they came from the military or the police body. The security agency was obviously treating this banquet very seriously by allocating many men around the perimeter. Every member of the upper society would not want to miss out on the gathering, including those who were not supposed to show up. Li Mo and his father eventually showed up, and together with them were Bai Yi and Moonsong. Li Guan was busy greeting the people he was familiar with. He seemed to be in high spirits, but Li Mo beside him seemed a little uneasy. He knew that he had already become the laughingstock in the circle after failing to win the Golden Finger Cup. The people who were covering their mouths and peeking at him were obviously talking bad about him. Bai Yi was just like the Li family's lackey. He was following Li Mo respectfully, while Moonsong trailed after them, looking very angry. She had her arms crossed as she exuded an overbearing aura. Moonsong's parents were quite a distance behind, too. One could easily tell from their unnatural smiles that being able to attend the party was an honor to them, and it was all thanks to the Li family. Li Mo saw Xia Fei in the corner first. Xia Fei raised his glass and smiled at Li Mo. Li Mo clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. His face darkened while his eyes became filled with anger. Xia Fei. Moonsong smiled as soon as she saw Xia Fei. She grabbed the end of her dress and ran to him without caring about her image. Moonsong punched Xia Fei heavily on the chest. You madman, why are you here? I almost didn't recognize you when you're dressed up like this. Xia Fei took a glass of champagne from the waitress serving it and handed it to Moonsong. He smiled. I was going to say the same thing to you. Moonsong wore a disgusted look. If my money-grubber parents didn't insist on bringing me here, I wouldn't even bother coming, let alone hanging out with that annoying prick. Moonsong was obviously referring to Bai Yi. Xia Fei was well aware of their situation, so he did not ask any further. After all, everyone had their own troubles. Bai Yi came up to them angrily and pulled Moonsong away. Moonsong, I have something to tell you. Xia Fei knew that Bai Yi did not want Moonsong to spend time with him. The more he tried to force Moonsong to stay away from him, the more disgusted Xia Fei felt toward him. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and asked coldly, what is it exactly that you can't say to her here? Moonsong shoved Bai Yi away too. Just spill the beans here. Can't you see Xia Fei and I are talking? Bai Yi snarled. What could you two possibly talk about? Xia Fei grinned. We're talking about how much fun we had last time. 17 rounds in one night. We were dripping in sweat throughout the night. Moonsong, are you free tonight? Xia Fei purposely asked teasingly. Moonsong had always been bold and straightforward. She could not care less about her image at all. Yeah, but remember to bring more clothes this time. We'll do some role-playing. Words could no longer describe how angry Bai Yi was. He did not think that Xia Fei would act so shameless. Most importantly, Moonsong was being even more shameless than him. Luckily, Moonsong's parents showed up. Xia Fei still had to give them some face despite how lawless he was. The two dragged Moonsong to where the crowd was, to which she pouted to express her annoyance. Humph, Bai Yi harumphed coldly. He looked just like a white face in a Beijing opera. His handsome face was extremely pale. He was quite angry about the farce, which Xia Fei and Moonsong had just pulled off. It was a little interlude in this otherwise boring party. Xia Fei was alone in the corner once again after Moonsong left. As the night sky darkened further, the party finally reached its climax. The orchestra played elegant and lively music. The crowd suddenly turned quiet as Ernst went onto the dance floor in a tuxedo. He was wearing a smile. Even the wrinkles on his face were less pronounced. Avril and his father Newman were behind him. Avril was wearing a white gown with a string of glittering white beads on her neck. She had only put on a light makeup. Her blonde hair was tied in a complicated hairstyle to set off her beautiful face. Her smile was gentle yet confident when she greeted the guests, showing the noblest etiquette as she spoke their respective dialects. Xia Fei was stunned. Avril was as gorgeous as a fairy when she hid her naivety of a child. She was no longer that little girl who liked to vent her anger on teddy bears, but a real lady with a suffocating beauty. Xia Fei suddenly felt that the long wait was worth it. The annoying Liemo, the good news that Tai brought him, or the farce with Moonsong. Everything was no longer important to him. The crowd consisting of 10,000 people had become backdrop, and now, Avril was the only person in Xia Fei's eyes. He could disregard everything except her. What are you waiting for? Serum dragged Xia Fei across the crowd and brought him to the dance floor. Avril saw Xia Fei too. Her face blushed right away as her eyes affixed on him, never leaving again. Xia Fei felt as if he was in the middle of a dream. He had already known that Avril was beautiful, yet he did not expect her to be this gorgeous. It was as if a beauty like her was not supposed to belong to the mortal world. Xia Fei could not hear Ernst's passionate speech, nor could he hear the applause from the crowd. The two stared at each other as if a bridge had risen under their feet, and only the two of them were on it. Many people had noticed their reaction. Envy, jealousy, hatred. All kinds of emotions were blossoming in their hearts. Liemo simply had an urge to bite his teeth into pieces and swallow them. Blue veins had surfaced on his handsome face, while strong fury burned in his eyes. However, no matter how angry he was, Xia Fei and Avril simply ignored him. When the dance music played, the main event of the party finally took place. The host would have to invite a partner to dance with her. Avril hesitated briefly before she walked to Xia Fei with her head lowered. The first dance of the party was unusually significant. Avril walked up to Xia Fei blushingly. She was showing her courage to dare invite Xia Fei, a nobody, to a dance, so even an idiot could tell what she was thinking. Avril was basically publicizing the relationship between Xia Fei and her to the entire alliance. Even though some people in the circle already knew about it, no one was sure if the daughter of the Jian family was serious about the relationship. After today, there would be a lot of news about them flying around, and due to the substantial difference between their backgrounds, there would be a lot of gossip, too. Xia Fei did not really mind it, but Avril was a young woman. After all, would she be able to handle the pressure from the rumors? Xia Fei shook his head to clear his thoughts. It was going to happen eventually. If Avril had already made up her mind, all he needed to do was stay by her side and encourage her. Having this thought, Xia Fei lifted his gaze and grinned. He decided to face the rumors bravely. Xia Fei could not care less about what the others would think as long as Avril was happy. Avril's father, Newman, stopped Avril with a frown and whispered into her ear, "Have you really decided on it? Your grandfather is asking you to dance with Liemo instead." Avril glanced at Liemo, who had a dark expression, in the crowd before looking at Xia Fei, who was smiling at her. She then walked toward the ladder. Avril reached her hand to Xia Fei. Her delicate fingers were like the most exquisite piece of artwork as they trembled slightly. Xia Fei softly touched her hand by adhering to the standard etiquettes of a gentleman. The two entered the dance floor and started dancing to the lively music. The people were shocked. Avril's partner turned out to be a nobody. Many of them began to ask who Xia Fei was. They had yet to recover from the astonishment of seeing Xia Fei have a secret meeting with Tai, and now he had become Avril's dancing partner, too. Many people were confused and began to have wild thoughts about it. Nicole wore a complicated look. She pinched the glass in her hand and lowered her head. She indifferently glanced at the scars on her wrists and murmured softly, "This isn't fair. This isn't fair at all. Our new supplier seems to be quite close to the Jian family." Tai asked with a frown. William smiled. "Isn't that a good thing? Haven't you been worrying about his company not being capable enough to supply the military sufficiently? It now seems that Xia Fei does have his connections, and it's essential to develop one's connections in the alliance." Mata from the Adjudicator Union was shocked, too. He knew of the relationship between Xia Fei and Qin Meng. Since Qin Meng was his rival in the Adjudicator Union, Mata had never had a good impression of Xia Fei, so he was displeased when he saw the good relationship between Xia Fei and Avril. Words could not describe the jealousy and envy in the hearts of the young men who were Avril's admirers when Xia Fei, who did not even belong in their circle, smashed their dreams into pieces. That being said, the person who hated Xia Fei the most among the crowd was Liamo without a doubt. He could only feel his rage rising in his chest when he saw the two dancing on the floor. His vision even blurred slightly, and it was only luck that had let him retain his consciousness. The golden finger cup, which was already within his grasp, had flown away because of Xia Fei, and even Avril was slowly getting closer to his opponent. Liamo seriously could not endure it. Liamo had been surrounded by praises and compliments from a young age. The outstanding environment he grew up in, with his family in possession of wealth comparable to a nation. He had everything that Xia Fei lacked. Yet how did he still lose to the latter? Liamo could never accept such a humiliating defeat. Liamo turned around, for he no longer felt like staying here. A strong hand held him back. Liamo turned around and saw his father staring at him coldly. "Where do you think you're going?" I don't feel like staying here," Liamo stammered. Li Guan wore an evil grin as he asked with a deep voice, "You're scared just like that? You're admitting your defeat." Liamo lowered his head in silence. What else could he say? Liamo, who had grown up in a luxurious household, was different from Xia Fei. He had already lost the primitive ability of humans to fight for their welfare after being in the lap of luxury since he was born. Xia Fei was willing to risk his life at all cost for Avril, while Liamo was only trying to find comfort in his comfort zone. He did not even dare to compete in a drinking challenge. So what more of risking his life? It was like the difference between a stalk of weed growing in the wild and a flower being raised in a greenhouse. Both had completely different nature. "You idiot. How could you let yourself be defeated so easily? How are you supposed to achieve great things in the future like this?" Li Guan snarled. He rarely scolded his son, yet he was utterly disappointed in Li Mo's behavior today. Was he still a hot-blooded man? "I told you that our Li family used to be butchers, whose hands were always covered in fresh blood. If anyone dares to step on our heads, we'll pay them back tenfold. That's our Li family's belief." Liamo nodded stiffly. His thoughts had already flown off, even though he was still physically at the party. "Stand here and watch. I'll show you the capabilities of the Li family today," Li Guan said. Liamo was startled. Was his father going to take the matter into his own hands today? He was like a helpless kid who had seen a glimpse of sunlight in a dangerous jungle. He was filled with hope once again. This is only the beginning. Anyone who dares to provoke the people of the Li family will never have a good ending, Li Guan said with a fierce look in his eyes. The first song ended. Avril left the dance floor while wrapping her hand around Xia Fei's arm. The people were dumbfounded. They even forgot to give their applause. Clap, clap, clap. Thuram was the first to burst out laughing while clapping, followed by the military triumvirate. The crowd finally collected their thoughts, and a thunderous applause soon took place. "You did a pretty good job," Avril said. Xia Fei smiled. "I've only learned to dance a few days ago. I was worried I might step on your foot before I got up. Luckily, I managed to get by." Avril stuck her face close to Xia Fei's arm intimately. Xia Fei knew that she was purposely doing it in front of everyone. It was obvious that Avril had long made up her mind. She was planning to let everyone know about their relationship. Her action was like a silent protest to her grandfather, who preferred her to be with Li Mo. "You should go over there," Avril said. Xia Fei followed Avril's gaze and saw Ernst surrounded by guests with formidable backgrounds. The military triumvirate and Serum of the Adjudicator Union were among them. "It's fine if I just stay by your side. I'm not really interested in their topics, anyway," Xia Fei said. Avril blushed, then said softly, "You had my first dance, making you a very important guest of the Jin family, so you should be with my grandfather now. It's part of the rules. My father and I will be attending to the guests." Xia Fei frowned. Knowing how complicated the rules of the upper class were and hearing Avril request so, he had no choice but to follow them. Avril unwillingly let go of Xia Fei's arm, went to the crowd with Peng Xing by her side, and greeted every guest with a smile. Xia Fei tidied his collar and strided toward the biggest circle among the crowd. Xia Fei did not know many of the people in the circle, but he could easily tell that they were the most important guests from their appearance and demeanor. Many others seemed eager to join the circle, and they were all standing outside it, listening in on the conversation, yet only few of them could get a word. The crowd sensibly cleared a path for Xia Fei. After all, having had the honor of being Avril's first dance, he was supposed to be in the circle, too. Serum pulled Xia Fei to him and signaled him to stand by his side. Xia Fei took a glass of champagne with a smile. The group was discussing the recent hottest topic of Eden. Xia Fei casually listened to the discussion, having no intention to interrupt. Nicole raised her glass at Xia Fei. She seemed to be congratulating him, yet he could see a faint hint of dejection in her eyes. "I wonder if those humans from Eden have reached the Alliance?" an old man with a goatee asked. Xia Fei remembered seeing him on the news. He was the chairman of a financial organization, but Xia Fei could not recall who he was exactly. Tai smiled. "About that, I can only say that they have yet to arrive at the capital ring." It was a tricky response. The Pan-Human Alliance was incredibly big. Saying that the humans from Eden had yet to arrive at the capital ring did not necessarily mean that they had not reached the Alliance. Perhaps the fleet was only a few hours away from the capital ring. The discussion continued. Li Guan was observing Xia Fei's expression opposite him. He gave an old man with a black beard a signal when he felt that it was time. The old man acknowledged it and asked, "Why don't we play the galaxy piano as part of the tradition?" The rest of the group agreed. A few men soon carried a large, strange object over. It looked like a typical meteor which could normally be sweeping across the sky, but this one had artificial carvings of irregular keys. The keys were extremely smooth, an indication that someone had been playing it oftenly. "Nice piano. Could it be Master Solo's final masterpiece, Genesis?" Williams asked. Ernst laughed and spoke with pride. "General, that's very impressive of you. This piano is indeed the master of Galaxy Piano, Solo's final work, and one he's the most proud of, Genesis. It's made over 7,000 years ago. I happened to stumble upon it in an art museum not long ago, so I decided to invite it to the Sunset Villa." Ernst used the word invite instead of buy, showing how respectful he was toward the strange-looking instrument. Xia Fei twisted his lips. He was not an expert in the field of music, nor did he know what a galaxy piano was, but he was intrigued by the strange appearance of the instrument. "What does this galaxy piano do?" Xia Fei asked. He noticed that Phantom and most people were staring at the piano with glittering eyes. "Xia Fei, that's a real galaxy piano," Phantom exclaimed. "So what? So what?" Phantom sounded a little displeased by Xia Fei's ignorance. He said, "The galaxy piano is the oldest instrument in the Alliance. It's also the most complicated and the hardest to learn. Apparently, it will take the best artisan over 50 years to craft a galaxy piano. Did you know how many galaxy pianos did Master Solo, whom Ernst had mentioned moments ago, craft in his entire life?" Xia Fei shook his head. He believed that it was difficult to craft the strange-looking instrument, yet he did not expect that it would take 50 years to craft one. How ridiculous. Solo is the best among the artisans who craft galaxy pianos. He learned how to make a galaxy piano from the age of 4, completed his studies at the age of 79, and started crafting galaxy pianos at the age of 100. He completed his first work, Originless Darkness, at the age of 191 and completed his second work, Origin, at the age of 315. His second work took longer than the first, and the quality was a lot better too. He was already 315 years old after completing the masterpiece, Origin, but he did not give up on his ambition to make the ultimate galaxy piano and began searching for materials and preparations for his third work. Unfortunately, he ended up catching the deadly Damra virus disease. He lost the feeling in his right arm and his legs became paralyzed, so he had no choice but to let his disciple carry him while he worked with his only arm left. When Solo finally finished his last masterpiece, Genesis, the exact galaxy piano right in front of you, he was already 603 years old. It has taken him almost 300 years, so how couldn't you feel excited after seeing the galaxy piano in person? Xia Fei shook his head. It's a nice story, and Solo is a very ambitious man, too. He deserved to be called a master, but I still don't understand. What's so special about this strange-looking instrument? Was it really worth it for someone to spend their whole life making it? Phantom replied in a deep voice. According to legends, humans' origin was a seed hibernating on an asteroid roaming aimlessly in the universe. After countless years, the asteroid collided with a planet in the venal galaxy, ending the seed's adventure. Here, the seed found its partner. Their descendants eventually became humans after a long time of evolution. The galaxy piano's appearance is based on the asteroid that carried our ancestor. Xia Fei took a close look at the galaxy piano. Its appearance does resemble an asteroid, but the keys are irregularly placed, making it difficult for people to play it. It's not like the piano on Earth with keys aligned together. Phantom laughed. It won't be called the galaxy piano if it's not difficult to play it. This instrument is known for being difficult to master, but the upper class of the Panhuman Alliance is proud of themselves for being able to play it. It's a tradition. I'm afraid that many people here know how to play it. After all, they're part of the Alliance's high society. Xia Fei asked, "Do you know how to play it?" Phantom proudly patted himself on the shoulder. "My master has a galaxy piano, but it's not as expensive as this one. It goes without saying that a skillful person like me would learn how to play it from my master. My master is easily an expert when it comes to playing the galaxy piano." Phantom looked extremely proud of himself. His master, Moonshadow, was a carefree man who was talented in everything. He was called the genius of the assassin sect. Phantom had obviously learned a lot from his master, or else he would not know the origin of the galaxy piano so well. The crowd was very excited. This galaxy piano called Genesis had garnered a lot of attention. It was as expected of humans, who would never admit how ignorant they were, especially those in the high society. Even though not many among the crowd truly knew about music, many were still boasting about it. Not only were they trying to prove how well-educated they were even trying to receive approval from the others this way. The crowd immediately asked the host of the night, Ernst, to play a song. Ernst pretended to be humble at first, yet he soon asked someone to bring him a chair when he saw that he could no longer turn it down. Ernst took a deep breath and suddenly moved his fingers. The galaxy piano began to emit a strange sound. It was blurred and indistinguishable. Suddenly, the whole world became quiet as the sound pierced through the night sky. Due to the special structure of the galaxy piano, Ernst had to move around to reach the keys, which were placed further apart. He looked as if he was performing a dance for some ancient, profound rituals. The crowd burst into applause after the piece ended. Ernst said proudly, "I'm getting too old. I'm worn out from playing just a single piece, and I've made a lot of mistakes too. Please don't laugh at me." Li Guan said, "Your meteor recitation is splendid. I can even see a meteor shower sweeping across the sky when listening to it. No doubt you're a master of it, so there's no need to be so humble." The crowd proceeded to give their compliments, too. Meanwhile, Xia Fei stood still and rubbed his chin in deep thoughts as if something was bothering him. Phantom asked, "How was it? Are you impressed by the galaxy piano now? It's easily the most profound instrument of the Panhuman Alliance." Xia Fei thought for a moment before saying, "It felt like I was in the middle of the night sky, surrounded by stars, when he started playing the instrument. It's deeply attracting everyone's attention. It's indeed one of a kind." Phantom exclaimed, "The galaxy piano is specifically designed to let people hear the sounds of the universe. The piece he played isn't too difficult. If you get the chance to listen to the topmost concert in the White Dwarf Opera House, it'll be a more unforgettable experience for you." Xia Fei frowned. "I'm still a little puzzled, though. The sound this instrument is producing seems to contain murderous intent. It feels similar to something I've come upon in the past. Phantom looked at Xia Fei anxiously. Aren't you being a little oversensitive? Everyone always describes the Galaxy piano's sound as profound and mysterious, yet how did it become murderous in your ears? The origin of the universe is creation, not destruction, and the Galaxy piano produces the sound of the universe, thus, the sound of creation. I believe that it's due to the palpable, murderous aura in you, which is why you've misinterpreted the sound produced by the Galaxy piano. Xia Fei shook his head. I don't know about the origin of the universe. Both its creation and destruction are out of humans' reach. The sounds produced by the Galaxy piano are full of uncertainties, too. It might sound like creation to you, but it sounded like destruction to me, akin to endless killing. The Galaxy piano emitted a hollow and deep sound, so Xia Fei could not help but fall into deep thoughts. The sound felt familiar to him, yet he could not recall where he had heard or felt it before. As a warrior who greatly relied on his senses, Xia Fei strongly believed in his instincts when thinking and analyzing stuff. Whether it was an object or a sound, everyone would have a different perception of them. It was akin to appreciating something. There was always a great difference between an ancient masterpiece and a counterfeit work. The crowd asked Tai to perform a piece after Ernst's turn. To Xia Fei's surprise, the silver-haired general knew how to play the Galaxy piano, too, and his level was on par with Ernst's. His performance of the piece The Octobattle was brilliant, with a majestic aura of a grand battle. Xia Fei did not really care who was playing the Galaxy piano, for he was trying his best to recall where he had gotten that feeling before. The more he listened to the Galaxy piano, the more he believed that it was tied to an overwhelming lust to kill. Avril quietly went up to Xia Fei and held his fingers tightly. He smiled at her. The sound that the Galaxy piano is producing is reminiscent of something I've come upon before. The two are similar in their auras. Both are full of violence. Avril nodded at Xia Fei. I also think that something is strange about this Galaxy piano. My music teacher says that it's the sound of the universe growing endlessly, but I feel that the sound should be lively and naughty if that's the case instead of a deep, profound sound like this. The flirtatious expression and the smiles Avril wore during the conversation stabbed Li Mo deep in the heart. His eyes became vicious like a venomous snake, ready to pounce at Xia Fei and bite him on the neck at any moment. Li Guan laughed as if he did not mind Xia Fei and Avril showing their affection to each other in front of the crowd. He signaled the old man with a goatee again, who nodded in return. The third person to play the Galaxy piano was a woman. She was said to be a noble from another sovereign nation. She was beautiful despite being in her 40s, but the thick makeup on her face was unable to hide her wrinkles. She would soon age and lose her brilliance. The beauty of a woman faded with age, and it must be the greatest sorrow of every beautiful woman. The piece she was playing was quite difficult. Everyone could easily tell how complicated the piece was from her rapid movements. She was swinging her body with great force, her huge busts bouncing around in the process, allowing many perverted men to satisfy their lust. The woman raised her hands proudly in the air after playing the final note, her face already covered in sweat. She smiled and told the crowd that she must excuse herself to touch up her makeup. The crowd sent her off with a huge applause. The old man with a goatee stepped forward and looked at Xia Fei menacingly. I feel that it's too boring if only the old folks play the Galaxy piano. We happen to have some fresh blood among us today. Why don't we ask them to play us a song? Everyone immediately fixed their eyes on Xia Fei. They all knew who the old man was referring to. Avril suddenly tightened her grip on Xia Fei's hand. She could see the gloating look in the crowd's eyes. Xia Fei was from Earth, a primitive planet. He had just learned how to dance, so how would he know how to play the Galaxy piano? He managed to make up for his lack of skills in dancing with his agile footwork, so he had not made a mistake during the dance. Now, they were asking Xia Fei to play the Galaxy piano. It was very likely that Xia Fei had never seen the strange instrument before today, let alone perform music with it. Obviously, these people were purposely setting Xia Fei up to embarrass himself. Avril was enraged. She scanned the crowd coldly before landing her gaze on Ernst. She knew that her grandfather was the only person who could save Xia Fei from embarrassing himself now. Either way, Xia Fei was still a guest. Ernst had no reason to make his guest feel uncomfortable. Ernst frowned. 2. Believed that the suggestion was crossing the line. The fact that Xia Fei was given the honor of the first dance already indicated his status as an important guest of their Jian family. These people were basically trying to embarrass the Jian family by not showing their important guest any respect. A middle-aged man with a square face stepped forward and said, "The young man had the first dance with Avril, indicating that he's not an outsider. Why don't we give him a chance to play a piece so that we can get to know him better?" Xia Fei could easily hear the gloating in the man's voice. He faced the crowd with a smile. "I seriously don't know how to play the Galaxy piano, so I shouldn't ruin everyone's mood." The crowd chuckled. It was a party of the high society, so it was embarrassing for anyone to admit that they could not play the Galaxy piano. Ernst nodded. He was just about to give Xia Fei an out when Li Guan suddenly walked out of the crowd and said, "Young man, stop joking with us. No one here doesn't know how to play the Galaxy piano. Are you perhaps looking down on us with your willingness to share your skills with us?" Xia Fei immediately realized that the father and son of the Li family were trying to set him up. Even if he did dodge the bullet this time, he would still embarrass himself in front of the members of the upper class. He might even make the headlines tomorrow. The truth was that Xia Fei did not really care about his reputation, but with how Avril's hand was getting colder, Xia Fei understood that this situation was not only placing him at the heart of the struggle, but was also implicating her. Avril had already shown her great courage by inviting him to be her first dance. Did he want her to endure the pressure of a lot of rumors again? "Li Guan, do you want me to play you a song?" Serum asked with wide eyes. He obviously sounded displeased. Even the military triumvirate agreed that Li Guan had definitely overdone it. Even if he had some personal grudge against Xia Fei, it was inappropriate to embarrass him in front of this crowd. After all, the host of the party was innocent. Xia Fei suddenly walked out from the crowd, went to the Galaxy piano, and touched it with his finger. "Since everyone is so eager to hear my performance, I have no choice but to do it," Xia Fei said calmly. "But please forgive me if I'm not good enough." Li Guan burst out laughing and clapped. He knew that his plan had worked. Xia Fei would become the biggest laughingstock of the night after his performance. It was impossible for anyone who did not undergo strict training to play the Galaxy piano. He might struggle to even play a note, let alone a whole piece. Even though the experts were able to play mysterious pieces on the Galaxy piano, the instrument also had another nickname, the Novice Killer. Xia Fei was not even a novice. Li Guan could not wait to hear Xia Fei produce some terrible noise on the Galaxy piano. Avril opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed the words instead. It would be more embarrassing if she advised Xia Fei against it now. She straightened her chest. Her feminine characteristics were starting to become more obvious. She looked at Xia Fei firmly as if to tell him, "Go do it. I'll bear all the consequences with you." Xia Fei smiled at Avril. His face was at ease and brimming with confidence. Avril suddenly noticed that Xia Fei was not nervous at all. If the Galaxy piano was a weapon, Xia Fei would be a warrior playing with it in his hands while facing the enemy, provoking him in a calm manner. Tai frowned. Being brave was a good trait, but overestimating one's capabilities was not something a wise person would do. He shook his head and looked into the distance, wondering if it was better for the party to end earlier. The soldiers had a strong sense of justice. The hot-tempered Admiral Leighton spat on the ground and glared at Li Guan. However, the man was not bothered at all, since he was determined to let Xia Fei embarrass himself today. He would soon put his plan to get his revenge in motion. Unlike Li Mo, Li Guan was planning to strike from all directions. Today was only the beginning. He had prepared a lot more delicacies for Xia Fei to enjoy. Xia Fei sat in front of the Galaxy piano. He looked at the crowd and exchanged glances with those with a gloating look in their eyes. Xia Fei grinned and said, "The piece I'm going to play is called Rebirth of the Galaxy." Rebirth of the Galaxy? Did I hear it right? That's an insanely difficult piece. Could he really play such a difficult piece at such a young age? What a joke. I bet that he doesn't even know what Rebirth of the Galaxy actually is. The crowd began discussing among themselves. Serum sadly covered his eyes and murmured, "Old buddy, Xia Fei is seriously going to embarrass himself this time." Most people were curious apart from being puzzled and shocked. Tai rubbed his jaw and asked, "Can Xia Fei really play the Rebirth of the Galaxy?" Williams shook his head. "I don't know. Let's wait and see, but I think it's best not to have too much hope in him." Xia Fei's fingers moved rapidly across the instrument. The first symphony was narrating the life of a happy meteor living in a galaxy. Xia Fei's style of playing was completely disoriented. His finger placement was off too, but he had a good sense of rhythm. He managed to express the magnificence of the galaxy and the joy of the meteor. Avril's eyes widened in excitement. She grabbed Peng Xing by the corner of his clothes and exclaimed, "Xia Fei can play the galaxy piano. He's a genius." Peng Xing smiled. "Young lady, the man you chose is definitely the most brilliant." Avril blushed. She grumbled softly, yet seemed very pleased. Li Guan's face darkened. He could not understand why Xia Fei knew how to play the galaxy piano. His movement and finger placement were clumsy. Everyone could tell that he was an amateur, yet the notes were surprisingly on point without any mistake. Liu began to feel uneasy. Not only did his father's plan fail to embarrass Xia Fei, he ended up getting a lot of attention instead. Li Guan tried his best to remain calm as he told Liu, "Don't worry, it's only the first symphony. The second symphony, Destruction, is the part where everyone thinks is the hardest. He's obviously a novice judging from the way he plays the galaxy piano, so there's no way that he can play the second symphony. He's sure to SHD himself." I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.